Despite the chaos all around, one person remains composed, Thuong Mak. However, he always wonders, is it really a blessing to be the only sane person in a world that has gone mad? For nearly 30 years, people have found it increasingly difficult to control their emotions. This is the emotional disease. Right now, at a gathering of the Celestial Art Department, complaints about the warm alcohol and mushy watermelon keep popping up. Trung Nhan Phi, the director of the technical department, keeps yelling at his subordinates, claiming that if they can't even handle a small party, they might as well just quit. But his assistant, Ngo Ting Tin, isn't someone you can easily push around. She thinks Trung Nhan Phi is being dramatic and tells him to just leave if he's not going to eat. The two of them start screaming at each other, and everyone else is annoyed that such a small party is being ruined by their bickering. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Thuong Mak steps in to mediate, promising to replace the drinks and watermelon, while also apologizing to everyone. Unexpectedly, instead of cooling down, Trung Nhan Phi gets even angrier and smashes a glass bottle over his head, calling him a meddler. The loud crash makes everyone freeze, and the room suddenly goes unnaturally quiet. Trung Nhan Phi is panting like a predator ready to strike. 1 second he was gnashing his teeth, and the next, his facial muscles suddenly go completely slack. Trung Nhan Phi falls to his knees, his hands trembling as he repeatedly apologizes to Thuong Mak. Ngo Ting Ting hurriedly calls for people to take him to the hospital. Yet, Thuong Mak keeps a calm demeanor from start to finish, insisting he is fine and not wanting to ruin the party for everyone else. Unexpectedly, they are truly heartless. They soon leave him behind and return to their fun as if nothing happened. At this moment, Dat Lai, a colleague who was sent by the company for joint training, can't believe Thuong Mak is going to let this go. But what else can he do when he is the only normal person left in the entire department? While ordinary people can't see it, Thuong Mak can see a large sack on top of everyone's head. Looking back to the past, when he was 10 years old, he saw that sack for the first time. It was on his mother's head. At first, he thought he was hallucinating due to the massive shock of his father's death. But from then on, Thuong Mak noticed that his mother began to get angry frequently. As she got angrier, the sack on her head grew larger and larger. As the sack grew, his mother's rage became more terrifying. Only later did Thuong Mak learn that when the sack reaches a certain size, it explodes, and the person's head explodes along with it. Because of that, from then on, he never lets himself get angry. He thinks that is the truth about the emotional disease. Only by doing this can he avoid catching it. Not long after the incident, Trung Nhan Phi starts arguing again, leaving Thuong Mak shaking his head in frustration at these lunatics. While the man is arguing violently, he notices Trung Nhan Phi's sack is about to burst. For a split second, Thuong Mak hesitates, but ultimately, he can't help but go over to advise him one more time. Dat Lai, standing nearby, had assumed Thuong Mak no longer cared about anyone else's life. He confirms that he truly doesn't care, but he is worried that if someone dies, things will become troublesome. Right after that, just as he predicted, the sack bursts. Dat Li and Thuong Mak stand there, stunned it's too late, and sparks start appearing very quickly. Those sparks spread wider and wider. All of the fire is coming from Trung Nhan Phi's head. Thuong Mak watches the scene with wide eyes. The fire burns more fiercely, and the man's face becomes grotesque. Trung Nhan Phi even lets out a horrifying, monstrous roar. Thuong Mak is terrified, unable to imagine this as anything other than a monster. The colleague who was arguing with Trung Nhan Phi, who a second ago was full of fighting spirit, suddenly goes silent, face turning pale, as the monster lunges with sharp claws. The entire scene descends into panic. Everyone thinks Trung Nhan Phi has just gone crazy and runs for their lives. Thuong Mak stands there in a daze. He doesn't understand why things turned out this way, and that makes Thuong Mak reflect on his mother's death. Seeing him still standing there, Dat Li says nothing and drags Thuong Mak away. She explains it to him. Once the sack bursts, a person doesn't just die, they transform into an emotional monster, and most people are then completely controlled by that monster. Dat Lai reveals that humans can use the supernatural powers provided by these monsters to vent their anger and release their emotions. However, Thuong Mak still doesn't understand why only his mother died. Dat Li advises him not to rush but to be patient and wait. As for Trung Nhan Phi, he is still screaming non-stop. Very quickly, Trung Nhan Phi's head explodes. His body hits the floor with a thud. Everything becomes peaceful once again. The employees all stare blankly at the scene of Trung Nhan Phi's exploded head. Thuong Mak sees their expressions and suspects they can't see anything. Dat Li confirms that ordinary people won't see anything, even if Trung Nhan Phi turns into an emotional monster. She emphasizes that even if the monster eats his head, the others wouldn't notice. From that, Jali concludes that Thuong Mak's mother also turned into an emotional monster like Trung Nhan Phi, became controlled, and was eventually preyed upon by another monster. Thuong Mak finally understands, But the next second, Li corrects him. She has a simpler explanation. They become food for those who can control their own emotional monsters. Because an emotional monster has a link to its host, and she reveals to Thuong Mok that it is very easy to find the host. He follows the energy trail and finally identifies someone. That person is none other than Lưu Chat. In his childhood memories, he came to find him and asked about his mother. Thuong Mok remembers clearly that Lưu Chat was his neighbor at the time. Upon hearing this, Li cannot help but acknowledge that he is a major figure, because outwardly, Lưu Chat carries the title of Vice President of the International Long Trio Corporation. But in the shadows, he is an emotional entity capable of controlling his own emotional monster. Lưu Chat is the one spreading the anger-based emotional virus, causing people to lose control and become infected with the emotional disease. He waits until they transform into emotional monsters before hunting them down to absorb their power. Li asserts that from the very beginning, everyone has walked right into Lưu Chat's trap. Furthermore, she has uncovered new information. Li reveals that the very first person Lưu Chat harmed was Thuong Mok's mother. That year, the reason your mother suddenly lost emotional control was that Lưu Chat had transmitted a rage virus to her. Thuong Mok's mother died because he used his emotional monster to devour her. And all the suffering you have endured stems from one person, Lưu Chat. However, they didn't know they were being secretly watched as well. Thuong Mok wanted to better understand those who transformed into emotional monsters, and the reason he was Lưu Chat's target was that he wanted to steal their power. Li nodded in confirmation. He was now extremely confident. Thuong Mok affirmed that he couldn't be infected by emotions, so he certainly couldn't turn into a monster and become Lưu Chat's prey. Li felt a sense of regret that Thuong Mok wouldn't take revenge on the one who killed his mother. However, he believed that because the opponent had supernatural powers and killed without batting an eye, throwing himself into it would be no different than suicide. Moreover, this was just Li's word, so Thuong Mok couldn't believe it entirely. By now, she couldn't help but admit that he was a very calm person. But just as Thuong Mok was leaving, Li asked why he was so sure he wasn't infected. Hearing this, Thuong Mok stopped in his tracks. He didn't understand what she meant. Li spoke slowly, expressing her opinion. Because she could see his cocoon was massive, she deduced that he was the most severely infected patient. Li didn't hesitate to reveal that Thuong Mok had been Lưu Chat's prey all along. And the thing he wanted most was for you to become a deviant and the one he wanted to devour the most. Just as Li revealed the answer, someone patted Thuong Mok's shoulder. Lưu Chat had appeared out of nowhere. He concernedly asked about how Thuong Mok was doing. Now, the distance between them was very close, but Thuong Mok pretended that he had mistaken him for someone else. Lưu Chat wasn't angry. On the contrary, he invited him to sit down and talk. He immediately made a request. Lưu Chat kicked Thuong Mok hard in the stomach, hoping to provoke his anger. Just like that, Thuong Mok was sent flying to the floor. Everyone around was quickly confused, and some even felt indignant on Thuong Mok's behalf. Li rushed over to check on him, but he gently said he was fine. Seeing he couldn't provoke Thuong Mok, Lưu Chat thought of another way. Lưu Chat snapped his fingers, and suddenly, flames appeared on the nearby co-workers. In the blink of an eye, the fire engulfed them. Desperate screams erupted. Others, seeing this, frantically called the police. Lưu Chat laughed smugly, asking if Thuong Mok felt angry seeing his co-workers like that. He knew full well that everyone had treated him quite well. Previously, a female co-worker had wanted to set Thuong Mok up with her friend, and she even had a bit of a crush on him. Or at lunch, everyone would always invite Thuong Mok to eat with them. They even covered his share when they saw Thuong Mok was a new employee. Amidst the raging flames, they could be heard calling out to Thuong Mok. They used their last bit of strength to beg him to run away. Soon, all of them had burned to ash and collapsed to the ground. Lưu Chat was somewhat surprised that Thuong Mok still showed no reaction. He couldn't help but acknowledge that he was very good at holding it in. However, Lưu Chat could sense that Thuong Mok's cocoon had grown significantly. He was quite smug, thinking that since Thuong Mok still didn't know who the culprit behind his mother's death was, he wanted to see just how much Thuong Mok could endure. He just hung his head in silence, because Thuong Mok knew he wasn't as calm as he appeared. At the company, co-workers would often get angry, or even strangers would intentionally provoke him. At those moments, Thuong Mok always wanted to explode, even tear them apart, but in the end, he never did. Thuong Mok believed that emotional illness and people's tempers weren't necessarily intentional. The regret following a fit of rage always brought past memories to the forefront of his mind. That was the tear-streaked face of his mother. Every time she finished being angry, she would burst into tears. Those who lost their rationality and drowned in their emotions ended up with nothing but despair. Therefore, for a long time, Thuong Mok had always used reason to restrain himself. He told himself he had to keep his cool. That was the right way to be. But when facing someone like Lưu Chat, could he still maintain his rationality? Hatred nearly engulfed his entire body. He wanted to avenge his mother, avenge everyone. However, at that moment, Thuong Mok discovered something strange. He turned to ask Lai why he hadn't transformed, even though he was furious. She said that if he transformed, he would surely die. But he thought that if he didn't transform, he wouldn't live either, so he might as well take the risk. Li felt heartbroken hearing him say that. She knew it was hard for Thuong Mok to accept, but she had to say it because, right now, he couldn't transform. After hearing this, Thuong Mok asked for the reason in utter disappointment. Lưu Chat was still standing there waiting. In his eyes, Thuong Mok was just muttering to himself and trying to convince himself. Lưu Chat grew impatient and couldn't wait any longer, so he initiated an attack. At that moment, Thuong Mok paid attention to the fact that he said he was talking to himself. He was a bit bewildered, but after connecting all the dots, Thuong Mok seemed to wake up. He spun around to look at Li. A strange aura was emanating from her. Li dropped her disguise. Even though she had been exposed, she wasn't flustered at all. She revealed that only Thuong Mok could see her. Thuong Mok was astonished to see Li's different face. At that moment, Lưu Chat also launched his attack, and she no longer hid the reason for his inability to transform. Lưu Chat was stunned, because Thuong Mok had already transformed the moment he saw Li, and that monster was named Reason. A massive creature appeared before them. Lưu Chat watched with a look of fear, thinking to himself, the chains of bondage, and a face like a black hole. What kind of emotional monster is this? I've never seen one before. What is this? Meanwhile, Thuong Mok was also contemplating. Is this my emotional monster? Reason? Can reason also be considered an emotion? He glanced to one side, thinking, furthermore, if I had been infected and transformed long ago, then why did I only see my emotional monster just now? Thuong Mok told himself, no, what's more important is that I always thought she was my colleague's girlfriend. Who exactly is the woman who infected me and caused me to transform? Suddenly, Li flew closer to him and spoke her thoughts. I guess you have a lot of questions right now. For example, who am I? What do I want to do, but I can't explain those things at this moment. She pointed to the strange creature before them and continued. For now, I can only tell you that the emotion of reason is the most special one, because reason can suppress all other emotions. And of course, that includes Lưu Chat's intense rage. Besides, I'm sure you're wondering why you couldn't see your own emotional monster until now. The logic behind it is actually quite simple. Suddenly, Li's gaze turned cold and sharp. In this world, you can only see what you are aware of, she thought to herself. His emotional monster is still far removed from him. He hasn't become a slave to that monster yet, but rather, he has become an emotional entity capable of controlling it. Just like me. Suddenly, Lưu Chat gritted his teeth and glared at the monster. He transformed into a beast wreathed in flames and shouted, "Don't think a newly awakened emotional monster can be my match." With immense power, Lưu Chat lunged straight at the strange creature that had appeared earlier. They collided with brutal force. Li stood below, watching with a worried expression. Did I miss? Seeing the surroundings, Thuong Mok asked, "What's going on here?" Li explained, "You haven't learned to control your emotional monster yet, so it's starting to bleed into this world." She added, "Your emotional monster is more like a reflection right now. It isn't truly present here." On the other side, Lưu Chat wore a sinister look, thinking to himself, I get it now. This kid can't actually control his monster. His emotional monster is still trapped within his inner world. Suddenly, the fire monster lunged at Thuong Mok, roaring, "You're done for." Seeing this, he stood perfectly still. The fire monster prepared to swallow Thuong Mok whole. Lưu Chat let out a smug, triumphant laugh. But the very next second, his smile vanished. Unexpectedly, the monster only tapped its teeth against Thuong Mok's head. Standing to the side, Lưu Chat was furious and internally tormented. How could it not bite him? How is that possible? Li crossed her arms and told Thuong Mok, "You're used to suppressing your anger, so your reason has a very high resistance to that kind of rage. An attack like this is nothing more than a scratch to you." Hearing Li's explanation, he replied, "So that's it." Lưu Chat screamed in rage, "Damn it, don't get cocky." Suddenly, the fire monster flew upward, carrying Thuong Mok with it. Confused, he quickly asked, "What do I do now? Even though its power isn't hurting me, I still can't control my emotional monster. I'm just standing here taking hits." Li flew after them, guiding him. "It's simple. Just let your emotional monster lend you its power." She explained that since he now knows he can borrow strength from it, he will be able to do so. Thuong Mok's eyes lit up as he asked, "Really?" The monster flew far away. Lưu Chat was infuriated that things weren't going according to his plan. Suddenly, the monster plummeted to the ground, sending debris and Lưu Chat flying. As he was thrown back, he questioned, "How is this possible?" From within the clouds of smoke, a dark figure emerged. It was none other than Thuing Mok. Suddenly, two of his fingers shifted, turning into sharp claws. Terrified, Lưu Chat thought, I see now he borrowed power from his emotional monster. He dropped to his knees, questioning. He destroyed my emotional monster with just 2 fingers? Fleeing from the blue monster, he muttered, how can this be? A newly awakened emotional entity, how is he capable of this? Run! I just need to get out of here, I have to hide. Suddenly, Thuing Mok planted his feet, bracing himself. He shot forward like a rocket, heading straight for Lưu Chat. Startled, Lưu Chat turned back to look and saw Thuing Mok charging at full speed, causing everyone around to scream. Are you crazy? Why are you running so fast? Going to your funeral? Watch out. While running, he asked Dat Li, didn't I destroy his emotional monster? Why can he still use fire powers? Dat Li flew alongside him, and upon hearing the question, she replied, emotional monsters aren't that easy to kill. His monster just temporarily ceased to exist in this world. Ahead of them, a door stood wide open. Lưu Chat ran in front while Thuing Mok chased behind. They kept pursuing each other across the deck. This was the world's most luxurious cruise ship, the Emperor of the Sea, sailing through Dang Duong, near the coastal city of Donghai. Dat Li cautioned Thuing Mok. Right, there's something I need to tell you. Hunting emotional entities on this cruise ship is extremely dangerous. He immediately asked why. She explained slowly. According to public information, the route of the world-famous Emperor of the Sea cruise ship spans the entire globe, and it's currently docked at Donghai, becoming the most popular vacation spot in the city. Dat Li pointed out that ever since the waters of Donghai were polluted by oil and turned black as ink, the Emperor of the Sea has been one of the few ships allowed to enter the blockaded zone. He exclaimed in surprise, your Tianji group is truly generous to hold an art department gathering in a place like this. Immediately after, Dat Li solemnly warned, but this ship is actually under the control of an emotional entity. A lot of things happen behind the scenes, and emotional entities conduct their business right here on this ship. At the same time, the ship offers all kinds of services to meet their every need. Hunting normal humans is one of those services, Dat Li continued. So attacking an emotional entity on this ship is provoking the master of the Emperor of the Sea, not to mention that Lưu Chat is a VIP guest on this vessel. Hearing this, Thuing Mok asked, is the security on this ship that powerful? Dat Li hesitated and replied, how should I put it? She used the most vivid imagery to describe it. A single pinky finger is enough to crush you. Thuing Mok fell silent upon hearing that. He thought to himself, if I don't kill him now, I'll never get another chance. I wouldn't be able to handle his revenge, would I? Dat Li confirmed firmly. That's right. In the VIP lounge of the Emperor of the Sea, important figures were gathering. Everyone in the room was admiring a statue. Just then, someone spoke up. Let me introduce this work of art to everyone. After the young girl passed away in grief, her skin was peeled away, revealing the pure white bones beneath. But the white skeleton, a symbol of death, looks as if it's smiling, making the entire piece incredibly striking. The most unique part lies in the material used for this artwork. This work of art was created from a real young lady. She isn't just an ordinary girl, but the daughter of the nation's prime minister. The man who has been introducing things from the start is Victor Lai from the Wild International Financial Group. He solemnly declared, today, I present this gift to the Emperor Ocean ship. Thank you, Emperor Ocean, for helping us complete this partnership. Hearing this, Liu Yang, the captain of the Emperor Ocean, replied politely, Victor, you're too kind. Your company just dominated the market in Stanley and already sent the Prime Minister's daughter over. Inside the room was also Anna Chris from the Ugly Duckling Rescue Society. She held a cigarette in her hand and remarked mockingly, I'd heard that this Prime Minister didn't want to cooperate, but I didn't expect you to punish him this way. That's quite an imagination you have. Besides, we also have the second young lady of the Song family, Xia. Song Hui giggled judgmentally. To be honest, it's quite tasteful. Being turned into a work of art like this, it's an honor for such a young girl. The last person was Zhao Yan, the sect leader of the Black Lotus in Donghai. He puffed on his cigarette and asked, I'm curious, why are you all paying so much attention to the Great Xia Kingdom? Victor Li replied, a corporation that doesn't advance will fall behind. Since the competition is fierce right now, I hope for everyone's cooperation regarding the Great Xia Kingdom. Suddenly, one of Liu Yang's subordinates approached him and reported slowly, Sir, Lưu Chat killed the art director of the Tianji group, but there's been a slight issue. He suddenly got the urge to continue his hunt, but his prey successfully transformed and is now beating the living daylights out of Lưu Chat. Upon hearing this, Song Hui waved her hand and scolded arrogantly, what a loser. If it weren't for the fact that he's been serving that person for so long, with his level, he wouldn't even have the right to hunt on this ship. Suddenly, Victor Lai looked at her and asked, I've always been curious, who exactly is this master you all keep mentioning? Hearing this, Song Huihui replied, for the sake of a smooth partnership, it's best not to ask too much about each other. Lu Yang sighed. To have beaten Lưu Chat right after transforming such talent is truly impressive. Tell you what, don't let Lưu Chat get killed. Even though he's just a pawn who doesn't know anything, we still need to show some respect for that master. He ordered his subordinates. Also, seal off the scene. Don't let other emotional entities get close. Regular people are fine, they'll just run away on their own. As for that emotional entity beating Lưu Chat, it probably has no significant background. Just finish it off directly. The subordinate replied, Understood, sir. The scene shifted to the outside of the luxury ship. Thuing Mok's hand slammed directly into Lưu Chat's face. This punch sent him falling backward, lying motionless. Angrily, he raised his hand. His two sharp claws pointed straight at Lưu Chat, and determinedly said, Your time of reckoning has arrived. He tightened his grip on the man's throat, making Lưu Chat scream. Are you crazy? You intend to kill me right here? Thuing Mok calmly replied. That's right. Terrified, Lưu Chat begged. Wait, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Just spare my life, and I will agree to whatever you want. However, Thuong Mok still thrust his hand forward. Driven to a dead end, Lưu Chat shouted, Damn you! I know who killed your mother. If you kill me, you will never ever know who killed her. Thuong Mok's movements froze for a moment. He stopped his hand right before the man's terrified eyes. Suddenly, Thuong Mok shifted and stabbed straight into Lưu Chat's shoulder. Lưu Chat screamed in agony, the sound echoing across the ship. Thuong Mok coldly questioned, Weren't you the one who killed my mother? Huddled on the ground, Lưu Chat replied, No, it wasn't me. At that time, in the old neighborhood where you lived, an emotional entity appeared. He was always secretly spreading his emotional virus, hunting down newly born emotional monsters. Lưu Chat recounted, I was infected by him and turned into an emotional monster, but he didn't kill me. He helped me stabilize my state and turned me into his subordinate. Lưu Chat spoke of the fire monster. It was him he forced me. He made me help spread the infection, turning normal people into monsters, and forced me to kill them, he explained helplessly. He then consumed the emotional power of those people to make himself stronger. As the story ended, Thuong Mok quickly asked, Who is he? Where is he now? Lưu Chat scoffed mockingly. Who is he? Right now, he is a high and mighty figure. If he finds out you killed me, you'll die too. He is. Suddenly, he stopped laughing as if realizing something. Trembling, Lưu Chat muttered, No, I can't say it. If I speak, that master will not spare me. Thuong Mok listened with a cold, icy expression. In a fit of rage, he pressed Lưu Chat back to the ground. Then just die. Suddenly, a man appeared and commanded, I order your heart to stop beating. Unexpectedly, Thuong Mok's heart and body suddenly froze. His body went rigid, unable to move. And then, Thuong Mok collapsed to the ground beside Lưu Chat. Footsteps clicked behind him. The one who gave the order was Liu Yang's subordinate. He bowed his head and said to Lưu Chat, Master, my apologies for being late. Lưu Chat stood up, looked at the subordinate, and asked, You know me? He quickly replied, Yes, the Emperor Ocean ship will do its utmost to serve you. Hearing this, Lưu Chat's expression turned malicious as he looked at Thuong Mok. He walked over, stepped directly on his head, and sneered, Aren't you quite capable? Daring to kill me? Come on then, try and kill me now. Suddenly, Thuong Mok regained consciousness and raised his head. Terrified, Lưu Chat hurried to hide behind the subordinate. Seeing this, the subordinate asked, He still hasn't expired? Thuong Mok woke up, looking at his hands in confusion. What just happened? Dat Lai appeared and explained, That is the emotional power of the arrogance entity, command. He directly ordered your heart to stop, forcing it to cease beating. Thuong Mok angrily exclaimed, Is he that powerful? Doesn't that make him invincible? Dat Lai added, His emotional entity level is 2 tiers higher than yours. So naturally, you couldn't resist his command. If you weren't a rational emotional entity with the ability to resist all types of emotions, you would be dead by now. She looked at the malicious expression on the subordinate's face and noted that this was an opponent he absolutely could not defeat with his current strength. The 4 of them faced each other in silence for a long time. Thuong Mok then asked Dat Li, Is he also an emotional entity? Why don't I see his emotional monster? She explained that his emotional monster was likely deep within his inner realm right now. Your emotional monster is in the same state, but you don't quite understand it yet. Dat Li explained further about the inner realm. You can think of it as the primary habitat for emotional monsters. She visualized it for him, explaining that before, his emotional monster was right on the boundary between his inner realm and reality. That's why it was visible. Once an emotional monster retreats deep into the inner realm, it becomes very difficult to observe. Lưu Chat flashed a sinister smile and ordered his subordinate. This kid has a lot of luck. If he isn't dead, that's even better. You know what to do, right? The subordinate replied calmly. Understood. The subordinate's words seemed to carry a magical power as he commanded Thuong Mok. I order you to kneel. To everyone's surprise, Thuong Mok was forced to obey against his will. Deep down, he was confused, thinking, can I really not resist this at all? Dat Li stood behind him and explained that this was the unique nature of commands from an arrogant-type emotional entity. The less harmful the command is to yourself, the harder it is to resist. The greater the gap in level between the arrogant type, emotional entity, and you, the harder it becomes to fight back. Lưu Chat walked up to Thuong Mok and suddenly slapped him hard across the face. Thuong Mok couldn't fight back and could only endure the pain in silence. Lưu Chat sneered mockingly. Aren't you so capable? Wanting revenge? You think you can do it on your own? Your mother was just a commoner. My kind of emotional entity can treat her however we want. To return the favor for what you just did, I'll make things clear for you. Lưu Chat shifted the topic to the day his mother transformed. He provoked Thuong Mok by recounting stories about his mother. I remember it very clearly, he said. The day your mother transformed was one of the rare days she was actually clear-headed, not controlled by her emotions. She bought groceries, cooked a meal, and especially wanted to apologize to you for losing her temper lately. Braised beef with tomatoes, the dish you loved most. He recounted it with cruel relish. It's a pity that in the end, blood splattered everywhere, even on the ceiling, and the braised beef was mashed to a pulp. Lưu Chat continued. Actually, your mother only became a target because of a casual remark from that great one, or perhaps just because we chose the single mother living next door as our next prey. He narrated his own memories. At first, I strongly objected, because after all, your mother was a very good person. Back when I was struggling, she even helped me and brought me food, Lưu Chat reminisced. But later, when your mother started losing her temper more often, seeing you fall from happiness into the abyss, I gradually started to enjoy that feeling. He laughed gleefully, spewing toxic words. That is the feeling of dominating someone else's life, the feeling of stealing another person's happiness. I wanted her to become an emotional monster, so she had to become one. I wanted her to become food, so she had to become food. Overcome with rage, Thuong Mok slowly stood up, but the subordinate commanded, I order you to stop moving. Thuong Mok turned to look at him, but the subordinate gave another order. I order you to kneel and kowtow. This time, he was forced to slam his head against the ground. Thuong Mok seemed unable to resist this suppression. Seeing this, Lưu Chat gloated and ordered, all right, next, I want him to come over here himself. The subordinate replied, as you wish, sir. Lưu Chat arrogantly told Thuong Mok, I'll give you a chance. Become my dog. Lưu Chat issued the demand. Bark twice if you want to live. Otherwise, you die. Thuong Mok could only bow his head, unable to refuse the subordinate's power. Just then, Dat Li leaned in close and asked, what are you going to do next? Hearing this, Thuong Mok raised his voice. What am I going to do? He said bitterly. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? You turned me into an emotional monster, and you know so much about me, even knowing all about Lưu Chat and the history of this ship. You must have foreseen this situation long ago, right? Thuong Mok calmly stated. Tell me your conditions. I'll accept them all. Meanwhile, Lưu Chat approached, stepped on Thuong Mok's head, and demanded he bark. Dat Li smiled faintly from the side. She told Thuong Mok, you just need to accept my power. Suddenly, Thuong Mok's power surged, sending Lưu Chat flying. His body seemed to be infused with a massive source of power, and it kept skyrocketing. Signs of an emotional entity began to appear on Thuong Mok's face. Lưu Chat asked in fear, what is this? The subordinate replied, his emotional power is skyrocketing at a dizzying pace. He's lost control. Thuong Mok was floating in mid-air, as if submerged in a shimmering galaxy. As soon as he opened his eyes, Thuong Mok asked, what is this? Sadness, joy, surprise, excitement. I can't feel any of them anymore. All emotions have vanished, as if only cold calculation remains. Suddenly, a massive meteorite appeared above him, startling Thuong Mok. Shards of glass began to be absorbed into his body. Thuong Mok remembered memories from his childhood playing games with his mother. The two of them happily colored together and even went shopping together. She smiled and showed off her strength to him, but in the end, she ended up in a cold coffin. Back then, Thuong Mok had collapsed in sadness, and just then, a hand placed itself on his head. His mother was like a shining light in his childhood, but there were moments when she was incredibly violent, smashing everything in the house. Afterwards, his mother would hug him and cry. Then the scene shifted to when she beat him. The rattan whips fell endlessly onto Thuong Mok's back. A moment later, she would cry, and he would be the one comforting her. Who would have thought that one day her body would be left in pieces? Thuong Mok remembered Lưu Chat's cruel face. He was so furious that his glasses shattered. Fragments of glass flew everywhere, and Thuong Mok's eye color changed. He looked at his own body in confusion. Dat Lai stood beside him and advised, "Very good. You stored enough rage in your body, which helped you hold on to yourself while tapping into my power." She whispered, "Remember this well. At the critical moment, you must let go of your reason. Only then can you control the power of reason. Otherwise, you will lose control and turn into an emotional monster of reason. Now, go enjoy your revenge." Dat Li's power flowed into Thuong Mok's body. Shards flew out. Thuong Mok's eyes shone brightly, and he seemed to become a different person. Intense blue light rays covered his body, and then everything vanished. Seeing this, Lưu Chat mocked him with contempt. "What the hell is that? Suddenly, the emotional power is gone. I thought you were actually going to be impressive." But the subordinate watching nearby seemed to have realized something. He shouted, "No, that's not it." The subordinate panicked, realizing it wasn't that his emotional power had vanished. He was incredibly confused, stammering that they simply couldn't sense the level of his emotional power. Deep in the night, while everyone was dancing, a man suddenly collapsed onto the floor. With a look of sheer terror, he asked, "What kind of power is this?" The scene shifts to a restaurant where a man sits deep in thought. As he picks up his fork to cut his meat, the fork suddenly snaps in two. His expression turns dark with fear. It's a world-class emotional manifestation. For a figure of such caliber to unleash his power right here, is he trying to target the Sea Emperor? No. Is he trying to declare war on the entire conglomerate behind the Sea Emperor? In a luxury suite, a group of people is chatting while sipping drinks. Sensing a disturbance outside, Anna-Chris puffs on her cigarette, exclaiming, "World-class level." Hearing this, Victor Lai asks, puzzled, "That's strange. Is there another world-class individual on your ship today? Is he targeting us?" Song Hui Hui also questions, "Could he be an accomplice of the one who beat up Lưu Chat? Perhaps he's targeting that lord." Suddenly, Liu Yang heads straight to the glass viewing window and instructs, "Everyone, don't worry. No matter who this intruder is or what their scheme might be, as long as they dare to offend our Sea Emperor," he turns to tell everyone, even if they are world-class, they will die. Outside, near Lưu Chat, the subordinate and Thuong Mok are still facing off. He shouts angrily, "We can't even sense his level anymore? How is that possible? Are you kidding me? Just him?" The subordinate stands still, trembling, lost in thought. "I feel like it's impossible too, but it's the truth. You might not be able to sense it, but I can vaguely perceive it." He looks straight up at the sky and thinks, "It's a terrifying pressure, like a catastrophe from a higher power. It's the exact same aura as those top-tier figures, a pressure belonging to the world-class level." Suddenly, the subordinate screams, telling them to run. But at that moment, Thuong Mok has already grabbed both of their heads. He takes them both down at once, tossing their bodies behind him so they don't block his way. Thuong Mok notes to Dat Li that he didn't expect it to be this easy. Hearing this, she replies, "You just ripped their heads off the moment you started. Don't you think that's a bit excessive?" Thuong Mok bows his head, sighing, "You're right, that wasn't good enough. I should have taken my time to finish him off." Dat Li stands to the side, cheering, "Excellent. Only such extreme behavior can keep my logic in check." She adds a reminder, "But don't be hasty, the real show is just beginning." Suddenly, Thuong Mok seems to sense what's about to happen. He stomps his foot on the deck, and golden sparks of light begin to appear all around him. These rays of light wrap around the ship, and Thuong Mok stands there, stunned. The lights begin to cascade down, growing denser by the second. Suddenly, a massive, strange creature appears, as if sitting on a throne. Thuong Mok stares in amazement. Dali then explains, "Don't you find it strange? You and that piece of trash fought on this ship, yet the ship remained completely undamaged. That's because this ship is also an emotional entity. This is the true face of this ship." She explains to him that in the world of emotional power, how much you can see depends entirely on your own strength. As for you, you have to rely on my power just to barely glimpse the true appearance of this world. Suddenly, Liu Yang appears, standing on top of the strange creature, while Dat Li continues to explain that this is the true power of the Sea Emperor. The creature's power is immense, enveloping the entire space. Liu Yang stands above, looking down at Thuong Mok and ordering, "So you're that world-class individual with a death wish? Prepare for punishment." He recites an incantation that resonates through the universe, between heaven and earth, and the creature beside him chants along. Any offense will be met with retribution. As each incantation is uttered, all things bow and obey. Any transgression will be paid for in blood. Seeing this, Thuong Mok contemplates. His emotional monster and he are chanting in unison. He observes this and thinks, I see. He can amplify his command power through chanting. Liu Yang commands, by my decree, freeze the space around the intruder. The monster's power immediately takes effect. He continues, I shall use the golden blade to execute judgment. Every word he speaks carries authority. By my decree, all emotional power within the frozen space is cut in half. The entire ship is shrouded in his power. Liu Yang scoffs with contempt. You don't know your own limits. At the same time, two people appear up above, observing. Is the winner decided already? This world-class guy is still inexperienced. Indeed, I didn't expect him to let his opponent finish such a long incantation. Anna Chris asks, but I've never seen this emotional monster before, have I? What kind of rare emotion is this? Victor Lai replies, even if it's new, the power has already been halved. In a situation like this, even among world-class fighters, I doubt any emotional monster can turn the tide. As long as the captain continues to issue commands, capturing him is just a matter of time. Suddenly, the golden barrier covering Liu Yang cracks with a sharp sound. Victor Li turns around, startled. Anna Chris freezes for a moment. Liu Yang stares in absolute disbelief. Golden shards scatter everywhere as Tuo Mo appears with a cold, expressionless face. He waves his hand toward the sky, and the emotional monster seems to be violently torn apart. Then Tuo Mo points toward the ground. His actions cause everything to go haywire. Liu Yang's eyes widen in shock, unable to believe what is happening. In the very next second, everything around him seems to be swallowed by him alone. A vortex appears in the space, pulling everything into its center. Anna Chris stands above, holding onto her hat. Liu Yang is still dazed, not knowing what to do. The golden light surrounding the ship is gradually being devoured. Tuo Mo bursts with rational power, standing heroically in the eye of the storm. After seeing him clearly, Liu Yang exclaims in confusion. To think he could break through the imprisonment in such a state. Is there even such a type of emotional monster? What is someone like that trying to do by getting on my ship? Or is he trying to do something to the conglomerate backing me? Then, Liu Yang suddenly falls silent. He waves his hand, ordering, it doesn't matter what his motives are. The usual way has always been to kill those who stand in the way. Liu Yang mumbles, Guardians. The emotional entity beside him also chants, Guardians. A group of guards with spears advances to surround Tuo Mo. Just as they are about to attack, his emotional entity appears a black ring with electric sparks surrounding it, rushing forward. Suddenly, a group of armed guards stepped forward, surrounding Tuo Mo. Just as they were about to attack, his emotional entity appeared a black circle wreathed in electric sparks lunged at them. He swung his sword in a full circle, wiping out the entire squad of guards. Tuo Mo cast a cold glance their way, just as Liu Yang shouted a command to stop. He jumped in surprise, spinning around. At that very moment, Tuo Mo was struck by another group of guards. The tips of their spears were buried deep in his body, yet Tuo Mo remained completely unscathed. With a few waves of his hand, he shattered the guards, but they kept coming wave after wave. Liu Yang roared his command to stop. On the other side, Tuo Mo's emotional entity had begun attacking the ship. His eyes widened, brows knitting together. Liu Yang dove directly off the side of the boat. Tuo Mo, despite the chain on his leg, lunged forward to meet him. He gritted his teeth in tension. Oppositely, Tuo Mo remained calm, slowly transforming his emotional entity. Liu Yang charged ahead, letting out a fierce battle cry. Tuo Mo stayed calm, letting his entity attack. His hand reached inward. With a slight twist of his wrist, the hail of spears Liu Yang fired toward him was repelled. Two forces collided in a brutal clash, both intent on destroying the other. After a while, they broke apart and retreated to opposite sides. Tuo Mo panted, exhausted. Seeing this, Liu Yang calculated silently. This brat is weakening. I can win. He arrogantly asserted that out here on the sea, there was nowhere to hide. He had every chance to capture him alive. If he could uncover the truth about the monster and the boy's emotions, it would be a massive contribution to the corporation. At that same moment, Li appeared to deliver a message. Here is some bad news. My power is running low. Tuo Mo asked anxiously in return. Then what should we do? She replied immediately. What else is there to do? Run, obviously. Li flew ahead to lead the way. Move. Tuo Mo followed her command instantly and leaped into the sea. Liu Yang was shocked. Is this kid insane? Why would he run in that direction? Meanwhile, Tuo Mo had already dived straight into the water. He looked up, eyes wide with bewilderment. In this place lay a massive face, pinned by hundreds of stakes driven into the ground. Tuo Mo's pupils dilated in absolute awe. He glanced to his left, and his vision instantly constricted. The seawater surged, and Tuo Mo stared off into the distance. Inside the city, emotional entities were rampaging. Hands were constantly erupting from the ground, and the sky itself had shifted into a grim, grayish hue. Thuing Mok stood helplessly at the center of it all. He thought to himself in shock, I always thought that everyone else was just sick. Blood poured from Thuing Mok's face. He finally understood, but I was wrong. Thuing Mok clutched his head and let out a pained scream. It's not just everyone. The ocean, the city, the land, the sky, everything is sick. On the deck, Liu Yang watched in a daze as Thuing Mok jumped into the water. He asked himself in confusion. His eyes are bleeding. What on earth is going on? Liu Yang gritted his teeth, muttering, I see, so that's it. His power is borrowed. He doesn't have the status required to bear this reality. Once he realized this, he immediately resumed his attack on Thuing Mok. Kid, you're done for. Dat Li approached, covering his eyes as she instructed. Close your eyes. Even though you can see certain truths by borrowing my status, it is not something you are currently capable of enduring. She ordered, from here on, let me take control of your body. Liu Yang's guards lunged forward. Thuing Mok relaxed his body, letting Dat Li take over. The emotional entity plunged its sword deep into the ocean. Standing above and looking down, Liu Yang could only stare in wide-eyed terror. From beneath the ocean, another emotional entity emerged, reaching upward. He screamed in panic. The Black Sea? His emotional monster can actually control the Black Sea? How is that possible? Then, the entity known as the Black Sea crashed directly toward him. Sometime later, Thuing Mok reached the shore. Dat Li came over to check on him. Are you okay? He coughed and replied, I'm fine. At that moment, the lenses of Thuing Mok's glasses fused back together. He touched his face in confusion, wondering about the glasses. Dat Li stood by his side and explained, it seems that in your subconscious, these glasses represent your reason. Once your emotions are soothed, your reason will regain the upper hand, and so the glasses reappear. Hearing this, he lowered his head to think for a moment before Thuing Mok looked up to ask, the East Sea City, and that thing in the sky, what on earth has happened to this world? She answered calmly. This world underwent earth-shattering changes long ago. It's just that your current level makes it impossible for you to know. Dat Li crossed her arms and explained that the news claimed East Sea was polluted by oil, but in reality, what polluted the East Sea were the emotional entities. She recounted how, many years ago, a massive war caused the world-class emotional entity to lose control due to depression. It turned into a thick, black liquid, causing countless aircraft carriers and warships to sink in that very place. Did you see that face? That is the true form of the depression emotional entity, Dat Li asserted. And with East Sea City and the entire world now dominated by these entities, it's only natural for East Sea City to have a few terrifying entities, just like that ship and the emotional monster that appeared behind you. Then she looked up, hesitating. As for that thing in the sky, Dat Li murmured, if I'm not mistaken, that is Thuing Mok stared, wide-eyed, asking her what she was talking about. She quickly realized, you can't hear it? It seems that when it comes to things of that tier, you aren't even capable of comprehending it right now. Your soul isn't strong enough to bear its magnificence. If you try to understand it clearly, I'm afraid it will lead to a mental collapse. Thuing Mok's expression darkened as he muttered, so this is the truth behind the emotional sickness? Turns out the emotional sickness is just the tip of the iceberg. Dat Li smiled as she spoke. Although I saved you, I also forced you to see the truth of this world. For a tiny ant like you, perhaps living in ignorance would have been a happier fate. You will never be able to return to your peaceful life again. Slaughter and danger will follow you like a shadow. She asked slowly, I am the one who dragged you into this vortex. Do you hate me? A flurry of memories from a few minutes ago flooded Thuing Mok's mind. He closed his eyes and made a silent resolve. No, I am actually very grateful to you. I know you have your own motives, but I have never felt so alive. Pausing for a moment, Thuing Mok looked up and expressed, it feels like I've been reborn. He asked further, so, can you tell me who you really are? What is it that you truly want me to do? Dat Li looked pleased and smiled. Finally, she explained, I am just a wandering soul. Dat Li told him, for all these years, I have been drifting through this city. No one can see me, and no one can talk to me. She recounted with a hint of helplessness. My reason is fading, my power is constantly weakening, and a vast amount of my memories are disappearing along with it. I've even forgotten who I am. I only remember my name. Dat Li looked like an illustration of a wildfire that had run out of fuel to keep burning, destined to eventually flicker out. Until I met you. Dat Li's eyes lit up with sudden amazement. Back then, when Thuing Mok bumped into her, he told her, sorry, please move aside a little, I'm running late. Dat Li turned her head to follow him, thinking to herself, for all these years, you are the only one who has ever spoken to me, the only one who can touch me, and the only one worthy of carrying the weight of my reason. She happily exclaimed, if I am the wildfire, then you are the furnace. With you, I can keep myself from vanishing. Then, Li decided to reveal the truth. That is why I approached you, pretending to be your colleague. That is why I helped you investigate the cause of your mother's death. That is why I gave everything I had to keep you safe on the Sea Emperor ship. I will use all my abilities to help you get everything you desire. Money, power, status, everything you want, I will help you achieve. She helped Thuong Mok stand up and reminded him, but in return, you must become stronger. Strong enough to dare to face the secrets in the heavens directly. Strong enough to uncover the mysteries above. Li gestured toward the sky and declared, because the most important part of my consciousness is up there. She reached out a hand toward Thuong Mok and introduced herself. Let's get to know each other properly. I am Li, and today is also my rebirth. He looked at the outstretched hand, deep in thought. Then, Thuong Mok smiled faintly, took her hand, and replied, I am Thuong Mok. This is our rebirth. As time passed, the dawn gradually emerged. Song Hui stood on the ship and asked, have you found out who that person is yet? Zhao Yan replied, it was easier to track than expected. He reported quickly, Thuong Mok, 18 years old, works in the art department of the Tianji Group in Donghai City. His mother passed away when he was 10. It is suspected that Lưu Chat murdered her. According to their company's annual health report, as of March this year, he was still just an ordinary person. She frowned and exclaimed, that's impossible. He fought the Sea Emperor, which proves he has at least world-class power. In just a few short months, it is absolutely impossible for his power to increase that much. Song Hui probed, did that guy borrow his power? Zhao Yan cautiously replied, I think so. He explained further, back when he was fighting the captain, his eyes suddenly started bleeding. I'm afraid it's because he saw that thing in the sky. If it were really his own power, he wouldn't have ended up like that. The excitement in Song Hui's heart was awakened. How interesting. I didn't expect someone could borrow that kind of power. This is power that can even control the Black Sea. Who exactly is standing behind him? She turned away, waved her hand, and asked, the captain also asked us to investigate information about that guy, right? Zhao Yan confirmed. That's correct. So, Song Hui ordered, put things on the captain's side on hold for now. Let's go. I haven't reached world-class level yet, and staying up late ruins my skin. Zhao Yan asked, confused. Miss Song, are we just going to leave that kid alone? She arrogantly asserted, don't worry. With the power of our Song family in Great Xia, he won't be able to escape, and the person behind him who lent him that power won't get away either. Song Hui excitedly expressed, we must seize this power for our lord. The next morning, while strolling through the forest, Li asked, what do you plan to do next? Thuong Mok replied dejectedly, even though Lưu Chat is dead, the person who ordered Lưu Chat to kill my mother back then is still alive. I have to find the lord that Lưu Chat mentioned. She immediately warned him, that lord is likely very dangerous. Li cautiously affirmed, a big player hiding in the shadows is not someone you can deal with right now. She turned her head and said, the most important thing now is to find a place that can protect us. If I'm not mistaken, the forces involved on that ship are definitely hunting us down. My energy is almost completely drained right now. If we run into another world-class fighter, both you and I are done for. Li added, not to mention that you've provoked the force behind the Sea Emperor. Just the sheer uniqueness of your emotional power alone is enough to drive countless people crazy. Suddenly, Thuong Mok stopped and cried out, ah! She looked at him, puzzled, and asked, what's wrong? He explained, I just remembered I have to go to work today, but it seems like I'm late already. Plus, our entire project team is wiped out, so there's probably no work left to do anyway. Thuong Mok kept questioning himself. Ah, not having to work but still getting paid, what a waste of a good opportunity. Is this considered skipping work now? I might even get fired and not even get my salary. Where am I going to get my living expenses from now? Li was speechless after hearing his rant. Beside her, he hung his head, looking dejected. After a while, Thuong Mok looked up and sighed. Only now do I truly feel that my life has completely changed. I can't go back to how things were. She smiled helplessly. Then Li pointed into the distance and said, let's go, we're almost there. The hideout I mentioned is right ahead. The sky was still incredibly blue and clear, and the two of them walked into a place that looked quite unusual to everyone. Thuong Mok pointed inside and questioned, is this the place you said could protect me? She immediately affirmed. That's right. This is the Donghai City Psychiatric Hospital number 2. Li saw his doubtful expression and reminded him, don't underestimate this psychiatric hospital. Although it's located in a slightly remote area, this is an official agency of Donghai City, specializing in treating patients with emotional disorders. She explained further, Donghai City is in the territory of Great Xia, and the Great Xia government is the most powerful force in Donghai. An emotional entity like you who can control emotional monsters will very likely be recruited by the government to become a member of an official organization. Dat. Lee smiled mysteriously. Besides, there is a special place here. Too bad you can't see it yet. She reminded Thuong Mok. Do you remember when you borrowed my power and saw those giant emotional monsters in Donghai City? One of them is guarding this place. Then, the two of them went inside to register. The nurse smiled and announced, Please wait a moment. The results will be out shortly. Thuong Mok politely replied, All right, thank you. He looked around and evaluated the surroundings. It was truly worthy of being a hospital specializing in emotional disorders. Around here, none of the nurses have bags on their heads. The shocking part is, even the patients rarely have bags on their heads. He sat down next to someone who was laughing his head off, thinking to himself, Aside from this guy, but this bag doesn't seem quite like the ones I've seen before. Dat Lai stepped forward to explain, You've truly transformed. As your self-awareness deepens, your power will also grow. Because of that, you'll be able to see more and more. Before, you could only see the angry emotion bags. But now, you can spot other types of emotion bags as well. She turned to guide him. This is likely the bag that appears after being infected by the joy emotion virus. The patient won't be able to stop laughing, feeling joyful, no matter what happens. He fell silent, marveling. Is that so? Suddenly, someone behind him called out. Hello. Trung Jai-ki smiled and probed. Are you here for a checkup too? Tuo Mo answered honestly. Yeah, that's right. Why's that? She waved her hand to explain. No, I just thought you looked pretty normal, that's all. He remarked that she seemed normal too. Trung Jai-ki immediately shouted, Of course I'm normal. My parents are the ones who kept insisting I come here. With these emotional disorders breaking out so intensely lately, they're just afraid there's something wrong with me. So they insisted I go to the psychiatric hospital to get checked out, or else they'd throw away my entire collection. Tuo Mo asked nonchalantly, Is that so? So she started chatting with him. You know, I looked it up online. This Donghai Psychiatric Hospital number 2, or the second ward, is a place that specializes in treating patients with especially severe mental conditions. I heard it's even divided into Ward A and Ward B inside. Just the patients in Ward A are already far from normal, Trung Jai-ki introduced. The patients in Ward B are even scarier. They're all homicidal maniacs who have to be kept in iron chains. Tuo Mo grew increasingly confused. Ward A, Ward B, Dat Lai spoke up. If I'm not mistaken, Ward A handles those who are infected but haven't transformed yet, while Ward B handles those who have already become emotional entities. He turned back to ask, If that's the case, then why are you still here? Trung Jai-ki scratched her head and explained, Because as long as I get rejected by the second ward, I can finally explain things to my family. She confidently asserted, The first hospital might actually accept me, but the second? No way a potential murderer like me. How could they possibly take me in? Just then, Chu Young came out and called out, Jiang Quan, Li Godan, your results are in. We suggest both of you transfer to the Donghai Psychiatric Hospital number 1 for further examination. Then she said to the guy laughing next to them, Wang Bin, your medication has been prescribed. Remember to take it on time. Trung Jai-ki laughed and said, See? Even mental patients who look normal like that don't get accepted here. We're so normal, they'll definitely send us straight back. As soon as she finished her sentence, Chu Yang called out, Tuo Mo, Trung Jai-ki, follow me to complete the admission procedures. The atmosphere froze in an instant. A loud scream rang out. Why? Chu Yang led the way, remarking, It's been a long time since we've seen patients come to the second ward on their own. You two are very wise. Choosing the second ward is truly the wisest among wise choices. She continued to introduce, Our place is even more convenient than a 5-star hotel. Living here is, let's just say, extremely comfortable. 3 meals a day are cooked by star-rated chefs. I'm only worried that by the time you're done, you won't even want to leave. Chu Yang turned to express, So, just rest easy and stay here to recuperate. I am Nurse Chu Yang. Trung Jai-ki trembled in disbelief. How can this be? This is the psychiatric hospital number 2. Does this mean I'm actually going to be admitted? Am I really that not normal? She smiled reassuringly. Actually, these days, who doesn't have a few mental issues? Early intervention and treatment are the only ways to prevent major issues. Tuo Mo turned and asked, Is Trung Jai-ki also an emotional entity? I don't see her emotional monster. Could it be hiding in her mind realm? Dat Li confirmed. That's right. Because your power isn't strong enough yet, you can't see the emotional monster hiding deep within her mind realm. He asked further, Does this hospital only need a blood test to determine if we are emotional entities? She smiled and explained, If I recall correctly, it's because emotional entities have properties that are unobservable by equipment. Theoretically, your blood cannot be analyzed by scanners. However, as for exactly how the unobservable method works, I've never used the relevant equipment to check it myself, so I'm not entirely sure. He just replied coolly, "Is that so?" Then the three of them entered the hospital. High above, someone looked down. Trung Jiaiki froze and exclaimed, "Wait a minute!" She shouted in a panic. "This is Ward B, isn't it? The place that holds those perverted murderers, right?" Trung Jiaiki grabbed Chu Yang and questioned her. "I have never even thought about killing anyone. Why do I have to go to Ward B?" She smiled kindly to reassure her. "Don't worry, those short videos are all nonsense. They have to make it sound scary to get more views. Just cooperate well with the treatment, and everything will be fine." She still didn't believe it, and replied, "Is that really true?" Chu Yang affirmed, "Of course." Trung Jiaiki hesitated endlessly. But wait, she looked around in fear and asked, "Why is everyone holding guns?" It turned out there were killing beasts on the high ground using sniper rifles, all staring intently in their direction. Tuo Mo wondered to himself, can they all see it? Countless eyes appeared from Trung Jiaiki's head. He was completely confused. So that's Trung Jiaiki's emotional monster, right? Tuo Mo lowered his voice and asked, "I want to know what happens to the patients the government doesn't choose." Dat Lai responded calmly, "They will likely be imprisoned. If there are signs of danger, they might be executed on the spot. So, don't act rashly." Tuo Mo was a bit quiet after hearing Dat Li's warning. He stepped forward and gently placed his hand on Trung Jiaiki's shoulder. Tuo Mo smiled to reassure her, "Don't be so tense. Relax. Just relax. If you're this tense, they might mistake you for a dangerous element and actually kill you." Trung Jiaiki's body shook for a moment, and then the emotional entity on her face vanished. She hesitated and replied, "You're right." Trung Jiaiki scratched her head, expressing her apology. Chu Yang was slightly surprised inside. Her emotional monster has retreated deep into her mind realm. She was on the verge of losing control just now, and she managed to stabilize herself. She let out a breath of relief. Dat Lai, witnessing this scene, also spoke up. "I didn't expect that. You're just a stranger, yet you actually care about her safety." He even used his rational power to help her suppress her loss of control. Thuong Mak calmly explained, "I just wanted to show a little empathy, right? If I just stood by and watched her get killed without doing anything, wouldn't I seem cold-blooded? Surely the authorities wouldn't recruit a cold-blooded emotional entity, would they? Caring about her safety? How could that be?" Suddenly, Chu Yang spoke into her phone, and a gunshot rang out. Trung Jiaiki's body slumped to the ground. Thuong Mak could only stare in silence as it happened. A sharp thud echoed through the quiet space. Thuong Mak's expression darkened. Dali flew to his side, calling out, "Hey, react already. If you don't, you really will seem cold-blooded." He sat down next to Trung Jiaiki, thinking to himself, "I'm dazed. Someone else has died. How many is that now? I'm getting to the point where I take it for granted." But Thuong Mak quickly realized there was no blood, no death. Was it a tranquilizer dart? He let out a sigh of relief. Dali chuckled, complimenting him. "Not a bad act, though your reaction was a bit slow." He immediately replied, "Sorry, I'll be more careful next time." Chu Yang spoke to the officers taking Trung Jiaiki away. "Sorry to trouble you. Treat this as a high-risk entity, unclear origin and unstable emotions. Proceed with containment." Both of them responded clearly. Thuong Mak asked curiously, "High-risk level? What's going to happen to her?" Chu Yang smiled, blushing. "It's just that we have to be extra careful with surveillance. I didn't scare you just now, did I? You seem quite calm. How about I evaluate you too? It's just a few questions." Thuong Mak thought it over and agreed. Chu Yang calmly flipped through her clipboard. "You came to our hospital for a checkup voluntarily. This is actually quite rare. Tell me, what made you decide to come to a mental hospital?" He answered calmly. "Well, at first, I started seeing things others couldn't. I saw these cocoons on top of most people's heads, and monsters, too. Later on, I seemed to gain a kind of power that no one else could see." Thuong Mak calculated silently. If he wanted to join the authorities, he definitely couldn't hide his power. If that was the case, he might as well show his value as much as possible. As for the risks of exposing his power, he would just have to deal with them himself. He manifested claws on his hands and said, "I thought it was just a hallucination, so I wanted to come to the hospital to get checked out. This thing on my hand, can you see it?" Chu Yang was taken aback by his actions, then she turned away and replied, "I didn't expect that. I have to report this to my superiors immediately." Once again, Chu Yang ordered them to open fire. Thuong Mak noticed immediately, but he let the bullets hit him anyway. Thuong Mak's body slumped forward just like Trung Jiaiki had. Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. "What is going on? Two never-before-seen emotional entities in one day? You almost gave me a heart attack." "Old Li, well done. Every shot hit the mark." Old Li chuckled in response. "Everyone, Thanks for the hard work. Oh, right. Why did we have to shoot that guy at the end too? He looked pretty normal to me, Chu Yang explained. Those who look as normal as him are the truly terrifying ones. Actually, I watched the surveillance footage from when he entered the hospital. Even though he was very good at hiding it, I still caught issues in some of his unconscious body language. He asked blankly, "What issues?" She went silent for a moment, before explaining, "He was talking to someone that no one else could see. This is a typical sign of schizophrenia. Right now, he has a gentle personality, but that other personality could be extremely dangerous," Chu Yang added. Furthermore, his emotional power is of a type we've never seen before. What's even scarier is that when he uses his emotional power, his emotional monster doesn't even appear. This meant he could already skillfully control his emotional power. A person suffering from schizophrenia who could also skillfully use unknown emotional power, he was even scarier than that girl. They had to neutralize him immediately. Chu Yang ordered the person on the other end of the line, "All right, call the team to come and take him away." Just then, Thuong Mok scrambled back to his feet. Chu Yang turned to face him and froze. She jumped back, screaming, "How are you okay?" Old Lee shouted urgently, "Target is active again!" The target is active again. The others fell into utter chaos. Level 1 alert! Level 1 alert! A squad of men ran toward them immediately. Snipers stood along the hallway, aiming directly at Thuong Mok. Dali sighed helplessly. "I was just about to tell you not to get up so fast." His eyes darkened as he muttered, "If it's going to be like this." Thuong Mok raised both hands to the sky and shouted, "Don't shoot! I surrender! I surrender!" This action of his left, Chu Yang completely confused. The snipers above also froze for a moment. A few more gunshots rang out in the space. Chu Yang spoke with satisfaction as she locked the shackles on Thuong Mok's hands. "There shouldn't be any problems now." She smiled and explained, "You really do have special powers, but these shackles can suppress all types of special powers. Now, you're no different from an ordinary person. It's quite a pity for you." Hearing this, he lowered his head and wondered, are these chains capable of suppressing all emotional power? Thuong Mok was utterly baffled. "But why do I feel a massive surge of power flowing into my body from these chains?" From behind, Dali stepped forward and asked, "Isn't it strange? Why are you absorbing the power from the chains?" She smiled and explained, "Because the metal used to forge these chains had already been imbued with rational emotions, which is why these chains have the effect of suppressing other emotional powers. For others, it's a constraint, but for you, it's a huge boost." The scene shifts to the Donghai City Emotional Management Bureau. The director, Kook Dui Min, enthusiastically announced, "Miss Song, I've found the person you asked me to look for. He's already checked into hospital number 2. He's a patient there now." On the other end of the line, Song Hui Hui whispered with hidden intent, "Oh, doesn't that hospital fall under your jurisdiction?" Kook Dui Min understood the implication and affirmed, "Miss Song, rest assured, I will go and demand him right now." With that, she hung up. Song Hui Hui sighed with satisfaction. Things are going quite smoothly. Thuong Mok's skin isn't bad at all. She looked at the person being dissected in front of her and muttered, "Before I take your power, we can still have a little fun. I really look forward to seeing the look on your face. Your delicate face shows nothing but pain and despair." Inside the hospital, Chu Yang shouted to reassure him, "Hold on, don't give up." Trung Jai Ki was still screaming in agony, "I can't take it anymore. I really want to know. I just have to know. I'm dying to know how those hot guys with 8-pack abs take a shower." The nurse beside her kept trying to soothe her. "You have to control your emotions." Nurse Lin, the Donghai City number 2 psychiatric hospital, is terrified. "Chu Yang, she's not doing well. Hurry and give her the medication." Chu Yang was firm, "Not yet. We must try to let the patient use her own willpower to regain control first." Trung Jai Ki erupted again. "I can't control it. I just really want to know. What's wrong with wanting to look at handsome men?" So, Chu Yang finally relented. "All right, give her the medication now." Lin immediately tried to comply, but she accidentally dropped the medicine vial on the floor. Chu Yang angrily scolded her. "What are you doing? You're ruining everything at a critical moment. If she loses control, are you going to take responsibility?" Lin was flustered. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Just then, Trung Jai Ki shrieked again. "I can't hold it back anymore." Both of them were in a panic. This was a disaster. Suddenly, someone stepped forward to calm her down. At the Donghai City number 2 psychiatric hospital, Dr. Lao Than Cha whispered soothingly, "Calm down. If you lose control and turn into a monster, you'll never be seen again." Back at the hospital, the head nurse of Ward B, Yan Bei, called out in a panic, "Dr. Liu, you're being too reckless." But Lao Than Cha remained convinced. "I believe in Trung Jai Ki." The girl shrieked in agony, but then, Trung Jai Ki returned to her normal state. Lao Than Ka stepped forward to praise her. Trung Jiaki, well done. I knew you could do it. Yanbei grumbled in annoyance. But Lu continued to reassure her. Good. Now that the basics are clear, let's assess the patient. Trung Jiaki, who is always obsessed with handsome men. Her first episode was a month ago, when she accidentally met a handsome man. After returning home, she discovered she could see visions of that man showering in his home. From this, we suspect her emotional power is something similar to clairvoyance. We'll temporarily classify her as an unidentified emotional being number 7, with a low risk level. Thuong Mok examined her, wondering. Just because she saw a handsome guy showering, her parents put her in a mental hospital. Trung Jae-ki looked embarrassed. You're making fun of me. Lao Than Ka turned to him. Next is you, patient Thuong Mok. Your emotions are stable. You were hospitalized because you see things ordinary people cannot, and possess power that commoners don't have. We suspect schizophrenia, though you deny it, claiming you just like talking to yourself. She picked up her pen to evaluate him. Your emotional power allows you to condense crystals by hand and emit blue flames. We'll temporarily classify you as an unidentified emotional being number 7. Risk level, let's say medium. We will continue to monitor you. Lo Than Ka smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, your emotions are very stable, and I believe you'll be discharged soon. But until we clarify your abilities, you'll have to keep wearing the shackles. Sorry for the trouble. She moved to the next bed. Now for you, you're the one who gives us the biggest headache. She read the chart. Patient named Chen Gu. No bad behavior, no abnormal reactions. Apart from some strange blood test results, you look just like a normal person. Lao Than Sha corrected herself. No. There is a difference from ordinary people. Regular people don't have this. She looked confused. We'll temporarily classify you as an unidentified emotional being number 6, with a low risk level. This is such a headache. Thuong Mok wondered in confusion. Is this an emotional being with a low IQ, or is being stupid considered an emotion? Suddenly, Trung Jae-ki shouted, I'm not mentally ill, I have superpowers, and my superpower is watching hot guys shower. Is this heaven? Lo Than Sha turned to calm her. Trung Jae-ki, don't be naive, she said seriously. Theoretically, all emotional beings are considered psychiatric patients. It's just a matter of whether they can control themselves or not. She smiled and explained. Also, according to Article 4 of the Emotional Being Secrecy Act, the Daxia Kingdom has established the Emotional Being Management Bureau to oversee all emotional beings within our territory. Our hospital is an agency under the Bureau, specializing in treating emotional beings and ensuring you don't pose a danger to society. Thuong Mok asked curiously, do emotional beings have to follow state regulations? Lo Tang Ka affirmed, of course. That's why you must undergo treatment seriously. If you go out and cause trouble, violating Daxia's laws. She paused, her face darkening. At that point, the Donghai City Emotional Being Management Bureau will come to arrest you directly. And they aren't as kind as we are. You'll be lucky to keep your lives. Even I won't be able to protect you then. Do you understand? Then, Lo Tan Sha smiled again. All right, if anyone is interested in the Emotional Being Management Act, ask a nurse for a copy. Chu Yang hurried over. Doctor, Lu, this is bad. Please come over here for a moment. Lao Than Ka raised her voice to reassure them. What's wrong? Don't panic, I'm coming. The room fell silent, except for Trung Jae-ki, who was laughing out loud. Thuong Mok pondered, so, the official Daxia organization you want me to join is this Emotional Being Management Bureau, isn't it? Dat Lai stepped forward. That's right. As he read, Thuong Mok exclaimed, this is amazing, even the Emotional Being Secrecy Act exists. On the paper it was written, Article 7 of the Emotional Being Secrecy Act. The Management Bureau has the authority to oversee all emotional beings. The Bureau manages treatment facilities, violence handling units, and judicial bodies, responsible for all tasks related to emotional beings within Daxia, ensuring they comply with state laws, while arresting, interrogating, and trying those who break the law. Thuong Mok wondered, I'm thinking about something. If the law says emotional beings are not allowed to break the law of Daxia, then why can Lưu Chat still live so freely outside the law? Dat Li smiled. On the surface, everything must be fair and just, but behind the scenes, there are definitely all sorts of secret deals. Lưu Chat's immunity is clearly linked to the high-ranking officials of the Bureau, and no one knows how deep this goes. Thuong Mok asked, annoyed. How do you know Lưu Chat killed my mother? She explained, in the police files, the police long suspected Lưu Chat, but the case was later transferred to a secret department, so the investigation was never continued. That secret organization is, of course, the Great Xia Emotion Management Bureau. Suddenly, Thuong Mok realized something. Wait, Lưu Chat's backers are the higher-ups in the Emotion Management Bureau, and this hospital is a facility directly under that same bureau. he asked in a panic. Doesn't that mean we're dead if we stay here? Datlai rubbed her chin and mused. I guess so? Tuo Mo glared at her. You guess so? You were the one who told me to come here. She laughed it off. I don't recall the specific reason, because my memories keep fading before I met you. I just remember that, even though it was risky, I decided to take the chance, which is why I let you come here. Dat Li then reassured him. Since they were already there, the only thing left was to focus on absorbing the power from the chains. As for everything else, just trust the version of me from before I lost my memory. Outside, the sky was still clear and blue, and a hot cup of tea was placed on the table. Luo Thansha timidly opened the conversation. Director, please enjoy your tea. Kook Dui Min leisurely sipped the hot tea, then suddenly swung his hand, shattering the cup. Luo Thansha asked in a panic. Director, what's wrong? Kook Dui Min raised his voice in anger. What's wrong? He threw the pile of documents at Luo Thansha and shouted. What's wrong? You don't even know. See for yourself. Look closely at what you people have done. Outside, Chu Yang angrily cursed. Damn it, isn't he just a director? Does he have to yell at people every time he comes here? Tulam was also very confused. Why is it like this? Is the director going to just ignore it? She frowned and explained. The director can't do anything about it either. In terms of rank, he is actually a superior to the female director here, and the operating funds for our hospital all have to be approved by them. The director is helpless. She doesn't even want to see him anymore, so now Dr. Lau has to receive him. The two of them sighed and complained that he shows some respect to the director, but he is never kind to Dr. Lau. Dr. Lau is terrified every time she sees him. Inside the room, she was shivering. Kook Dui Min stood up and scolded them, saying that just last night, this person had committed a murder on the Emperor of the High Seas ship, and this morning, he fled to your hospital, and unexpectedly, your hospital even processed his admission paperwork. He kept shouting, do you have any idea what kind of power is behind the Emperor of the High Seas ship? Do you not know he is a killer? This is already a diplomatic incident. Are you aware of that? Having said that, Kook Dui Min let out a sharp breath. His face darkened as he ordered, hand him over to me right now, or don't blame me for being ruthless. The whole space fell into silence. Kook Dui Min sneered to himself, thinking it was as easy as flipping a hand to deal with her, but this time, he must have scared her out of her wits, to the point where she couldn't even tremble anymore. Suddenly, at that very moment, a drop of blood fell onto his shoulder. Kook Dui Min asked himself in confusion, what is that? Is it nothing, or is it an illusion? Just then, a stream of hot blood poured over his head. Kook Dui Min turned around, looking completely bewildered. It disappeared. Is this an illusion? He frowned and asked himself. The space around Kook Dui Min seemed to be stained with the color of blood. He trembled as he stood crookedly in place, as if the entire space were collapsing, leaving nothing but fresh blood. Luo Thansha, standing opposite him, slowly rose and calmly said, do you really think I'm afraid of you? No, I am actually quite afraid. Luo Thansha's eyes turned bright red. She asserted, I'm afraid that I won't be able to hold myself back from killing you. Currently, in front of Kook Dui Min was an incredibly terrifying surge of power. He was so stunned that he couldn't speak a word. Is this emotional power? They were clearly in an office, yet she seemed to be standing in the middle of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. What kind of emotional power is this? Kook Dui Min also recalled the gentle appearance of Luo Thansha. Doctor. Luo Thansha, I had only met her in work meetings where she was calm, gentle, often smiling, and well-mannered. She should have been someone very easy to deal with, and it was precisely because of that I deliberately sought her out. He stared at her in her enraged state, unable to believe it. Is the person standing in front of me really her? Kook Dui Min gritted his teeth, tensed up, and prepared to lung forward. Suddenly, someone tapped a wooden cane on the floor, cutting through the atmosphere. It turned out that the person who had just arrived was the director of the Donghai City Psychiatric Hospital No. 2, Ye Min-chu. Director Triu, why did you come without letting me know in advance? Instantly, the terrifying scene from just a moment ago vanished. Kook Dui Min also regained his composure. The mountain of corpses and sea of blood had disappeared. Ye Min-chu still stood there with a gentle smile. Director Triu, are you here because of Thuong Muk? She began to recount. The colleague in charge of the background check told me that the person Thuong Muk killed, named Lưu Chat, was an emotional entity that helped our Great Sia nationality years ago. Lưu Chat is not protected by our country's laws. Furthermore, the incident occurred in international waters, right on the Emperor of the High Seas ship. First, he did not harm any national assets, and second, he did not harm any of our citizens, so he absolutely did not violate the emotional entity management law. He laughed awkwardly and explained, that may be, but the pressure from the Emperor of the High Seas ship side is quite significant. You also know well who is behind them. The leadership above our management bureau has required me to give them an explanation today. Yi Minchu tapped her cane hard on the ground again. She revealed a frightening look and exposed him immediately. You're talking about the Tong family, aren't you? What a bunch of spineless cowards. Since when do we have to look at the expressions of that Emperor of the High Seas bunch regarding the internal affairs of our great Shah? She continued to question him, making Kook Dui Min turn pale. And you? I remember that back in the day, Lưu Chat was a suspect. So why did you let him transfer his nationality? And furthermore, he has been rampantly operating in Donghai for so long. Are you blind? Do you want me to report this to the higher-ups immediately? A moment later, someone from below was seeing Kook Dui Min out. Director, have a safe trip. From above, Yi Mingqiu glanced down and just sneered. That little brat actually dared to bring up such nonsense to talk to me. At this moment, Lao Thanxia ran over, happily hugging her arm. You are still the most impressive, Director. Yi Mingqiu tapped her wooden cane lightly on her head, teaching her, control your emotions. Do you want to lose control? Lu Thanke hurriedly explained. I've suppressed it for so many years, I have to let out a breath eventually. Besides, recently I feel like my state is starting to stabilize again. She shouted angrily, even louder. This is your most critical moment. You absolutely must control your emotions. You must never be careless. She obediently followed suit. I understand. Jumping ahead in time, Chang Ge was listening to a story once more. So, back then, on the High Seas Emperor ship, could a world-class battle have truly erupted? Did even the polluted East Sea get stirred up because of that? And was that world-class individual Thuong Mok? Perhaps his target was the Emperor of the High Seas ship from the very beginning. Yi Minqiu spoke calmly. I don't know the specifics, but Thuong Mok is not world-class. According to the records, he has lived in East Sea City since he was a child, and he has had a medical checkup every single year. Even his most recent exam showed he was still just a normal person, so it couldn't have been him. She also envisioned the sheer power of Thuong Mok. Then there must be a world-class emotional entity behind him. She remained puzzled. If that's the case, then that world-class emotional entity behind him, what exactly are they trying to do? Are they willing to start a major war with the Emperor of the High Seas just to save Thuong Mok? Furthermore, if he really has a world-class emotional entity backing him, why did he have to come to the second hospital? Thon Ke Lao's eyes turned cold and speculative. Could it be that the next target of that world-class emotional entity is our second hospital? Yi Mingqiu tapped her wooden cane on her head once more. She suddenly shifted her attention to the flower pot. Look at the mess you've made of the flowers I told you to plant. You even dared to hide them in the corner. Did you think I wouldn't see them? Thon Ke Lao exclaimed in surprise. The director is trying to have a serious conversation here, Ye Mingqiu reassured her. Don't worry, that world-class emotional entity is not at the second hospital. If he were within the vicinity of the second hospital, I definitely would have detected him. On the contrary, let's talk about Thuong Mok. She still held a grudge against him. This guy Thuong Mok is definitely up to no good. We really should have handed him over earlier. Ye Mingqiu began to explain. You see, emotional entities are like plants. Some plants can grow strong and healthy without any external intervention, but others need someone to support them, or they simply cannot stand on their own. She was feeling pity for Thuong Mok. This child is truly pitiful. His parents passed away early, and he had to start working from a very young age, and just when things were starting to look up, he was hunted by emotional entities. Right. That scumbag is the prime suspect in his mother's murder. Yi Mingqiu naturally saw through everything. How could there be such a coincidence? It was clearly staged by someone. Many secret organizations or cults will scout for suitable candidates, especially people like Thuong Mok, those carrying a deep grudge, helping them take revenge in exchange for their loyalty. She still wanted to help him. Thuong Mok might have come to the second hospital with a mission, but as citizens of Daiha, we cannot abandon him. If he loses his way, we must pull him back. Meanwhile, at the East Sea City Emotional Entity Management Bureau, Kook Dui Min was cursing in a rage. Damn it. What exactly is her background? The Management Bureau's internal network must have her file. I'll know as soon as I look it up. Suddenly, he turned pale with terror. Kook Dui Min was stunned because he couldn't access Than Chao Lao's file. How is that possible? Insufficient authority? I don't have high enough clearance? Just then, Song Huihui was calling out Miss Tong. He lowered his voice, begging, this matter still needs a bit more time to resolve. Don't say that. I can do it. Huh? Yes. We will definitely cooperate. Definitely. After speaking, he immediately hung up. Kook Dui Min couldn't contain his anger and slammed the phone onto the desk. Damn it. At the same time, she was sitting comfortably drinking tea with Zhao Yan. Song Huihui, with her malicious schemes, wanted to wipe out the entire second hospital. Mr. True. I'll have to trouble your Black Lotus organization from now on. The Great One said that since that old woman is such an eyesore, we might as well speed up the plan and flatten the second hospital directly. Her voice was cold, making him immediately stub out his cigarette. Just bring Thuong Mak back, that's enough. Zhao Yan immediately accepted the request. No problem. Time moved on. Late the next night, in Zone B of the second psychiatric hospital in East C. City, even though Thuong Mak was restrained, he was still radiating a surge of power. Dat Lai, standing nearby, praised him. Not bad, not bad. Your rational emotional power has increased quite a bit. If you keep this up, before long you will need the law. You seem not to understand what I just said. The law? She then explained to Thuong Mak. The growth of different emotional entities requires different conditions. How to absorb power, how to control it. All of this has a complete systematic method. Otherwise, you will lose control. And the special growth program for this specific type of emotional entity is called the law. Dat Li gave him an example to help him understand. Although you previously borrowed my power to temporarily become world-class, that is not power you can truly wield. To truly grasp immense power, you must follow the methods provided by the law, digesting power step by step, growing slowly. She was still intently explaining, not noticing the slight change in the scales on Thuong Mak's neck. Your power, emotion, and rationality are accumulating too fast. Without the law of reason, you will lose control very soon. In the room at this moment, there were only Thuong Mak and Dat Li. He felt a bit surprised losing control. The law of power, emotion, and reason, she didn't know it? At this moment, she also stopped, as she couldn't remember. No, the relevant memories were lost. Thuong Mak also recalled a past event. Back when I borrowed your power, I remember using the emotion of rage to maintain my state. So, can it be done that way too? Dat Lai immediately confirmed the information. That's right. In fact, the most basic law of a rational emotional entity is to continuously experience other emotions at high intensity, but the rage you have been accumulating for all these years has already been spent. Recently, nothing special has happened, and you haven't had any emotional fluctuations, so you can't use that method right now. Let's just get some rest today. Just then, Chu Yang was also taking care of Trung Jai Ki. It's so late, why aren't you asleep yet? Trung Jai Ki really does kick her blankets while sleeping. Thuong Mak only gently replied, I couldn't sleep, so I've been sitting for a while. He suddenly remembered Tainchka Lao. Chu Yang, why didn't I see Dr. Lao today? She only knew a little bit of information. The doctor was called to a meeting today. I don't even know what kind of meeting it is, but she still hasn't returned. Thuong Mak suddenly felt puzzled. Oh right, Chu Yang, you are a normal person. How can you see emotional power? Chu Yang smiled and encouraged him. Just some things that happened in the past. It's all over now. You're the same. Stay strong. The hard times will pass. Dat Li suddenly remarked. Behind that calmness, who knows how much misfortune she has had to endure. She then explained a bit more. In this world, just being able to see them is already a type of power. This kind of power, if it doesn't rely on a position, for instance, when you need to borrow my strength, you can see the true nature of the world. Otherwise, you need both experience and luck. Lacking either won't work. After what happened with your mother, you got lucky, which is how you caught a glimpse of the truth. Dat Li felt for Chu Yang too. So, if an ordinary person manages to perceive emotional power, there's a high chance it comes with misery. At the same time, if you see too much before you even possess a position, that in itself is already a form of misfortune. Thuong Mak sat there, falling into deep thought. Suddenly, she turned and gave him a gift. Oh right, I checked your file. This is for you. Thuong Mak was still surprised. A necklace? Why give me this? Chu Yang pointed out the special features of the item. It's not just a necklace. Look here, try pressing this. Both of them were filled with awe. She revealed its secret. Actually, it's a small lantern. It's tiny, but I hope it can light up the darkness around you. Thuong Mak breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Chu Yang. As Chu Yang walked to the door, she ran into Lin. Lin, has the patient in bed 12 taken their medicine? She immediately reported back. Yes, they have. Dat Lai leaned in and whispered, praising her. Touching, isn't it? Emotional? This nurse isn't half bad. He acted naive again. What use is this? She was speechless at Thuong Mak's reaction. Should I call you the embodiment of rational emotion? But if you stay like this, you'll easily lose control. Suddenly, Trung Jai Ki in the next bed jumped up and screamed. Thuong Mak turned to check on her. Are you okay? The girl was sweating and replied hesitantly. It's nothing, just a nightmare. Suddenly, someone else started screaming. Lin felt a bit annoyed. What now? Why can't you people just sleep in peace? Suddenly, a terrifying force slammed into the room. Thuong Mak's eyes widened, stunned, unable to react to the scene before him. Trung Jae-ki was also left speechless with her mouth agape. She was still losing her balance and falling backward. Then, Lin and part of her arm fell to the ground. He was still sitting there, dazed. What just happened? A giant hole had appeared in Thuing Mok's room, as if the whole room had been wiped away by someone. She stared blankly at the arm on the ground. Chu Yang Lin's eyes began to well up with tears. Chu Yang. She remembered being pushed away by Chu Yang, but in an instant, that surge of power had erased her existence. Lin couldn't hold it in, and screamed in agony. Chu Yang. Just then, a figure crawled out from the crater. The man laughed gleefully, and immediately after, he unleashed a terrifying wave of power. Dat Lai had partially understood the power just now. Be careful. This is a joy emotional manifestation that has lost control. A joy manifestation can dissolve any matter. That noise earlier was caused by him. Thuing Mok wasn't very surprised. It's that extreme? Just then, another massive explosion occurred. Another blast happened right above his room. Thuing Mok was still calmly observing everything. By now, many patients had surrounded the room. Only then did Lin calm down enough to think of a plan. The patients have lost control. They've all lost control. I have to call the security team immediately. He realized instantly that the situation was out of hand. I'm afraid the security team can't help us anymore. The gunfire combined with this abnormal loss of control, it's the Second Institute. Thuing Mok's next words left Lin too terrified to speak. We're under attack. She fell into a panic. We're being attacked? How did it come to this? Where is the dean? Lin screamed. Where is the dean? Dat Lai remained calm, though sadly, she couldn't see. At that moment, an incredibly terrifying power had appeared above the Second Institute. Their dean was very busy. Currently, a giant orb was still floating above the Second Psychiatric Hospital. That orb was only a hair's breadth away from the hospital rooftop. Below, Ye Minqiu was confronting a mysterious person. She seemed to have guessed the mastermind behind this raid. Bloodthorn is a hatred emotional manifestation. Could you be the Black Lotus? Zhao Yan was slightly surprised but politely introduced himself. We, the Black Lotus, have been in hiding for over 10 years, yet you haven't forgotten us. Honestly, I'm touched. I am the new leader of the Black Lotus in Donghai City. Today, I've come to take your life and level the Second Institute. Ye Mingqiu began to deploy her power. You've got a big mouth. From her hands to her entire body, she began to transform. But by binding my emotional monster in the mental realm and using my true form to decide the victor in the blink of an eye, Ye Minqiu transformed into a monster. That is the biggest mistake you've ever made. Back to Thuing Mok's hospital room. He understood Dat Li's point. You mean the dean is fighting a world-class enemy? The destructive power of 2 world-class fighters will level the Second Institute and will be caught in the crossfire. She whispered to reassure Thuing Mok. Don't worry. Both sides seem to be in sync, choosing to focus most of their power on fighting in the mental realm. It probably won't affect us, but I must remind you, I have no strength right now. You'll have to handle this yourself from here on. If you die, we all die. Meanwhile, Lin was still in a state of panic. Dean, why haven't you come to save us yet? How did it come to this? How did it end up like this? Seeing this, Trung Jae-ki spoke up. Nurse, pull yourself together. Hurry, and think of a way to calm them down. She felt even more fearful and desperate. Calm them down? No way, there's no way. They've lost control. Their emotional power will tear us to pieces. Lin had lost all hope. We're going to die. Right at that moment, Thuing Mok sighed. In a split second, he broke the chains binding his hands. Thuing Mok quickly stood up to deal with the situation. In a flash, he reached toward the nearby patient. Thuing Mok quickly neutralized the loss of control state. The person lost balance and fell backward. The girl saw this and couldn't help but be amazed. Even she couldn't believe her own eyes. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. He reminded the two sitting there, stop staring. Let's go, quickly. Lin couldn't help but stammer. You, what did you just do? Trung Jae-ki cheered enthusiastically. Thuing Mok, you're so cool. Thuing Mok replied briefly. It's nothing, just calm them down, that's all. She gasped in amazement, finding it truly miraculous how his emotional power could calm someone whose emotions had spiraled out of control. Dat Li reappeared and started analyzing the situation. Emotional entities that can decompose matter are the biggest threat to you. If you get hit by his ability, you'll be torn to shreds. Prioritizing him first is smart, but emotional power doesn't count as matter, so if you use your own power, you can block his attack. You have to admit, her ability to decompose everything is just absurd. Isn't that basically invincible? Suddenly, she shouted a warning about an incoming attack. Thuing Mok, watch out! In a split second, Thuing Mok took the full force of the attack. Trung Jae-ki was stunned, not knowing what to do. Thuing Mok Lin was even more terrified. How did it end up like this? Suddenly, he lunged out of the smoke, heading straight for the attacker. Thuong Mok pushed him back and helped the patient calm down. In the blink of an eye, he took care of the guy on the left. Once finished, Thuong Mok turned to the remaining one. This patient immediately fired a fireball at him, followed by a barrage of fireballs flying as fast as a storm, all aimed straight at Thuong Mok. Facing the incoming fire, Thuong Mok didn't dodge. He took them all head-on. Yet, he remained unharmed and took out the last patient. Thuong Mok just gave him a cold look. Just like that, he helped all the patients in the hallway calm down. Thuong Mok returned to the room to check on them. "Are you guys okay?" Trung Ji-ki couldn't help but marvel. That was incredible. Lin was just as surprised as she was. Not only can you stop other emotional entities from losing control, but your defensive capabilities are also terrifying. What kind of emotional entity are you, anyway? Suddenly, he sensed something. A pool of black liquid dripped down right next to Trung Ji-ki. Another patient had approached them, their entire body covered in that black liquid. She immediately shouted a warning. "Watch out, this is a sorrowful emotion monster. It can make everything sink. Sorrowful emotional monsters usually don't move. If we don't provoke it, we won't be in danger." Dat Lai appeared and reminded him, "Your resistance to sorrow isn't high, so don't let that black liquid touch you. This must be an infection from the Black East Sea, right? But it's still very weak. It's fine, let's go." At this moment, she stepped off the bed. Trung Ji-ki's voice sounded strained. "Thuong Mok, you're really calm." Lin felt grateful to him. "That's right, thank goodness for you," he replied to put them at ease. "Actually, I'm very worried. It's just that you can't tell." She gave a weak smile. "You're still in the mood to joke?" Thuong Mok immediately denied it. "I'm not joking." Trung Ji-ki suddenly remembered something important. "Oh, right, Chen-gu." The three of them turned their attention to the corner of the ruined room, and he stated his guess bluntly. "I'm afraid he's already dead." Lin was heartbroken and on the verge of tears. How could this happen? He was clearly fine just a moment ago, so why all of a sudden? Chu Yang and Chen-gu were both blamed. She patted her shoulder to comfort her. "Stay calm. The most important thing now is that we survive. With Thuong Mok here, we'll be fine." Chen-gu suddenly appeared, hugging Thuong Mok's leg, saying, "Exactly. With this guy here, we'll definitely survive." Trung Ji-ki gasped in surprise. "Where did you pop out from?" He recounted, "I was sleeping and accidentally rolled off the bed. Then I heard the explosion, so I just curled up in that corner. Anyway, stop talking. Let's run." The group of four, led by Thuong Mok, sped away from the area. He suddenly looked back and asked about Lo Thang Ka. "Sister Lin, do you have Dr. Lu's phone number?" Lin hurriedly answered, "I do, but she couldn't get through, no connection, no signal. No way, how can this be?" Thuong Mok offered a theory. "It might be a signal jammer. We can't hear the gunfire anymore. The security team might have been taken out by the attackers." A moment later, Trung Ji-ki stopped, panting. "I can't take it anymore. I've run too much." And Lin agreed. "I can't take it either. Let's rest for a moment." "Aren't you too tired?" Thuong Mok wondered, asking Li. "Now that you mention it, I don't seem to be out of breath much even after intense exercise lately. Is it because I've become an emotional entity?" She explained. "Different types of emotional entities cause different physical changes. The power of rationality enhances control in all aspects, so your physical stamina has indeed improved." He looked over at the bewildered Chen-gu. Chen-gu looked relaxed. "Is that because of my natural physique or the emotional power?" She was still holding on to a glimmer of hope. "Gunshots should be audible to the clinic area, right? Maybe someone will call the police. How about we find somewhere to hide?" She revealed a regrettable truth. "Actually, at night, the hospital building is empty. Only our Zone B has people. Because the director is here, everyone feels very safe." "The director, we have to go find the director." Thuong Mok immediately stopped them and gave instructions. "Listen to me. Finding the director is useless. The director hasn't shown up for this long, so they must have been held back by the enemy." No. Two Hospital was already remote, and now it's like an isolated island. Those people planned this in advance. We have to get out first. He finally spoke up. "Having only one director as an emotional entity in the whole Zone B, that's really not safe at all." Lin immediately countered, "That's not true. Actually, the doctors and our head nurse are also very powerful emotional entities. It's just that the doctor happens not to be here today." Mentioning this, she remembered there was someone strong enough. "Right, the head nurse. We still have the head nurse. She will definitely protect us." He also recalled Yan Bei. The head nurse? It's rare to see her. So the doctor and she are both powerful emotional entities? Just how powerful are they? Right then, another out-of-control patient appeared from behind. Thuong Mok handled him gently. The patient immediately lost momentum and collapsed to the ground. Lin suddenly discovered something. She rushed toward a nurse nearby. My. After checking, tears streamed down Lin's face. Then she delivered the harsh reality. She isn't breathing anymore. Trung Jae-ki couldn't hide her panic. Chen Gu's face was full of sadness, while only Thuong Mak remained calm. He was confused by this chaotic situation. I'm thinking about one problem. How did the enemy manage to make so many patients lose control all at once? Lin smiled bitterly as she replied, I don't know either. They all took their medicine on time. She explained that these drugs acted like the chains that once bound him, suppressing emotional power so that patients couldn't suddenly lose control. Lin proposed a theory that jolted Thuong Mak awake, since they were given medicine at the same time. Perhaps someone had tampered with it. Because the medication time was the same, the onset of symptoms would naturally coincide, though she immediately dismissed her own hypothesis. The drugs were strictly regulated, and to trigger a loss of control in different emotional entities, one would need specific drugs for each person. She suddenly spoke up, asking what he meant by specific drugs. Lin frowned and explained in detail. One had to administer the anger-inducing drug to the anger entity, and the joy-inducing drug to the joy entity. Only then would the entity lose control due to a sudden surge in power. She still had faith in the nurses. Our medicine is sorted and labeled by the head nurse before being distributed to the nurses in each ward, she said. The enemy couldn't possibly have managed that. Suddenly, Lin's eyes widened as if she had realized something. She was horrified at the thought of Yanbei. Could it be the head nurse? He immediately agreed with this line of thought. It seemed like the only logical explanation. The head nurse is the traitor, Thuong Mak concluded. She must be colluding with someone to distribute the drugs that caused the loss of control, forcing them all into this state, he explained, adding more context about the situation in the ward. This also explains why we weren't affected, he continued. Since the three of us are emotional entities that haven't been recorded yet, she had no way of drugging us. Let's go. We need to be careful with the head nurse from now on. A while later, the group was right in front of the exit. They were so close to getting out when, suddenly, everyone stopped dead in their tracks. A horrifying sight met their eyes. A nurse was floating in midair. It turned out to be Yanbei, completely unconscious. Trung Jae-ki immediately realized that she looked like the head nurse. How is she floating? Is she trying to deal with us? At this moment, Lin gritted her teeth in anger. She couldn't help but shout, Head nurse, why would you do this? Why would you betray the second ward? Chu Yang, my, they all died. Doesn't any of that matter to you? Lin kept shouting at Yanbei. Head nurse, say something, head nurse. Suddenly, she realized something was off. Wait, something wasn't right. It looked like she wasn't floating. There was something on her body. Thuong Mak finally spoke up to explain. Don't you guys see it? The head nurse isn't floating. She's being suspended in midair, pierced by blood-colored thorns. In his eyes, the scene was entirely different. She was clearly being impaled by the thorns. Looking at the gruesome sight, Thuong Mak announced that she was dead. Lin slumped to the ground, devastated. How could this be? Thuong Mak understood what happened. She had been silenced, hadn't she? Just then, someone else approached them. Thuong Mak was shocked by the scene. Rows of people were suspended in the air. In his eyes, they were all being pierced by countless blood thorns. Before Thuong Mak could even process it, a mysterious voice spoke up. So, Thuong Mak, you finally appeared? Instantly, blood thorns sprouted all over his body. Thuong Mak recognized them immediately. Even now, he could still see the silhouette of Yanbei in his vision. Thuong Mak immediately used his power to erase all the blood thorns on his body. In a flash, a sphere of blue fire appeared where he had been standing. The mysterious figure watched it all. So, it's Elder Liu watching in the shadows. This guy is nothing special, just like most people. Faced with an unknown attack, he panics and uses his powers indiscriminately, yet I'm tasked with bringing him back. Suddenly, the figure realized something as the smoke cleared, but Elder Liu gasped in surprise to see that Thuong Mak had vanished. He's gone. He naturally figured out the trick. So that's how it is. Using fire as a decoy to make his escape, he's quick-witted. But Elder Liu just coldly declared, you won't get away. With the hospital now filled with people floating in the air, Thuong Mak's group was now hiding in a safe corner. Lin still hadn't realized the gravity of the situation. Thuong Mak, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly drag us away like that? Trung Jae-ki suddenly felt something was strange. She realized she could see the blood thorns too. I think I saw sharp red thorns on Thuong Mak's body. She still couldn't see them. Sharp red thorns? I don't see anything at all. He reassured them. Don't worry, I'm fine. Dali complimented Trung Jae-ki. Good job, Trung Jae-ki, to be able to see the thorns. Is it because of some special emotional power? Lin had almost missed it and couldn't see a thing. She moved closer to observe Chen Gu carefully. As for him, it's truly miraculous. Even I don't understand what state he's in. Thung Mok remained on high alert. It's best to finish dealing with the immediate matter first, then we can talk. I can't see where these sharp thorns are coming from at all. He also noted a peculiar trait of the blood thorns. When he removed them, they vanished completely. Thung Mok observed his surroundings. The more troublesome part was that, without anyone knowing when it started, Sector B had been surrounded by blood-colored briars. He suddenly reached his arm out the window, and his hand was clearly exposed to the outside. Lin asked, confused, "Thuong Mok, what are you doing?" Thuong Mok was still pondering something. Am I overthinking it? But in an instant, his hand was covered in blood thorns. Trung Jaiki moved closer, worried. "Are you still okay?" Thuong Mok was busy studying them. As expected, I can't be exposed to these thorns, or after a while, these blood-colored ones will start growing out of my body, and this time, it's even worse than before. He immediately turned to Dali. "What are these?" she explained, though she seemed vague. "I remember it being the power of resentment, but I'm not sure of the specifics." "Don't look at me like that, I'm suffering from amnesia." Thung Mok was speechless and didn't know what else to say. Dali felt a bit annoyed. "Why don't you believe me?" He decided not to argue any further. "Forget it, now is not the time to talk about that." She was still worried about Thuong Mok. Why wasn't Thuong Mok saying anything? Lin remembered his medical records. The report says he's suspected of having schizophrenia, but could he be having an episode? Suddenly, Thuong Mok turns to them, catching both of them off guard. "I'll explain the situation to everyone." He quickly recounts the current state of affairs. Giant blood-red thorns have surrounded Sector B. That must be the power of an emotive entity born from resentment. Once those thorns spot you, in about 5 to 6 seconds, blood-red spikes will start sprouting all over your body. Until you die, that's what happened to the guards and the head nurse. It happens exactly like that. I was attacked that way earlier, so we absolutely must avoid those thorny bushes. Trung Jaiki realizes the gravity of the situation. Doesn't that mean we're trapped? She suddenly feels a sense of déjà vu, the blood-red thorns, the resentful, emotive entity. "I think I've seen this before." Lam suddenly recalls something important. She instinctively speaks out about the organization that raided the hospital. "I remember now. It's the Black Lotus cult." The other three have no idea what she's talking about. Lam immediately explains the story of the Black Lotus cult. "Back at the Second Institute, we had an internal document detailing various emotion-based forces. The Black Lotus is one of those evil cults. Over 10 years ago, they conspired to destroy Donghai City and caused a powerful, grief-based entity to spiral out of control, blackening the city. Their plan was eventually thwarted, and they went into hiding. They are resentful, emotive entities, and their power manifests as those blood-red thorns." Hearing this, Thuong Mok begins to understand a few things. So, the blackening of Donghai was their doing. Dat Li still hasn't recovered her memories. Black Lotus cult, resentful, emotive entity. There seems to be something important I can't remember. Losing my memory is such a pain. Suddenly, his entire body is covered in spikes. Thuong Mok is dazed, unable to process what just happened. Spikes? How? I wasn't even spotted by them. And why was I the only one hit by the attack from the start? He suddenly notices something outside the hallway window. A reddish glint appears in Thuong Mok's eyes. It turns out a small eye has been secretly watching him. She immediately points in that direction. "I see it. That way." Dat Li hurriedly guides Thuong Mok to use fire. He instantly blasts a flame toward that eye. Only now does Thuong Mok turn to ask, "I think I just burned something. What was that?" She explains it to him. "Those are eyes condensed from the enemy's emotional power. They have a high degree of stealth, which is why you couldn't see them. If I'm not mistaken, the enemy can also see you through those eyes, causing the spikes to grow on your body." Yet, blood-red thorns continue to sprout all over Thuong Mok. He quickly incinerates the eye. "There are more over there." Lam is becoming a bit panicked. "Thuong Mok, what are you doing? Why do you keep setting fires?" She begins to doubt him. Could it be that even you have lost control? Trung Jiaki steps in to defend him. "It's not like that. The thorns on Thuong Mok are spreading, he's being attacked. Even though Thuong Mok keeps burning them, the red spikes keep sprouting on his body. He doesn't stop trying to destroy those eyes." Thuong Mok suddenly crashes through the wall to get outside. Elder Lu is watching everything unfold. He stands there calmly, smiling. "I didn't expect you to see my eyes of resentment, but it's a pity. I have so many." Elder Lu's eyes gradually fill with blood vessels, appearing and disappearing without a trace. This is the power of resentment. Struggle, resist, run away, but in the end, there is only one outcome. In his eyes, a vision appears of him being pierced by countless blood-red thorns. It's a total defeat. Thuong Mok suddenly loses his strength. She screams in panic as he collapses to the ground. Thuong Mok. At the hospital, guards are currently being pierced by thorns, floating in midair. Thuing Mok is now lying defeated, his whole body covered in blood-red spikes. Trung Jae-ki can't take it anymore and bursts into tears. Who is it? Who is attacking us? She shouts in agony. Who is it? Suddenly, Trung Jae-ki notices something and is stunned. I see them, there are so many. It turns out Trung Jae-ki can finally see the red eyes watching them, so many red eyes. Those red eyes are appearing everywhere in the room. The silent space only adds to the sense of dread enveloping them. Even outside the window, there are red eyes. Her eyes suddenly widen. Trung Jae-ki lets out a heart-wrenching scream. Lam quickly approaches to check on her. Trung Jae-ki, are you okay? Are you having an episode too? She is filled with overwhelming horror. Why is it like this? Thuing Mok is like this. Trung Jae-ki is like this. None of this is real, right? You guys are just having an episode. It's a hallucination. That's it. It has to be. Dat Lee doesn't seem surprised. It seems Trung Jae-ki has finally seen the eyes, but it's useless anyway. Everything is over. Thuing Mok is actually just pretending to be unconscious. These thorns are truly mystical. They don't affect anything other than me. The floor, my clothes, none of them interact with these thorns. If I didn't actually feel the pain and inability to move, I would have really thought it was a hallucination. He feels incredibly uncomfortable. I really can't take it anymore. Do you have any other way? She is out of options too. It's over. I didn't lie to you. My power was exhausted at sea. Thuing Mok is confused, but she doesn't seem worried at all. I'm in trouble. And it doesn't affect you at all? Dat Lee calmly confirms. No. If you die, I die. But worrying is useless. She strokes his head, reassuring him. Don't worry. No matter what your final outcome is, I will always be by your side. Thuing Mok is lost in deep thought. He suddenly urges the other three, Trung Jae-ki, Lam, Chen Gu, everyone, run. He briefly explains the current situation. I guess that from the start, the enemy's target was me. The thorns on my body aren't spreading anymore. The enemy doesn't intend to kill me. They just want to render me unable to act. They want to capture me alive. Thuing Mok adds a final word of advice. As long as you don't get in their way, if you run, you might survive. Trung Jae-ki also notices this anomaly. Indeed, only Thuing Mok had thorns growing on him from the start, but she has to run for herself. Lam suddenly speaks up. Run for myself? She has been driven to the brink of madness. Yes, I have to run for myself. Lam screams in panic. I'm scared. Who can save us? Someone, please save us. She just gently calls out to her, Lam. Just then, Chen Gu suddenly stood up. Without a word, he helped Thuing Mok up. Trung Jae-ki was left stunned. Chen Gu, what are you trying to do? Chen Gu just replied calmly, I'm taking Thuing Mok with us. She immediately tried to stop him. No, you can't. We're surrounded by those eyes right now. Those eyes have already spotted us. At any moment, they could make sharp thorns sprout from our bodies. The only reason we're safe is because their target is Thuing Mok. If we take Thuing Mok away, we'll be their next targets. Trung Jae-ki had already considered giving up. We can't escape anymore. Chen Gu still didn't say a word. Suddenly, he smiled, trying to boost everyone's morale. Stay optimistic. How will we know if it works if we don't try? Meanwhile, Elder Lu was still watching them, and he was getting annoyed. These people blocking the way are so irritating. It's a pity the sect leader ordered me to try not to kill these patients and nurses. I just need to seal off Zone B, create chaos, then wait for the sect leader to finish off the director and take Thuing Mok. Elder Lu fell silent for a moment, calculating. Then he arbitrarily changed his mind. Decided, I'll just kill these three. That should be fine, right? Elder Lu revealed his cruelty. Who told you to keep opposing me? Suddenly, he sensed something. Elder Lu was terrified to find that all the eyes had been destroyed. What happened? I can't see them anymore. Those hateful eyes in that area had been wiped out. A strange sound echoed in the sky. Thuing Mok's group also heard it, and in an instant, they were surrounded by patients who had lost control. Elder Lu also saw the scene. It was the out-of-control patients. They must still be inside the room. Trung Jae-ki quickly informed everyone. The red eyes are gone. They were destroyed by the patient's out-of-control powers just now. She hurriedly led everyone to run. This way. Hurry. Thuing Mok suddenly brought up the iron chains. Sister Lin, do you still have the chains you used to tie me up with before? Lin provided the info. They're in the equipment room on the second floor. You want to go get them? Let's go. She quickly pointed the way. Nearby, Zatli praised Thuing Mok. Not a bad idea. By absorbing the rational power within the chains, you'll be able to recover your state and move again. Trung Jae-ki was still running in front when she suddenly noticed something unusual. She immediately warned the others behind her. Ahead, at the left turn, there are red eyes. Also on the right. As soon as they turned right, 2 red eyes appeared. She couldn't help but praise Trung Jae-ki. Trung Jae-ki is really talented. Her vision can actually see straight through obstacles. It's no wonder her emotional power is symbolized by eyes. Suddenly, she noticed something else. Oh no. Trung Jaiki had sensed the presence of those red eyes again. Eyes in front, eyes behind. We can't escape. From behind, the red eyes were closing in, and they were approaching from the front as well. She didn't know what to do. Lin felt terrified. Chenggu still kept that goofy look on his face, when suddenly, 2 bursts of flame destroyed those eyes. She hadn't even understood what had happened. What just happened? Trung Jiaiki, however, understood the situation. The patient's attack just happened to destroy those eyes. We're so lucky. He also looked cheerful. See, I told you to stay optimistic. Every time I think like that, things turn out for the best. After he said that, everyone turned to look at Chenggu. They seemed to have realized his hidden power. Chenggu, could your emotional power be luck? The guards were hovering in the air. Elder Lu looked around, nothing. He looked around again, nothing. He didn't even miss a corner, but they were nowhere to be found. He went mad on the spot. Annoying. All these troublesome patients. Where the hell did they go? In a blind spot of Elder Lu's eyes, Lin's group was hiding right underneath, but that thing didn't notice and couldn't see them. Lin whispered to Trung Jaiki, "It's incredible. These eyes can't see us." The eye stopped, making the 4 of them jump. Lin shrieked, "Oh no, it's turning back. Hurry, think of something." Suddenly, a powerful blast of fire swept past. The patient growled ferociously. Then suddenly, a rock fell onto its head. It just collapsed to the ground. Lin walked over to a room. "Okay, the equipment room is right ahead." She touched the doorknob, then stopped abruptly. Lin frowned, remembering. Shoot, I didn't bring the key. Suddenly, the wall cracked, and the door crashed down with it, leaving all 4 of them stunned. Thuong Mok looked at the chains on his hands, closed his eyes to steady his emotions, and then opened them again. Thuong Mok's expression darkened. Dat Li praised him from the side. "Not bad. Having endured the torment of hatred, you can now absorb much more rational power." Lin asked in surprise. "It's incredible. You can actually absorb the power of the chains? What kind of emotional power is this exactly?" Thuong Mok said vaguely, "I'm not sure myself." Trung Jiaiki asked, "What do we do now?" Thuong Mok said, "Let me think." He looked at Li, calculating, "If I kill the person attacking us, will the thorns outside disappear? Also, what's the distance between me and him?" Dat Li, standing behind with her arms crossed, said, "The distance between you and the attacker is quite large. Although this person is still far from world class, you are still no match for him. Currently, the world classifies emotional combat strength into 6 tiers. These patients are Tier 1, Elder Lu is Tier 2. The guy with glasses on the boat earlier was Tier 3, and this attacker is close to Tier 4. World class is Tier 6. As for you, you haven't even reached Tier 2 yet. The reason you could easily defeat Elder Lu is because you have an extremely strong resistance to rage." Lai speculated. "But there is some good news. From what I see, the thorns surrounding this zone are likely his emotional monster. Inside them lies an immense amount of emotional power. This attacker has likely poured 95% of his power into the thorns surrounding Zone B. In other words, his physical human body is extremely weak right now. If you strike by surprise, you might actually be able to kill him." Thuong Mok listened, but remained silent, leaving her with a question mark. Dat Li furrowed her brows. "Why do you look like you don't believe my judgment?" Thuong Mok glanced at her suspiciously. "That's right, because there's one thing I still don't understand. Do you remember telling me earlier that the Dean is currently fighting a world-class enemy? That proves you can sense the director's condition, right?" Dat Li admitted, "That's right. Why do you ask?" Thuong Mok probed further. "Is it because your status is high, so you can perceive things we can't, right?" Dat Li answered again. "Exactly." He concluded that something was wrong. For someone with such a high status, why couldn't you sense the patient about to lose control or the attack from those blood-red spikes? That should have been very simple for you, shouldn't it? Thuong Mok insisted, "Can I really trust your judgment?" Dat Li listened to him in silence, then let out a very faint smile. She mused, "You're quite sharp. Remember what I said? In the world of emotions, sight is an incredibly important ability. Usually, the higher the status, the deeper the understanding of essence, so one can see more. And perception is actually a form of sight," Dat Li explained. "But in certain special cases, the higher the status, the less one sees. For example, when vision is obstructed," Thuong Mok didn't understand what she meant. She said, "Let me give you an example, and you'll understand right away. A dinosaur is much stronger than an insect, but it won't notice the bug under a leaf by its foot. Things like patience losing control or an emotional entity filled with hatred are just too trivial for me. If they don't appear right before my eyes, I can't know their state. The reason I knew the director's state is because the director is at a world-class level, which is hard for me to ignore. Dat Lee compared it to the sound of swaying trees, roars, footsteps, or scents, all of which help a dinosaur determine the state of other dinosaurs around it. Of course, she said calmly, world-class entities can actually use certain techniques to perceive everything in their surroundings. No matter how trivial, the director used this technique in the past to protect the second ward. Dat Lee shrugged, continuing comfortably. But for the current me, I've lost almost all my power and many memories, so I'm completely incapable of that. Thuing Mok finally understood. So, that's it. I thought you had some hidden agenda and were trying to trick me. Lee laughed and said, rest assured, I personally confirmed that the hateful emotional entity is blocking District B. Although I don't remember the exact effect of his ability, I can guess his power level just by looking. Lin watched Thuing Mok standing there, lost in thought. Why is Thuing Mok thinking for so long? Maybe he really is schizophrenic. Thuing Mok finally spoke up. I've thought it through. We have to kill the hateful emotional entity that attacked us. They were all stunned. We're going to kill someone? Thuing Mok said firmly. That's right. Only by killing him can we escape, and I'll be the one to do it. Lin panicked a little. Oh my god, Thuing Mok really does have mental issues. Thuing Mok reached out his hand and asked her, Trung Jai-ki, can you use your emotional power to see where he's hiding? Trung Jai-ki replied, let me try. She closed her eyes and muttered in her mind, looking for the attacker's location. Then Trung Jai-ki opened her eyes. I've pinpointed Elder Liu. I think I see him. He's in the surveillance room. Elder Liu was panting as he searched. He roared in a frenzy. Damn it! Where the hell did they go? How come I can't find them anywhere? Suddenly, Thuing Mok appeared behind him, and Elder Liu was terrified out of his wits. Thuing Mok raised his hand, and the sound of flesh being pierced echoed. Thuing Mok had thrust his hand through Elder Liu's shoulder. Elder Liu gritted his teeth in pain, wondering, since when did this guy? Thuing Mok's eyes widened in frustration. He dodged it. No wonder I didn't hit his heart. Tentacles emerged from Elder Liu's body, and in a flash, he vanished. Thuing Mok wore a cold, surprised expression. He turned into thorns to escape? He can do that too? The tentacles flew past, creeping along the wall to escape. Elder Liu returned to his normal form and said angrily, Kid, even though I don't know how you found my location, I don't need to fight you to the death. Elder Liu was smug. As long as I can see you, I have plenty of ways to torture you. Sharp thorns appeared on Thuing Mok's body. He hesitated for a moment, and stopped in his tracks. Elder Liu watched Thuing Mok through that eye, laughing excitedly. Running away now? What's the point? This time, I won't let you escape. Those eyes followed Thuing Mok. Thuing Mok continued to run blindly. It chased Thuing Mok closely. Sharp thorns grew more and more on Thuing Mok's body. He didn't care and lunged straight at the wall. With a crash, he smashed through the wall and confronted Elder Liu. The elder never expected that. Not paying attention for a second, the kid would lunge straight into the room where he was hiding. Elder Liu held out his hand. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? The sharp thorns on Thuing Mok's body grew even more, directly lifting his body into the air. Thuing Mok was restrained. Elder Liu reached out, exclaiming, I must say you're really tough. To still be able to move after being hit by these spikes so many times, he emphasized. But this is the end. Elder Liu lashed out with a sharp thorn at Thuing Mok. Enjoy the power of hatred. He laughed gleefully. Just one strike from this whip, and your pain will continuously stack up. The injuries you suffer will keep piling on. Elder Liu was still fuming as he said, You should have just surrendered obediently, but now I'm going to make you taste real suffering. Don't worry, you won't die, but you'll suffer 100 times more than death. After a while, Thuing Mok was beaten until he didn't move. Elder Liu finally calmed down a bit and muttered, Finally quiet. Huh? But that's to be expected, taking so many hits. Thuing Mok's body is covered in injuries. Dat Lee couldn't help but sigh. How miserable. The power the opponent is using probably hasn't even reached 1/10 of its full potential, she said leisurely. However, wrapping all those chains around himself once injured, he can absorb the power from the chains to automatically recover. You're quite calculating, aren't you? She figured that after being hit so many times, his body had gradually built up a resistance to this level of hatred power. Counterattack. Thuing Mok subsequently shattered the sharp thorns, then erupted with violent power. Elder Liu was terrified and didn't understand what was happening before Thuing Mok landed right in front of him. Thuing Mok raised a hand, and Elder Liu quickly used the sharp thorns. Thuing Mok used one strike to cut through everything, lunging forward to restrain him and sending Elder Liu crashing into the wall. He was horrified, thinking, What's going on? This guy's emotional power hasn't diminished at all. Not only that, but my attack's effectiveness keeps decreasing. It's as if his defenses keep increasing. Elder Liu gritted his teeth, then tried to make a run for it. Kid, I don't know what kind of emotional power you have, but I don't need to face you head on. As for the 4 directions, if I want to leave, you can't possibly stop me. Just suffer through my torture until you die. And with that, he slipped away once again. After Thuong Mok blocked those sharp spikes strike after strike, he slashed through the incoming thorns, launching a barrage of attacks that left Elder Lu struggling. He suddenly realized the black water, fire, and decomposition are the patient's emotional powers they're all attacking at once. Did they just happen to block my escape route? This is too much of a coincidence. Elder Lu suddenly realized, no, there are no emotional monsters above them. They haven't lost control what on earth is. Thuong Mok then rushed forward and severed the medium for his thoughts. Elder Lu's head fell to the ground, his body collapsed, and a swarm of patients rushed out. Lu Xinliang exclaimed joyfully, "It worked!" The rest are all muddled with mixed emotions. "We've taken him down. Serves him right." Over the comms, Trung Jiaqi cheered. "You guys really defeated the boss." Thuong Mok, how did you come up with that plan? Making the patients regain their senses to help us? Thuong Mok explained. Chen Gu happened to see the megaphone in the equipment room at that moment. He gave her full credit, saying her contribution was the greatest. "It was all thanks to you using your powers to guide us. That's the only reason we succeeded." Trung Jiaqi laughed modestly. "You flatter me." Li watched Elder Lu and remarked, "You guys are really lucky. This guy didn't even retract his power when he died. If he had, even if you all rushed him together, you would have been done for. Is this what they call not using your ultimate move even in death?" She asked Thuong Mok. "What do we do now?" Thuong Mok hid to one side to plan their next move. The sharp thorns outside were beginning to vanish. "Let's regroup and get out of here. The danger hasn't passed yet. The Dean is definitely still fighting the enemy. And for all we know, there could still be more enemies outside." Trung Jiaqi heard this and worried. "More enemies? Then what should we do?" Thuong Mok deduced. "The signals at the second ward have been jammed, which is why we couldn't make calls earlier." Thuong Mok laid out the plan. "We need to get out of the dead zone, then call Dr. Lu. The enemy attacking while Dr. Lu was away definitely wasn't a coincidence. Therefore, only when Dr. Lu returns can we truly break this deadlock." Trung Jiaqi urgently replied, "We'll head down right away." Just then, a furious voice rang out. "Damn you all!" Thuong Mok turned around, his expression grave. Elder Lu's severed head floated in the air, seething. "It's all because of you damn pests." He exploded with a surge of thorns, consumed with hatred. "How dare you treat me like this, you bunch of ants? How dare you treat me like this?" Elder Lu screamed with grim determination. "Even in death, I won't let you go." Sharp thorns sprouted, appearing in greater numbers, reaching out toward all the patients present. They ran away in a panic. "Run! Are these zombies? We're done for. We're dead. Shut up." Thuong Mok ran while feeling suspicious. He was supposed to be dead, right? Why is he still attacking? Li, beside him, didn't know, I'm not sure, but he is definitely dead. This might be a special ability of a hatred-based emotional entity. He's poured all his power into this, you're no match for him. Trung Jiaqi's group ran out from the right side. She swallowed hard at the sight, and the whole group scattered in terror. "Don't just stand there. Run! What is happening? Didn't we already finish him off?" "There's no time to explain. Just run." As they were running, one of them couldn't take it anymore, turned around, and unleashed flames, cursing. "Damn it, you won't let go, will you? Do you really think I'm scared of you?" Trung Jiaqi shouted, "Don't." Lu Xinliang yelled, "Run!" While Chen Gu pleaded, "Big brother, don't." In the end, the man was crushed by the thorns, leaving the remaining 4 frozen in shock. The frightened man watched. How did it come to this? He sat there holding his head and screaming, before being finished off by the thorns as well. Trung Jiaqi asked, "Are they?" Thuong Mok kept moving steadily. "Keep going. We can't save them anymore." Lin lagged behind. "No, I can't run anymore." Trung Jiaqi turned back. "Sister Lin, hang in there." Li urged from the side. "We don't have time to waste here. We have to get that nurse's phone. If we don't have a mobile phone, our survival rate will drop significantly." Thuong Mok agreed. Just then, Lin tripped and fell hard to the ground. The thorns behind them were closing in. Trung Jiaqi turned back. "Sister Lin," Li said anxiously. "If she dies like this, we won't get the phone. Do something." Thuong Mok turned back. Trung Jiaqi screamed, "Thuong Mok." Lin recoiled in fear. "I don't want to die yet. I don't want to die." She was crying in terror. "Save me. Thuong Mok. Come save me." Chen Gu ran while saying, "Brother, you can't save her. Don't just go and throw your life away." Lin opened her eyes wide as she saw Thuong Mok rushing toward her, while memories flashed through her mind, and tears fell uncontrollably. As Thuong Mok reached her, Lin gritted her teeth and made a decision. She held out the phone and said, Thuing Mok, take the phone. Go quickly. Don't worry about me. Call the doctor back to help us get revenge. Thuing Mok's hand reached out, almost touching the phone, but he reached further to grab Lin's wrist instead, pulling her hard behind him. Lin was caught by Trung Jai-ki, who screamed Thuong Mok's name. He turned back and ordered, Go! I'll use my red iron power to stop him. You all, get out of here and contact the doctor now. Thuong Mok urged. Go! The group had no choice but to run. The thorns gradually engulfed Thuong Mok. Li, standing behind him, marveled. Unexpected, isn't it? The hero saving the beauty? This might just get us both killed, Thuong Mok said. Sorry, I acted on impulse. Li didn't blame him, thinking it was actually a good thing. The body has both reason and emotion. If you don't let it explode a little, how can you control your reason? Try absorbing all the power from all those chains at once. Thuong Mok asked cautiously. Won't I lose control? Li laughed. If you don't try, how will you ever know? Thuong Mok reached out both hands in agreement. All right. He closed his eyes, using all his strength to absorb the iron chains. In the distance, those sharp thorns have expanded even further. Anna Chris glanced over, and Yanbei couldn't help but be surprised. The thorny fence had vanished. Was that Thuong Mok's emotional monster? How could he have such terrifying power? What on earth happened? Anna Chris said. I'm afraid only those involved truly know. Yanbei said anxiously. The situation has changed. Please take action now, she emphasized. The sect leader Zhao's side isn't finished yet. If something goes wrong now, all our efforts will go down the drain. Anna Chris indifferently refused. No, our agreement is that I am only responsible for dealing with the world-level threat behind Thuong Mok. I don't care about anything else. Hearing this, Yanbei pointed and said, Then at least please use your world-level power to envelop this area and prevent anyone from escaping. Anna Chris slowly lit a cigarette and disagreed. Isn't that just asking me to take action? No, I only work according to our contract. Yanbei was flustered. This Anna Chris advised. You don't need to be so tense. We are already guarding the exit to Zone B. You can definitely get out. Once we control the targets one by one, they won't be able to escape. A moment later, Chen Gu's group ran outside. Trung Jai-ki behind them felt a bit regretful. Damn it, it's so dark. Can we really get out? We really should have taken the main road at the front gate. Chen Gu refuted. Of course we can't leave through the main gate. What if there are enemies there? The only chance is running into the mountains. He looked at Lu Xinliang and added, Anyway, this brother's emotional power can decompose everything, so we can just drill a small hole in the back and escape. Trung Jai-ki turned to ask, How is it? Does Sister Lin have a signal yet? She lowered her eyebrows and replied, Still no signal. Lin paused and called out, Wait, there's a signal. A response came from inside. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently powered off. Lin's voice trembled with worry. How can this be? If that's the case, then Thuong Mok Chen Gu remained extremely calm and said, Keep calling. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Lin looked at him, slightly dazed, but she felt more confident. That's right. With Chen Gu here, luck will surely be on our side. Sharp thorns erupted from the wall, then broke through it, extending outwards. In the chaotic situation with the thorns running wild, the patience ran out. Elder Lu cursed furiously. Damn you! The thorns coiled into a single strand, pointing its sharp tip at Thuong Mok. Thuong Mok, with a stern face, unleashed immense power to shatter the thorns. Elder Lu bared his teeth in fear as the thorns attacked Thuong Mok, piercing through his ear. Thuong Mok's power was not to be trifled with, and he suppressed it back. He grabbed the thorns, the two sides clashing with uneven strength. Thuong Mok reached out to control the power, but he paused. The iron chains under his feet snapped. Li said worriedly, It's no use. Even if you've absorbed the power of the chains or resisted the hatred, our strength is still a huge tier below his. Facing him head-on is impossible. Thuong Mok asked, Then what should I do? She replied, There is still one way. Try to affect his spirit with rational emotional power, just like you did with those patients. Actually, he died a long time ago. He's just hanging on by the strength of that hatred. Once his spirit regains its reason, it's very likely his entire power will collapse. Thuong Mok charged forward. Li urged, This is the moment. Give it everything you've got. Make him wake up. Thuong Mok charged head-on, pouring all his strength into the attack. Elder Lu screamed. Thuong Mok was surrounded by thorns but continued to advance, despite being covered and disappearing into the mass of thorns. He shrieked as if he had lost his mind. Suddenly, Thuong Mok reached out his hand, gripping Elder Lu's face, using his power to impact the man's spirit. Elder Lu's eyes turned white, and then he regained his reason. He looked blankly. then wondered to himself why he hadn't felt this way in so long, no longer controlled by hatred, finally feeling like himself again. Elder Lu froze, then burst into tears of emotion. Is this what it's like? So, this is it? The heavens never abandoned us after all. The heavens never abandoned us. He laughed and said, I'm sorry. I've hurt you. Thuong Mok was stunned. Unexpectedly, the thorns released him. They dispersed and fell to the ground. Thuong Mok fell along with them. He landed and let out a breath, then leaned back and asked, Has he snapped out of it? Dat Lai replied, That's right. Thuong Mok pondered about Elder Lu. His final words were very strange. Dat Li pointed and said, Look over there. A massive emotional core hung in the air. Thuong Mok asked, What is that? Dat Li crossed her arms and said, That is his hatred-filled emotional core. Thuong Mok gasped, An emotional core? Dat Li recounted, Have you forgotten? At the moment Lưu Chat killed your administrator, he actually swallowed this emotional core. So when you killed Lưu Chat and the man in glasses, you actually acquired this too, but you just didn't have the time to collect it. She said with a hint of regret, All of his emotional power is concentrated here. It's just a pity you don't have a hatred emotional body. Otherwise, if you let your rational emotional monster swallow this, the monster's power would increase significantly, and you could borrow much more power from your emotional monster. Thuong Mok understood, so that's how it is. He clenched his hand, wondering, Wait, why isn't my power dissipating? Hearing this, Dat Li turned, startled. She was solemn and shocked. Oh no, are you about to lose control? Thuong Mok looked blankly, not understanding, until his eyes were pierced by thorns. He asked calmly, Losing control? What should I do? Dat Li flew over, anxiously guiding him. First, you must not stay too calm. Fear is fine, anger is good, happiness works, even sadness is okay, anything is fine. Remember the moments that moved you. Thuong Mok muttered, Fear, anger, happiness, sadness. He asked again, What are those? Dat Li's eyes widened in panic. She realized he had lost control completely. If he still remembered the rules, there was hope. But now his memory was completely blank. I can't stop him from losing control. Dat Lai let out a breath and lifted her head, becoming calm again. Forget it. It was a go big or go home situation anyway. Having someone to talk to during these days hasn't been a bad experience. Thuong Mok, it seems this is as far as we go. At this moment, power flowed out of the emotional core, making Dat Li remember something as she opened her eyes. She looked toward the emotional core, watching it emit power. Dat Li's mind was jolted. She couldn't believe it. How could I have sensed it wrong? No, it can't be wrong. Although the traces are faint, it really is my own power. Lai turned and called out, Thuong Mok, cheer up. We've been saved. Do you see that blue energy? That's my power. By touching that power, I can recover some of my memories. Maybe I'll even find a way to save you. Thuong Mok reached out his hand, slowly approaching the emotional core. Lai couldn't understand for a moment why this hateful emotional entity possessed a shred of her own power. She wondered, did she have a past connection with the Black Lotus cult? Li waited anxiously, but whatever it was, she would know the answer soon enough. What exactly was her past? The emotional core flared, enveloping them both in a hazy illusion. When they could see clearly again, they were in a place filled with people in black robes bowing respectfully. Long live the cult master. Long live the cult master. The person addressed as the cult master waved her hand. She spoke up. I founded the Black Lotus cult to save everyone, but that is not enough. To restore reason to this world, one more thing must be done. She spread her arms and continued. We must destroy Donghai City. The moment those words were uttered, Thuong Mok couldn't help but think in shock. What does this mean? Lai is the founder of the Black Lotus cult? Furthermore, Miss Lam had said before that over 10 years ago, they tried to destroy Donghai City, which led to an emotional entity being severely wounded and losing control. They turned Donghai into a city of darkness. He looked at Lai with stunned eyes. So, 10 years ago, the person who wanted to destroy Donghai City was Lai herself. She was the one who caused the depression entity to lose control, turning into the dark Donghai. Who is she really? What does she actually want to do? The screen before them cracked and shattered in front of Thuong Mok. He turned his head to look around, and as he moved, more sharp spikes sprouted from his body. He collapsed. Lai stood there, her voice calm and reassuring. Don't be anxious. I've remembered a few things, and I remember how to save you now. She held up the emotional core and said, Come on, eat this. You don't need much, just one bite and you'll be saved. Thuong Mok was silent. Li curled her lips into a faint smile, bringing the emotional core toward him. He remained silent for a moment, then gave a resigned laugh. Thuong Mok opened his mouth. Fine, go ahead. It's a pity I can't move, so I'll have to trouble you to feed me. Li approached and fed the emotional core to Thuong Muk. He swallowed it, and suddenly his eyes snapped open. Thuong Muk's body stood up. He gritted his teeth, unable to suppress a scream of pain as red spikes sprouted on his hands. They covered his legs and even appeared on his face. He looked at Lai, who wore a cryptic smile. Thuong Muk squinted, then let out a sudden shout, and all the spikes on his body vanished. Thuong Muk collapsed, sweating profusely and panting heavily. Lai stepped forward to catch Thuong Muk, letting him rest on her lap. "Thank you for being willing to trust me." Thuong Muk brushed it off. "Don't talk so much. I didn't have any other choice." Lai gave a mocking smile. "Rational emotional entity, please take a rest. There's no need to run anymore." Thuong Muk lamented. "To think that after all this chaos, you are actually the founder of the Black Lotus cult. But a founder like you must have been missing for many years, right? Can you even still command them?" Lai replied, "Probably not. I remembered a few things. After the failed operation to destroy Donghai City, the interior of the Black Lotus cult began to split. This world-class hatred entity that arrived is Zhao Yan, the leader of the biggest opposition faction against me back then. If you fall into his hands, I'm afraid you won't have a good ending." Thuong Muk was shocked. "What? Then why aren't we running away fast?" Li said, "No need to run anymore, because we can't run anymore." Zhao Yan, disheveled, said, "It's over." Sharp spikes pierced through the entire building, and Ye Minchu was also restrained. She said weakly, "Damn it, get back here." Yanbei observed and said annoyedly, "Cult Master Zhao is truly too arrogant. The director isn't even dead yet, and he's already gone to catch Thuong Muk. In this operation, the director was the primary target. What if the director isn't taken care of?" Anna Chris explained, "You don't understand the power of a hatred emotional entity. She has been fighting Cult Master Zhao for so long, and she has accumulated a massive amount of hateful emotional energy in her body. For a short time, she can rely on that agitated energy to prolong her life. But the moment she relaxes, that agitated energy will vanish. She will be consumed by the massive amount of hatred already inside her. Even if Cult Master Zhao leaves her alone, she will die on her own. This is something no one can change." Yanbei understood. "So that's how it is." Anna Chris thought that Cult Master Zhao seemed a bit too impatient. He was very interested in Thuong Muk. She said her piece and left. "Whatever, let's just clean up and go home." Over in Donghai City, at the Emotional Entity Management Bureau, Lo Than Cha was in a meeting, feeling restless. How long is this meeting going to last? She watched everyone and pulled out her phone to check the time. This meeting is so boring. Should I just slack off? No, I need to slack off right now. Kook Dui Min noticed and loudly reminded her. "Doctor, Lao, this is a top-secret conference. Do not open your phone." Lo Than Ka clenched her fist in annoyance. "Damn it, do you think I won't do anything to you just because there are so many people here?" Kook Dui Min lectured. "Be patient. We are all emotional entities, so how can you have such little patience?" Lao Than Cha couldn't take it anymore and slammed the table, standing up. He asked, "Dr. Lao, where are you going?" Lao Than Ka waved her hand. "Can't I go to the restroom? Or are you going to follow me even when I go to the bathroom?" Kook Dui Min was left speechless. Lo Than Ka went into the restroom and sighed as she opened her phone. "Really, if this keeps up, I'm going to lose control." Just then, Lam called, "Oh Lam, why are you calling so late?" Lao Than Cha answered, "Hello." She was shocked by the news. She walked to the window and asked, "You're saying hospital number 2 was attacked and all the guards were slaughtered? And the director was also dragged into it?" She opened the window and looked across. Hospital number 2 was in that direction. Lo Than Ka froze at the sight before her. Above it was covered by a controlled, emotional monster. The monster flew, enveloping the building. Lo Than Cha looked at it and thought, the director's emotional monster is still here, so it shouldn't be a big problem. She paused. Wait, that's hateful emotional energy. The director is in trouble. Lo Than Cha cursed, damn it, and smashed through the window to leave. The meeting room was shaken by the incident. What's happening? There was an explosion in the building. Kook Dui Min looked like he knew something. Oh no, he rushed off. A girl shouted that the women's restroom had just blown up. Kook Dui Min watched in stunned silence as Lo Than Cha just flew off like that. She was heading straight toward the headquarters of the No. 2 Psychiatric Hospital in Donghai City. A man watching through the glass remarked, "Who is that? Is she really using her powers so blatantly? And it looks like she's headed for the second hospital. That's practically declaring war on the second hospital. This isn't good. There's something wrong with that place. It's a manifestation of hatred. The Black Lotus sect has already attacked the second hospital's branch in the Langchao International District of Donghai City." The silver-haired old man watched as well, exclaiming that he had never seen such a unique emotional entity before. Strange things are certainly happening in Donghai City. So many of them. As Lao Than Ka flew overhead, someone down below collapsed, causing the young girl nearby to panic. Honey, what's wrong? Others nearby were clutching their heads in fear. A girl nearby glared sharply toward the forest. Lin felt uneasy, wondering, will Dr. Liu get there in time? Chen Gu reassured her, don't worry, she'll make it, I'm sure of it. Trung Jiaqi replied, I hope so. Lin suddenly remembered something and asked, hey, Trung Jiaqi, can't you see whatever you want to see? Can you try to check on Thuong Muk's situation? Trung Jiaqi nodded. Right, let me try. She closed her eyes to focus, only to see Zhao Yan choking Thuong Muk. She gasped in terror. Oh no, Thuong Muk is about to be taken. The vision in her mind began to blur. Tears streamed down Trung Jiaqi's face as she grabbed her eyes in agony, screaming. Lin asked worriedly, Trung Jiaqi, what's wrong? She cried out, my eyes, they hurt so much. A stream of red liquid fell from them. The same red substance was everywhere at Zhao Yan's location, covering everything. Uneasy, the man wondered what was happening. At that moment, Zhao Yan's hand was severed by Lao Than Ka. Thuong Mok looked toward that direction. Zhao Yan panicked, thinking, isn't that the doctor from earlier? She's so strong. He unleashed a barrage of spikes, desperately trying to flee. I have to get out of here. Lao Than Ka charged forward, raising her hand. Spears fell from out of nowhere, piercing the spikes and pinning them firmly to the ground. The spikes writhed for a moment before striking something invisible. Zhao Yan realized, this space, is this some kind of barrier? Lu Tanchka frowned. She turned and stomped on the ground, using the momentum to lunge forward and slice through the spikes, blocking her path. Zhao Yan's face turned pale as he frantically unleashed more spikes to protect himself. Lao Than Cha gripped her scythe tightly, spinning it in wide arcs and clearing a path toward the center. Zhao Yan struggled to break the barrier, finally smashing a hole through it. I did it! I'm getting away, he thought happily. Zhao Yan bolted out, with Lao Than Cha in hot pursuit. He realized the barrier was beginning to repair itself. If it closes, I won't be able to get out. Desperate, Zhao Yan turned around and shouted, aren't you going to check on your director? Lao Than Cha froze, teeth clenched, before deciding to turn back toward Ye Min Chu. Lao Than Ka returned to support Thuong Muk, then flew up with him, calling out to Ye Min Chu. Director! She shattered the spikes embedded in the woman's body. Please, just hold on a little longer. Lu Than Cha carefully lowered both of them to a safe spot and knelt to check on Ye Min Chu's condition. Lao Than Cha desperately made a call, cursing. Damn it! Why is that management bureau so slow? Ye Min Chu whispered. Lao Than Cha, don't waste your energy. I'm just too old, but I'm much calmer now. It's true only when someone is close to death can they truly break free from the control of their emotions. Lao Than Ka bowed her head in despair. Damn it all. Her power flared with intense rage. I'm going to kill him and everyone in the Black Lotus sect behind him. I'll kill them all. Thuong Muk stared in shock as Lao Than Ka's power engulfed the area. Chen Gu, Lu Xinliang, and Trung Jiaqi trembled, holding their heads, leaving Lin completely confused. Anna Chris sighed. How terrifying, even from this far away, you can still feel the killing intent radiating from her. Lu Than Cha muttered in agony, I have to kill them, I have to kill them. Ye Ming Chu reached out to touch her cheek, whispering, control your own emotions, child. Don't let my efforts go to waste. Come, get closer. After I'm gone, you will look after Thuong Muk's child. Lao Than Cha grabbed Ye Ming Chu's hand, pleading, Director, you're going to be okay, you'll be just fine. The old woman sighed, but you are still just a child yourself. Lao Than Ka cried out in fear. No, don't say that. Ye Ming Chu cautioned. Lao Than Ka, you must walk the path ahead on your own. Lao Than Ka's eyes widened in shock. She stood there, dazed, before letting out a guttural scream. Director! Seeing Lao Than Ka, Lin ran over and hugged her tight. Chen Gu waved for them to come over, as there were still patients knocked out and the hospital had been devastated by the spikes. Ku Dui Min stood there, frozen in shock. Lao Than Cha checked on the survivors, but when she realized Yan Bei was nowhere to be found, she froze for a few seconds before clenching her fists until she began to tremble. A night passed. The next morning, at the #1 psychiatric hospital in Donghai City, Lao Than Cha instructed, everyone, go get some rest. Especially you, Thuong Muk. You're clearly injured, yet you kept trying to help. Don't worry, this is the center of Donghai City. It's very safe here. The three of them replied in unison, okay. Chen Gu, I'm saying goodbye to them. I'm going to get some sleep too, Thuong Muk said. He was left alone with Lu Xinliang, who turned to him and asked, what's wrong? He scratched his head and introduced himself. Is this? That's right. My name is Lu Xinliang. I heard you can help emotions break free from losing control. You're the one who can suppress emotions, right? Thuong Muk replied. I guess you could say that. Lu Xinliang pleaded. Then please, help me, I'm begging you. Thuong Mok agreed and placed his hand on top of Lu Xinliang's head. After a moment, he pulled his hand away and said, It's done. Lu Xinliang looked surprised, as if he suddenly remembered something. He clutched his head in self-reproach and burst into tears of regret. Thuong Mok reached out, asking, Are you okay, friend? Lu Xinliang sobbed, Chu Yang I killed Chu Yang. Thuong Mok remembered that moment. It had been him. He sat down to comfort Lu Xinliang. It wasn't intentional. Besides, now that she's gone, crying won't change anything. Lu Xinliang snapped, You don't need to try to console me. I deserve to die. Lu Xinliang couldn't hold back his tears as he confessed. The truth is, I've always been secretly in love with Chu Yang. Last night, I intended to confess my feelings to her, but I never imagined I'm such a monster. Chu Yang was so good to me, and yet I killed her. Even worse, until just now, I didn't feel any sadness. I was even smiling. How could I possibly be smiling? He asked in despair. Thuong Mok, tell me, am I still human, or am I just some kind of monster? Thuong Mok remained silent, though he thought to himself, Honestly, I don't think it's your fault. But instead, he pulled out a small necklace and handed it over. This is something Chu Yang asked me to give to you. She also left you a message. She said she hoped this little light bulb could help shine a light through the darkness surrounding you. Lu Xinliang looked as if he could see her ghost. He was stunned for a moment, then took it and clutched it tightly in his hand. Shivering, he whispered, Thuong Mok, thank you. The next day, Thuong Mok looked at the note in his hand, watching Lu Xinliang leave. It was a letter he had left behind. I started laughing again. I'm sorry, I can't forgive myself for killing Chu Yang, yet I still feel happy. Thuong Mok wondered if that was necessary. Dat Li explained. For most people, only death can escape the control of emotions. Thuong Mok, don't you realize you're the same? Look here. Yanbei looked down and said, Miss Song, don't worry. I'm almost at the city center. Thanks to you all this time. Freedom feels amazing. It's just a shame Thuong Mok couldn't make it back. Yes, Anna will help me from behind. She ordered the plan to continue. I'm no longer the head nurse now, so there's no need to be so restrained. The former head nurse of Donghai City Psychiatric Hospital No. 2, Yan Bei. At a certain manor belonging to the Song family in Donghai City, Song Hui Hui walked in and said, Chief Zhao, you've worked hard this time. Once everything is done, we will certainly keep our promise. Zhao Yan sat there uneasily. As expected, Dat Li was not dead. Great Xia Empire Central Emotion Control Bureau, Judge of Arbitration Court No. 1, Chen Luo. In the year 1225 of the new era, you used unauthorized emotional power in Xingkang City. The incident caused 17 people to be seriously injured and damaged many public facilities. Final verdict, life imprisonment. The gavel fell, effective today. Chen Luo said excitedly, Are you kidding me? I don't accept this. I didn't do it on purpose. On what grounds? The director of the Xingkang City branch of the Genti Corporation, Chen Luo, shouted, Do you know who I am? I'm a provincial-level emotional entity, and the company behind me is Genti. You can't treat me like this. I want to appeal. Appeal? The judge sternly commanded. I'm sorry. The verdict of the Central Bureau is final. Take him away. Chen Luo was stunned. What was this? Was this some kind of joke? Then, he unleashed his power. What kind of joke is this? A chaotic and extremely powerful emotion erupted, but it was suppressed by another force. Chen Luo froze on the spot. The judge glared at him and said, Let me remind you, if you dare to resist, you will be executed on the spot. Chen Luo broke out in a cold sweat, accepting his arrest. The people's assessor, a brown-haired girl, said, Truly impressive. Even a provincial-level emotional entity has to obediently plead guilty. The judge replied, That's to be expected. This is the central headquarters of the Emotion Control Bureau, the supreme authority on emotions in the Great Xia Empire. Let alone provincial level, even national-level entities have to be punished here if they commit a crime. The brown-haired girl asked, The case is closed. When should we report to the elders? The judge replied, Wait a moment. The elders are in a meeting. The brown-haired girl asked if that was her, and he replied that she was correct. The Supreme Emotional Power Conference in Great Xia, held once a week, determines the fate of all emotional entities in the Great Xia Empire. At the round table, the high-ranking members were discussing. The incident in Donghai City this time had too great an impact. If we can't reach a consensus, let's move on to the next topic. How do you all think these three people should be handled? So young, and they're still patients? Why aren't these three qualified to appear at the conference? Since it's related to the attack on Hospital No. 2, we should still discuss this. According to the documents, these three individuals have made significant contributions to this incident. I propose awarding them bronze medals, and in addition, providing them with certain emotional resources. Xu Ming asked for opinions, suggesting they be brought in for training at the Donghai City Control Bureau. What do you think? The regional official said. I have no objection. Duan Suan followed up. Me neither. Ngoithor Trut was silent for a moment, then asked, Old Lei, what do you think? Lei Zhao remained silent for a long time, then suddenly laughed out loud. Xu Ming asked, What's wrong? Is there something wrong with my proposal? Lei Zhao held his forehead and said, So, you desk-sitters have no idea what's really happening on the ground. Let me give you more specific information. Chen Gu, ability effect is calculated as luck. Trung Jaiqi's ability effect is the ability to view intelligent scenes that she wants to see. And finally, this Thuing Muk. I suspect his power might be related to inhibitory chains. Xu Ming wondered. So it seems all three are considered talents, especially Thuong Muk. If that's the case, why not send them directly to the Central Research Institute for further training to maximize their utility? Lei Zhao hesitated. Listen to me about their backgrounds first. Trung Jaiqi's background is very clean. A normal family, nothing special. But with Chen Gu, things start to get problematic. This Chen Gu is not a local. He seems to have suddenly appeared in Donghai City, accidentally discovered by a passerby and transferred to the psychiatric hospital. This Thuong Muk is even more extraordinary. His background must involve a world-level existence, and I suspect it's not just a normal world-level entity. This type of world-level emotional power might be similar to Thuong Muk's. In other words, this is a type of world-level entity never discovered before. The fact that he could enter Hospital Number 2 for treatment clearly shows he is operated by a world-level organization. He just entered Hospital Number 2, and 2 days later, the hospital was attacked. Tell me, can you believe in such a coincidence? Furthermore, what you call his contribution, is it really a great achievement? The Black Lotus sect still hasn't blamed the old hospital director. He just saved a few patients. Completely irrelevant to the big picture. Xu Ming vaguely understood the implication. So your point is, Lei Zhao slammed his hand on the table, admitting, Exactly. He urgently proposed, I fear he is an undercover agent for the Black Lotus sect, intending to infiltrate our Emotion Control Bureau, so I propose we arrest him immediately. At the Donghai City Psychiatric Hospital Number 1, Thuong Mok sat on the bed and asked, Have you remembered yet why you founded the Black Lotus sect back then, and why you destroyed Donghai City? Dat Li played with her hair, frustrated, and said she remembered absolutely nothing. Thuong Mok recalled Zhao Yan's words. Where is Dat Li hiding? He raised a finger and thought, that Chief Zhao seems to really miss you. Dat Li adjusted her posture. He's just afraid. Thuong Mok asked seriously, Then did that cultist recognize your power back then? Dat Li was also vague. Probably. More than 10 years ago, he was just a child. Then he became an entity with hateful emotions, even on the brink of losing control. Who would have thought that 10 years later, he would become like this? Thuong Mok fell silent. Seeing the situation was not good, Dat Li quickly defended herself. Don't look at me with those suspicious eyes. We're on the same team. Thuong Mok said bluntly. Getting involved with someone as shady as you who knows when I'll be betrayed? You keep saying, don't worry, it'll be fine, but how can I? Dat Li continued. But I've remembered another critical issue. She asked seriously. Should we run away right now to save our own skins? Thuong Mok looked at Dat Li with a questioning gaze. She explained. I remember our initial reason for coming to the second hospital was because of the former director. I think I interacted with the former director enough to understand her character. Given your condition, if you go to the second hospital, she would surely do everything in her power to ensure your safety. But now that the director is gone, I don't trust anyone else. Besides, no one can be certain right now how the upper echelons of the Daiha government will treat you, so it's best to run first. Thuong Mok felt skeptical. That old lady? She had tried her best to look after him. Was she really that good? He asked aloud. Why is the problem that I can't surrender to the Daiha government? Then where can we go? Dat Li asked. What about the Black Lotus sect? Even though Zhao Yan is currently the sect leader, there must still be enough insiders who are willing to follow and protect me. Thuong Mok immediately refused. That sounded completely untrustworthy. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Thuong Mok went to open it. He called out, Dr. Lau. Lo Ka smiled and asked warmly, Thuong Mok, how are you feeling? A moment later, she poured some tea and said appreciatively, I honestly didn't expect it. At the time, I thought you were just average. But I never imagined you could save so many people this time. On behalf of the second hospital, thank you. Thuong Mok replied humbly, Doctor, you're being too kind. I didn't expect to be able to do it either. Lao Cha suddenly remembered something. Right. She changed her tone and asked, What happened on the Shang Emperor ship? And what about the world-class emotional entity behind you? Thuong Mok was stunned where he stood. Suddenly, Lo Ka grabbed him by the throat. She lifted Thuong Mok up high and demanded, What? Did you think no one would know? Don't look down on the Daiha intelligence network. Tell me. Lothan Cha radiated killing intent and emphasized, where is the world-class entity standing behind you? Tuo Mo gripped her hand, and turning to Li, he asked, what should I do? I'll confess to her. She panicked. No, absolutely not. You just have to make up an excuse and say you don't know. He retorted coldly. What's the harm in confessing? I'm innocent anyway. Li anxiously warned, Tuo Mo, if you die, I die too. Don't forget, I used to be a leader of a wicked sect, and I once planned to destroy Donghai City. If they find out about my existence, do you think they'll spare you? Tuo Mo stayed silent, his face grimacing as Lothan Ka squeezed his throat. He called out, Dr. Lao! Tuo Mo asked, what do you mean by world class? Lothan Ka's eyes widened, then filled with fury. She lunged with her sword. Still playing dumb? After you killed Lưu Chat, you fought a world-class entity on the Shang Emperor. There were plenty of emotional entities on that ship. Do you think you could really hide that from everyone? Lothan Cha interrogated him excitedly. Tell me, where is the world-class entity standing behind you? Li whispered. Hold on, she's probably just trying to scare you right now. Tuo Mo replied, don't worry, I know. He explained. Regarding the events on the Shang Emperor, I've always thought it was just a dream. After that, I woke up on the beach, and immediately came to the second hospital. Lothan Ka pierced Tuo Mo with her sword. You're lying. From the beach to the second hospital? You walked all the way here? That's over 30 kilometers, and the entire city of Donghai didn't catch you on any cameras. What exactly are you hiding? Tuo Mo denied it. I don't know. I was completely out of my mind at the time, but it felt like a voice was telling me which way to go. Lothan Ka tightened her grip and recounted, do you know? On the very day you were admitted, the Emotional Management Bureau came and told us they wanted you. The director herself did everything she could to keep you here. She didn't want you to go astray. Tuo Mo remained silent. Lothan Che retracted her sword and said indignantly, the director was wrong to protect you. You're a mole for the Black Lotus sect. You were the one who helped them raid the second hospital, and it was you who helped them kill the director. She raised her scythe. Damn you. Tuo Mo lay there without showing signs of resistance, and only when Lothan Ka struck did he dodge. Tuo Mo was astonished. She actually wanted to kill him? She was completely consumed by her emotions. Li warned, be careful. This doctor is extremely strong, far more powerful than anyone you've faced before. You must restore her sanity. Tuo Mo desperately thought of a plan. He could only bet on one thing, use fire to obscure her vision, then seize the chance to get close and push clarity into her mind. Right at that moment, Tuo Mo reached out, but he couldn't control the fire. He froze in surprise. He couldn't release it. What is this I'm emitting? Is it stone? Lothan Ka lunged at him again. Tuo Mo stared at the scythe before him, his head spinning, his steps unsteady, as if he were falling into an endless, bottomless void. Just then, a strange beam of light erupted, illuminating the sky, accompanied by a roar that shook the surroundings violently. Tuo Mo, having no strength left to resist, collapsed to the ground. Across from him, Lothan Ka panted heavily, her face showing clear signs of exhaustion. She still gripped her weapon, the tip pointing at Tuo Mo's throat, but her breathing became increasingly ragged. At that very moment, a mysterious light pierced straight into her mind. The light seemed to radiate from Tuo Mo's arm, carrying a mystical aura that was hard to describe. Both of them lay in a pool of strange, dark red liquid. The red streaks constantly shifted before gradually retreating, as if absorbed by an invisible force, making the surrounding space feel eerie and terrifyingly silent. Lothan Ka, catching her breath, asked softly, what did you do to me? Tuo Mo calmly replied, I helped you regain your sanity. Hearing this, Lothan Ka froze, her eyes filled with shock, before she burst into tears. With tears streaming down her face, she sobbed. I'm sorry I couldn't control my emotions. Honestly, I never wanted to kill you. I've betrayed the director's expectations. Tuo Mo stared at the scene, unable to utter a single word. The space became strangely quiet, as if the whole world had fallen silent to listen to the two of them. In reality, the higher-ups had been debating how to deal with him for a long time. Some insisted he was a spy and should be arrested, imprisoned, and interrogated immediately. Others argued that wasn't the case and, at the very least, he should be observed further. Finally, the head of the Central Management Bureau made a decision, placing you entirely under my charge. Tuo Mo slowly sat up, his body wrapped in white bandages, and asked softly, did the top leadership decide to protect me? Just for a nobody like me? Lothan Cha sat beside him and replied with a small smile, maybe it has something to do with me? Anyway, in the end, it was left to me to decide how to handle you. She suddenly lowered her voice. Actually, before passing away, the principal specifically asked me to take good care of you. But because the intelligence report suggested you were suspected of being a spy, I wanted to investigate you. I didn't expect I would almost end up killing you. Lo Than Ka burst into tears. I have failed the director. Thuong Mok gently comforted her. Dr. Lau, it's all right now. The young woman quickly added, thank you. Anyway, my decision has been reported to the superiors, and the results will be back very soon. Besides that, there is one more thing I need to tell you. Lo Than Ka said while slowly wiping away her tears. After relaying the story to him, I will be transferred to the pursuit unit of the Donghai City Emotion Management Bureau to investigate the attack on the second hospital. You, Thuong Mok, will also join the pursuit unit. Not just you. Trung Jiaki and Chen Gu will be joining this team as well. She touched Thuong Mok's shoulder and wore a serious expression. The Black Lotus cult has a mole in the Donghai Emotion Management Bureau, and there are others hiding in the shadows. Thuong Mak. Together we will drag the people behind this out into the light and give those who lost their lives an answer. At another mysterious house, hidden in the quiet darkness of the night, the atmosphere inside was strangely silent. The footsteps of a man echoed steadily, drawing closer and closer to that house. He held an envelope in his hand and said in a low voice, hey, there's work to be done soon. Yet, Trunchorn didn't pay any attention to his subordinate's report, focusing instead on his own business. Now was the critical moment. The subordinate standing behind him asked in confusion. About this matter, he stood there, his eyes watching the man suspended in the void under his absolute control, the corners of his mouth curling up in excitement. It's gestating. I know that, of course, but what I meant was, how are you stimulating him this time? You mean this? This time, I gave him a laxative. He's about to lose control of his bowels. This man was a university professor, yet they spoke as if he were nothing, ignoring the desperate screams of the man being controlled. Damn it! Let me go! On Trunchorn's live streaming phone screen, a barrage of comments appeared, almost covering the entire chat box. Look, he can't hold it anymore. Isn't that Professor Vuong? Damn, this is so intense. This only made him more excited. Professor Vuong, your students recognize you. Congratulations. The professor screamed in despair. What? Damn it. Let me go. Trunchorn continuously threw out sarcastic remarks. Can't hold it? Perhaps your students will know very soon. Oh, not just them, but your friends, family, and everyone you know will find out. Professor Vuong's expression changed completely, his attitude shifting as he began to beg desperately. Please, let me go. Let me go. But he continued to pour out psychological torture. A respectable professor, performing a public urination in front of so many people in a live stream. What will everyone around you think? The more he spoke, the more excitedly Trunchorn laughed. How shameless. Professor Vuong gritted his teeth in agony, his eyes wide with tension, and a loud scream echoed through the space. I really can't hold it anymore. And then, it happened. The comments on the broadcast appeared incessantly. He opened his eyes. Professor, that was a spectacular spray. After everything went exactly as planned, Trunchorn casually turned off the camera. What's the matter? It was about to reach the interesting part. Why did it cut off? Is it over? Doesn't this count as a transcendence? The professor hung his head low, as if releasing all his long-suppressed pressure. Immediately afterward, strange, blurry, and flickering lights appeared around him, as if they didn't belong to this world. That light quickly enveloped his body, causing the space to distort, while he himself seemed to fall into a state of losing control. Streams of red liquid poured out. Only then did Trunchorn turn to his subordinate. All right, tell me. He handed over an envelope and said, Good. The targets are these three. It's best if they are kept alive, but if there's no other way, killing them is fine, but you must bring back their emotional cores. Trunchorn took the files and looked at them with contempt. Just some street-level small fry? Besides, this guy wearing glasses is suspected to be city-level. The subordinate quickly interrupted, That's correct. Furthermore, we suspect there are 2 world-level beings protecting him. Trunchorn asked in surprise. 2 world-level beings protecting him? That's too extravagant. You want me to go and capture this guy alive? The subordinate replied helplessly. The client has a very high background. Besides you, no one else can take this job. He was silent for a long time, as if weighing something in his mind. Then, he tossed the papers into the air, letting them flutter wildly, and said casually, Forget it. If there's no challenge, how could I prove my excellence? The Donghai City Mental Hospital isn't far from here. You'll see their emotional crystals very soon. In a high-rise building in the middle of the city during the day, the sunlight spread across the glass panels, making the whole building seem to blend into the vibrant rhythm of life outside. Lao Thanxie rushed out of the room, and before leaving, she hurriedly gave a few instructions. All right, I'm going to find Trung Jai Ki and Chen Gu to explain the situation. Then I'll come back to find you. The door slammed shut, echoing throughout the room. Thuing Mok sat slowly on the bed, falling into a state of silence. He looked at his strange hand and muttered, "Then, why did my power become like this? I can't release flames, and I can't crystallize it either. It changes to be very soft, just like jelly." Dat Li, who was beside him, also spoke up. "That's really not right. It's normal for it to become soft, but why can't it harden?" Suddenly, she exclaimed as if realizing some truth. "I understand now. It turns out that during this period, it becomes soft." But Thuong Mok couldn't understand what she was talking about at all. Dat Li laughed softly. "What did you think I was talking about?" he asked, feeling uncomfortable. "It's nothing. Tell me, what exactly is going on?" The young woman quickly explained. "Simply put, you're just hungry." Thuong Mok looked surprised when he heard that. "Hungry?" Dat Li laughed out loud and explained clearly. "Emotional entities have to eat too. If you don't eat enough, how can you stay solid?" The more he listened to her explanation, the more confused he became. "Don't you feel like you're experiencing some kind of extreme excitement?" Dat Li laughed enthusiastically again. "Not at all. All right. In all seriousness, as long as an emotional entity exists, it will constantly consume emotional energy, even when it's not fighting. It's just like how humans need to eat every day. Furthermore, the stronger an emotional body is, the more emotional energy it consumes daily. Every man with a strong physique eats more than an average person. Besides, for you, those chains that restrained you at the second hospital were your source of emotional energy. During the final battle there, you nearly lost control after absorbing a massive amount of emotional energy. Your reason, but you finally stabilized. Essentially, it means you've completely leveled up. You've become a more powerful emotional entity, so naturally, your daily emotional energy consumption will be even greater." Thuong Mok hesitated for a moment before asking, "So, all I need to do is eat, and I'll also absorb emotional energy from the inhibitory chains? Will my strength return to normal?" The girl replied gently, "That's how it is, but it won't be that easy to solve." He asked again, "Why?" Dat Li proceeded to recount everything she knew in detail. In an era where reason is scarce, rational energy isn't easy to find. Moreover, your appetite now is on a completely different level compared to before. Previously, one chain could last you 2 months if you weren't fighting and were just maintaining normal activities. Now, it might only last 3 weeks. And what's more troublesome is that if you don't eat your fill for a long time, at the very least, you won't be able to unleash your full power. In the worst-case scenario, your strength will decline, and you might even gradually lose your sense of self, eventually dissipating into nothingness, just like me. The girl lowered her voice as she recalled the past. "Thuong Mok, have you forgotten? I was the one who couldn't find enough emotional energy, which is why I ended up looking like this." In the quiet room, Thuong Mok sat on the hospital bed while Dat Li stood beside him, both chatting leisurely as if they had forgotten the passage of time. Thuong Mok stammered, "You can't be serious? If even you couldn't find enough emotional energy, then how could I possibly find any?" She answered softly, "My appetite is even larger, and besides, consuming your energy is the only thing that can at least guarantee that my memories won't be lost." Hearing this, he fell into deep, indescribable thought. I never expected that upgrading an emotional body would be this troublesome. The survival environment in this world is already harsh. If I'm not strong, danger is everywhere. I can't even guarantee my own safety. If I become stronger, the corresponding emotional energy won't be enough. Then, like Dat Li, I'll be so hungry that my soul will dissipate, and I'll still die. It's essentially a dilemma. Forget it. The most urgent task right now is to recover my strength first. Thuong Mok sat silently on the bed, watching her back as she slowly disappeared behind the doorframe. Suddenly, his gaze stopped at a strange sight, causing his pupils to contract in shock. On the girl's legs appeared a crimson tail full of thorns. He was secretly panicked. This woman, Dat Li of the Black Lotus sect, didn't even wake me up. The girl slowly walked up to him, knelt respectfully on one knee, and bowed. She said softly, "Young master, I have come to escort you." Thuong Mok was so startled that he scrambled back to the head of the bed. Hearing that title, he was completely stunned, unable to believe his ears. He asked in surprise, "Young master?" The girl suddenly pointed at Thuong Mok, as if she had just realized something. She reached into her pocket, searching, and muttered, That thing." She frantically searched all her pockets before suddenly collapsing onto the floor. Thuong Mok remained seated, quietly observing every action, completely unable to understand what was happening. The girl, who was lying down, suddenly propped herself up, shifting into a kneeling position. In her hands was a heart-shaped gift box, her face beaming with cuteness. "Young master, this is a greeting gift. It's a small cookie I made. I hope you like it." Thuong Mok held the gift box, examining it carefully, then sat up straight at the head of the bed and began questioning her. What do you mean by young master? She answered slowly. It means you will become our sect leader. And then she told him everything. Elder Lu passed on your message to everyone before he died. That hideous, bald, short man, he said you are our hope for ending the hatred, the savior we have been waiting for. That is why I represent everyone in coming to find you, hoping you can lead us. Hearing this, Thuing Mok fell into deep thought. Sure enough, the guy from back then realized that Dat Li's ability had injured you. But how did he send intelligence back then? Could it be a special ability related to hatred? Dat Li, standing nearby, spoke up excitedly. He probably guessed you were my successor. See, I told you I still had some followers. He asked her in a low voice. How many people are in this group you're talking about? She counted on her fingers and answered, including me, there are 4 others besides the information from Elder Lu. That answer made Thuing Mok ask in surprise. 4 people? Only 4 of you support me becoming the leader of the Black Lotus sect? Yet, she continued to beam. The 4 of us have already seized control over many sect members. He curiously asked, many or a few? What percentage? Suddenly, her energy seemed to shrink, and her voice became quieter. About 30%, I guess. Thuing Mok's voice dropped, carrying an indescribable pressure. That's not much, is it? What about the other 70%? And you still have the current leader, Zhao Yan, right? He knows what you're doing, so he won't let you get away with it, will he? His eyes remained locked on her, not wavering for a second. Also, why should I trust that you aren't here as a trap set by your current leader to deal with me? She hung her head, silent for a moment. Then suddenly tears began to fall, her voice choking with sobs. I have done so much. I took such a huge risk to come here, and I even brought some homemade cookies. Do you have any idea how long it took me to make them? Her voice became more and more stammering through her choking sobs. After all that, you still don't trust me? Thuing Mok stood frozen, when the girl suddenly erupted in a fit of rage, her killing intent surging as if she had turned into a demon, screaming in fury. Go to hell! Both Thuing Mok and Dat Li watched the scene, trembling as their faces turned pale with terror. Suddenly, a bright red streak of light shot forward, and almost instantly, a green streak of light tore through the air in pursuit with equal power. But the red streak was a step faster, rushing straight at Thuing Mok's face, carrying a menacing, murderous intent. Thuing Mok's green streak managed to reach the girl's head just in time, slowly gaining control over her. The girl froze, her body stiffening as if all her strength had been drained, and the weapon in her hand vanished into thin air. Her eyes turned red, her lashes trembled, and tears began to stream down silently. Then, she suddenly lunged forward, wrapping Thuing Mok in a tight embrace. She sobbed uncontrollably, her heart-wrenching cries filled with deep emotion. It's been a long time since I've felt like this. No more hatred, no more resentment. Elder Lu spoke truthfully. Yes, young master, you really are the one we have been waiting for. You are our savior. Thuing Mok felt helpless. This was the second time today. That Lai was busy eavesdropping, almost getting caught in the process. Outside in the hallway, Lothan Ka was leading a few people with a beaming expression. Let's go. Let's head back and find Thuing Mok. The group slowly approached Thuing Mok's room, while inside, the girl was still sitting on top of Thuing Mok, pleading incessantly. Young master, we are truly here to seek you out. I know, sect leader Zhao wants to deal with you. He wants to use you to find the former sect leader. Rest assured, we will definitely stand by your side. The girl's voice grew more desperate. You are still very weak right now, and if you want to continue improving your strength, you will need a lot of resources. There are many things you cannot handle personally, but we can help you with that. There is also intelligence. Our Black Lotus sect has been undercover for so many years, and has developed its own intelligence network. I beg you, lead us toward the future. Dat Li chimed in from the side. She's right. If you rely only on yourself, you can never become a powerhouse. Just agree with her. He pondered the suggestion. Indeed, if he had a faction working for him, things would be much more convenient. Plus, he could resolve Dat Li's issues through them. But if his association with the Black Lotus sect was discovered by the doctor, then at that moment, Thuing Mok jumped as he heard murmurs outside getting closer. Lo, Tan, Ka, and the group were only a few steps away from his room. No, the doctor is probably coming back soon. I have to get her to leave quickly. Thuing Mok touched the girl's shoulder and whispered, You, go first. Yet, his eyes widened in surprise. The girl opened her hand, revealing a sparkling green gem in front of him. Seeing that, he thought to himself, it seems every cell in his body was craving this. Is this the source of rational emotion? The girl obediently replied, Young master, you must be severely malnourished right now. We have plenty in reserve. You only need to become our leader, and all our resources will be yours. Just then, Dat Li screamed, Watch out! Something immediately flew straight at Thuing Mok's arm, Trunchorn lunged toward him, followed by another assassin. The girl suddenly pushed Thungmuk aside and took Trunchorn's attack for him. She was severely injured. Meanwhile, Trunchorn kept his eyes locked on Thungmuk, never wavering. Witnessing this, Thungmuk felt a surge of fear. His strength hadn't recovered yet. At that moment, Dat Li hurriedly offered guidance. Thungmuk, Dr. Liu is coming. He immediately shouted for help. Dr. Liu, save me. Trunchorn and the girl both froze, stunned by the shout. Outside the hallway, Lao Thanka's group was walking slowly, but upon hearing the plea, her expression changed instantly as she rushed toward the room. Thungmuk pointed at the girl and ordered, "Go, that's an order." The girl vanished from the room instantly. Trunchorn took the opportunity to attack Thungmuk, but Lo Thanka blocked him. The glass around the room shattered, debris flying everywhere. Trunchorn quickly utilized the gap to escape. Lo Thanka's gaze turned cold. She pursued him without hesitation. He's gone. Thungmuk turned to ask, Dat Lai, what's happening? She replied hurriedly, I'm looking. His stealth level is very high. It might be an emotional entity type. Even I can't see him clearly. Dat Li's eyes narrowed, watching carefully. He's heading toward the area where Trung Jai Ki and Chen Gu are. They were both still stunned by the wreckage in the room. Trung Jai Ki asked in surprise, what on earth happened here? But Chen Gu beside her didn't know either. Just then, Trunchorn suddenly appeared behind them, ready to strike. He shouted, take these two down first. Seeing this, Lo Thanka quickly closed in on them. Hearing the sound, he immediately noticed something was wrong. In an instant, before she could land a hit, Trunchorn disappeared again. Lo Thanka looked around, annoyed. He disappeared again. Trung Jai Ki looked at her, confused. What are you doing, Sister Liu? Lao Thancha warned them to be careful, saying someone was trying to kill them. But Trung Jai Ki looked at her skeptically. For real? Her eyes darted around, feeling frustrated. Damn it, I have no idea where the enemy is. How high is his invisibility level? Will I have to unleash the emotional monster lurking in this area? Lao Thanka set up a formation barrier, calculating the risks. No, that would pull these kids into the monster's range. She couldn't help but recall a difficult situation. They had already experienced this once before, and having to deal with it again in such a short time could lead to irreparable consequences. Lao Thanka observed the situation. Besides, this was a hospital in the city center. There were too many civilians here. She had to suppress her power. She couldn't let innocent people get hurt. Nearby, he asked in a low voice, Lai, can you see him? She replied with difficulty, it's very hard. I'm trying my best. Hearing this, Thungmuk stood up and headed toward them. In a corner of the room, Trunchorn was secretly smug. You think you can see me? His eyes were full of schemes. Right in front of them, I'll take this guy down first, then take his body. Suddenly, Trung Jai Ki screamed, Sister Lo Thanka, someone is stuck on the wall over there. That's so weird. Caught off guard, he froze for a moment, not knowing what to do. Taking advantage of the distraction, Lo Thancha swung her attack right at him. Trunchorn frowned, his gaze suddenly turning dark. As she struck out at him with her staff, the sheer pressure felt strong enough to tear the air right in half. Trunchorn vanished once again, leaving behind nothing more than a faint trace of dust. Trung Jai Ki asked with a confused look, I can't sense him anymore. Is he dead? Lao Thancha signaled that he wasn't. He got away. This place isn't safe anymore. Let's get out of here fast, Trung Jai Ki asked anxiously, getting goosebumps all over. That was terrifying. Do you think he'll come back to hide and ambush us again? She honestly answered that she wasn't sure. That meant little Trung Jai Ki had to stay on high alert about everything around her, since she was the only one who could actually see him. At that moment, Thungmuk fell into deep thought, and then quickly stood up straight. Right then, he was holding something in his hand, a glowing cyan crystal, along with a note containing a phone number. She began her introduction. Trunchorn, a Class A wanted criminal from the Great Xia Nation. Lao Thancha listed off his charges one by one. Murder, unlawful detention, torture, kidnapping, and the illegal use of emotional power. He has plenty of aliases. She paused for a moment. Mr. Phantom Magician, the Loophole. One of his most straightforward titles is, Lu Thanka emphasized, the #1 assassin of the Great Xia Nation. She recounted how he had previously carried out open and flagrant murders, kidnapping numerous officials and business tycoons. Some of these incidents even took place inside locked rooms where, despite hordes of guards standing outside, the targets simply vanished into thin air. Lao Thanka detailed how the East Sea City Emotion Administration had once tried to capture him. Under the command of a world-tier officer, the administration's entire pursuit squad had been mobilized. Even though they ambushed him, he still managed to escape without a single scratch. With a thoughtful look in her eyes, she added, and yet, he's merely a city-tier emotional entity. Trung Jai Ki asked innocently. Big sis Lo Thine Ka, is a city-tier entity really that strong? She nodded. Emotional entities are currently classified into 6 different tiers. Lo Thancha patiently explained. The first tier is the street tier, which is the level where Trung Jai Ki and Chen Gu currently are. She mentioned that the second tier is the district tier, similar to Thuing Mok's current rank. As Lo Thanchka brought him up, a hint of annoyance crept into her voice. The third is the city tier, which is Trun Churn's level, the #1 assassin of Great Xia. Her voice grew tense. Above that are the province tier, nation tier, and world tier. In other words, even though Trun Churn's power was 3 major tiers lower, he had still managed to escape from a world tier opponent completely unscathed. The young woman couldn't help but marvel. The person who ambushed us just now is so incredible. What kind of emotional entity is he anyway? Lo Thancha shook her head. No one actually knew what kind of emotional entity he was. In truth, for emotional entities as unique as him, their specific emotional category and energy effect were their biggest secrets, she confessed. However, we suspect that his emotional power effect is likely teleportation and stealth. Otherwise, there's just no way to explain the things he's pulled off. Dat Li leaned forward, her voice filled with excitement. The #1 assassin of Great Xia certainly has some serious skills. Thuing Mok looked surprised. Do you know what category of emotional entity he belongs to? She replied casually. No idea. Even so, for a city-tier entity to escape from a world-tier powerhouse was completely unbelievable. Dat Lai Slow explained. That's because a world-tier powerhouse only needs to release their own emotional monster, and everything within the monster's coverage zone becomes crystal clear. Yet he still managed to slip away. Probably only abilities like teleportation could explain that. Hearing this, Thuing Mok fell into deep thought. Teleportation and stealth, the #1 assassin of the Great Xia nation truly was insanely cunning. Lo Than Ka sighed, reminding them to be careful. Being targeted by an emotional entity like that is a massive headache. The opponent's target didn't seem to be just Thuing Mok alone. Trung Jai Ki and Chen Gu were in his crosshairs too. That's why you absolutely cannot leave my side, he asked out of curiosity. Big sis Lu Than Ka, if he really has teleportation and suddenly appears, slits my throat, and vanishes right after, what are you going to do? For all we know, he might be right here watching us, waiting for a chance to strike. Trung Jai Ki trembled with fear. No way, Thuing Mok, don't doubt Big Sis Lo Than Ka's abilities. She confirmed that, realistically, Thuing Mok wasn't wrong. Hearing that only made the young woman panic even more. Lu Thansha explained honestly, I honestly can't guarantee your safety 100%, but I'm always keeping my guard up. She asserted that if he dared to lay a hand on them, he would definitely have to pay a heavy price right along with them. Hearing this, Trung Jai Ki couldn't help gulping, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Seeing this, Chen Gu comforted her from the side. Don't worry. Besides, Trung Jai Ki's power is the exact counter to him anyway, you can still see him. At that, the young woman suddenly remembered and cheered up. Oh, right. Just now when that assassin suddenly attacked, thankfully Chen Gu tripped and pulled me down with him. We're definitely going to be fine. Lo Than Ka remarked that Chen Gu's optimistic emotional entity power was indeed magical, but he was still only a street-tier emotional entity and couldn't turn bad luck into good every single time. If they bet all their hopes purely on luck, who knew they might lose their heads the next time around? Trung Jai Ki let out an "oh," asking, is that really true? By then, their car had emerged from the underpass. The atmosphere inside the vehicle suddenly grew quiet, with everyone lost in their own thoughts. Finally, they arrived at the city center. Trung Jai Ki looked around in awe, murmuring, there are so many cysts. Lo Tine K asked back, are you talking about the things on top of people's heads? In today's world, it's pretty rare to find someone who doesn't have a cyst. Everyone gets infected by emotional viruses to varying degrees. The people in hospitals might be slightly better off, but everyone else finds it hard to avoid. She recounted, our hospital used to make house visits to distribute medicine. Even if someone's cyst disappeared thanks to the medication, it would just grow back over time. The young woman asked curiously whether cysts would grow out of the heads of those among them who had transformed into emotional entities. Lo Than Sha replied, normally, no. She explained to Trung Jai Ki in detail. However, if someone gets trapped in a certain emotion for a long time and simultaneously gets infected with an emotional virus related to that exact feeling, a corresponding cyst might still grow out. But this kind of cyst doesn't seem capable of spawning a second emotional monster at least. Not any type that I know of. Thuong Mok nodded silently to himself, realizing why his own cyst had been so huge back then yet hadn't undergone mutation. Lo Than Ka's voice suddenly turned grave. In this era, keeping the public's emotions stable is a tough problem for the government. She detailed the policies that had been put in place. Because of that, the government collaborates with various companies to stabilize public emotions through short videos, games, novels, movies, social media platforms, and other methods. Although everyone is more or less infected with the emotional virus, they possess abilities of varying scales and often struggle to control their emotions. But as long as you have a different emotion to counter it, keeping everyone's core from shattering, there won't be any major problems. Suddenly, Lo Thon Ka sighed. The trouble is, many emotion-based beings commit crimes, intentionally spreading viruses, or letting their own emotions cause regular people to lose control and become emotional monsters. Trung Jaiki was confused. Why? She replied gently. Because of food. Lao Thon Cha explained in detail that if an emotional entity wants to become stronger, it needs to consume enough corresponding emotional energy. Because they spread their own emotional viruses, infecting others, then turning them into emotional monsters just like themselves. After hunting them down and killing them, they devour the other party's emotional energy to increase their own power. Suddenly, she turned to him. Thung Muk had already experienced this kind of thing. Lo Thang Ka's voice carried a hint of helplessness. These hidden emotional entities almost certainly have to follow this path if they want to grow, including Trun Chuan, the #1 assassin of the Great Xia nation. He also rose to the city level because of this. If we don't catch him, there will probably be many more victims every day. It's just that we don't know about it, she explained. This is also the reason why our hospital admits patients who have undergone emotional transformation. On one hand, it's to prevent them from losing control and endangering society. On the other hand, it's to stop them from becoming murderous criminals in pursuit of power and strength. At this moment, he suddenly interrupted. We're about to enter the tunnel ahead. Trung Jai-ki was curious. Sister Lo Thang Ka, where are we going? She replied gently. The East Sea City Emotional Entity Management Bureau. At this moment, Thung Mok looked at her, his eyes full of deep thought. He wondered, Sister Lo Thang Ka, I want to know, the day the second hospital was attacked, who called you to the meeting? Lao Than Ke replied calmly. It was the director of the East Sea City Emotional Entity Management Bureau. She continued bluntly. It seems you've already guessed it. That's right. The director of the East Sea City Emotional Entity Management Bureau is very likely colluding with the Black Lotus sect. I even suspect that the #1 assassin in Great Xia was hired by him. Trung Jai-ki leaned forward, her voice trembling. Wait, so we're going to the Management Bureau? Aren't we going to our deaths? Lo Than Cha sneered. To our deaths? She said confidently. That depends on whether they have the skills for it. He looked at Lu Thon Ka and felt a chill down his spine. No way, right? Dr. Lu, are your emotions rising again? Thuan Mok broke into a cold sweat. She is a world-class emotional entity, but the three of us are not, and my strength hasn't fully recovered yet. He couldn't help but feel confused. Fighting in the enemy's lair. Aren't we dead for sure? The clear sky stretched out, and the gentle sunlight covered the building, as if hiding the temporary peace before the upcoming undercurrent. Inside the house, Kuk Dui Min sat quietly in front of the computer, lost in deep thought. He held his head in his hands, slumped over the desk, recalling the story of that day. In a secret room, he suddenly jumped up, shouting, Miss Song, the Black Lotus sect attacking the second hospital was orchestrated by you, right? Song Hui Hui sat steadily in her chair, holding a teacup, and replied leisurely, That's right. He seemed to go crazy when he heard that admission. Are you insane? Colluding with the Black Lotus sect to attack the second hospital and murder the director of your own Song family, do you want to rebel? She spoke slowly. Director Q, don't be in such a hurry to drink your tea. Kuk Dui Min looked at the teacup on the table, a look of anger flashing in his eyes. He immediately knocked the tea glass to the floor and shouted, Drink tea? The Central Emotional Entity Management Bureau won't let you people off. Song Hui Hui remained calm and unmoved, despite his curses. She, the Song family, and the Black Lotus sect were all going to die. She leisurely raised her teacup to enjoy it and calmly spoke, Director Ku, you're right, but you missed one thing. Song Hui Hui slowly reminded him, the Central Management Bureau won't let you off either. Don't forget Dr. Lu was called by you to the meeting. You are already an accomplice. He hurriedly explained, but his face couldn't hide his anxiety. The meeting was to discuss dealing with emotional illnesses in East Sea City recently. The recent emotional disasters are severe, so it caused a delay. It was completely reasonable and valid. Song Hui Hui continued nonchalantly, You are indeed reasonable and valid, but the central investigation only needs reasonable suspicion. Besides, you don't know yet, do you? Lao Than Sha will be transferred to become the captain of the DOCTIV, capture team of the East Sea City Emotional Management Bureau. You aren't even qualified to know her background. Why don't you guess who she is targeting with this transfer? Oh, that's right. This time she transferred. She even brought 3 rare emotional entities with her. Your business will probably be exposed soon. In the end, who do you think in this whole great Xia country can protect you? Song Huihue's words made him so angry that he gritted his teeth, his hands clenched tight. Yet, he suddenly knelt down respectfully before Song Huihui. In Hook Dui Min's hand, he clutched a pile of scrap paper, his voice becoming docile. Miss Song, from now on, the Song family's business is my business. Song Huihui smiled with satisfaction. Captain Liu just arrived, wet behind the ears. What should be done next? You probably know, right? If you keep hesitating, you'll die without a place to be buried. Hook Dui Min hurriedly complied. I understand. The flow of thought dissipated, pulling him back to reality. At that moment, the phone rang suddenly, breaking the silence. He immediately hurried to answer the call. Director, Team Leader Liu has arrived. His face was dull and dazed, his dark circles showing clear exhaustion. But when he heard those words, he became extremely panicked. Then Cook Dui Min quickly changed his attitude. Dr. Liu, welcome. I never expected you to become the captain of our capture team. How delightful. He enthusiastically grabbed the girl's hand and greeted her happily. What luck has our capture team finally had? That we can welcome an emotional entity as powerful as you? Lo Than Cha replied politely. Director, you're joking. Cook Dui Min led the group into the building and said, although it's a bit of an exaggeration, I'm not joking. He suddenly looked contemplative. About the matter of the old director, I am very sorry. Those lawless elements were too arrogant. Director Liu, no. Now, I should call you Captain Liu if you need anything in the future. Just speak up. Our management bureau will support you with all our might. Lu Thonka responded politely. Understood. He grabbed the girl's hand, while turning his head to look at the people behind her. I have already reviewed your files. Thank you for your efforts regarding the incident at the second hospital. Being a capture officer for the Emotion Bureau is not an easy task. You must always remember your mission. Think of the citizens of Donghai City waiting behind you. Follow the example of Captain Liu. The future of the Emotional Bureau rests on you young ones. Trung Jai-ki looked bewildered by his words, but Thuing Macmian shouted sternly, Sir, please rest assured. We will certainly take you as our model. Always keep our mission in mind, and give it our all. We hope you will see our actions. Chen Gu, standing beside him, followed suit. With a leader like you, who always cares for everyone, we are full of energy. Wherever you point, that is where we will strike. We guarantee we will complete our mission. Lu Thansha looked back with a look of fear. Yet, Cook Dui Min laughed heartily. Excellent. The members of Captain Liu's team are truly talented. Little Zhang, go arrange the induction procedures for Captain Liu and take them to the pursuit team's office. The group quickly replied. Understood. He politely said goodbye. Everyone, I have a meeting. Let's talk next time. Everyone replied in unison. Please, Director. As they left, he remained standing in place, his eyes silently observing each of their figures. He plotted to himself, Thuing Macmian is someone Miss Song wants. No further consideration is needed. And then he recalled the appearance of one person in their group. But this guy Chen Gu could perhaps be recruited as well. After leaving his office, the group began to confide in one another. Trung Jai-ki quickly asked, Sister Lo Thain Ka, at first I thought you were going to tear off Director Ku's mask right then and there. Lao Than Xia replied wistfully. Although I really wanted to, I managed to hold back. She slowly explained, I know I cannot lose control. Our goal is not just Director Q, but also the Black Lotus cult standing behind him. There might be even more people backing them up. I must drag them all out. Only then can I avenge the principal. Afterward, Lao Thansha glanced at the two men. You two talk quite a lot, don't you? Trung Jai-ki chimed in from the side. That's right, repeating the same thing over and over until my ears hurt. Thuing Macmian answered calmly, I've worked before. These empty words are no big deal, right? Chen Gu also happily piped up, Captain Liu, I am your soldier. A talented general cannot have weak soldiers under her command. How could I let you lose face? The three of them stood frozen upon hearing his words, and all three spoke up one after another. Damn, that was too smooth. Even without a professional angle, I have to learn from that. Even though I know you said it on purpose, it feels pretty good to hear. In another building, the atmosphere was completely different. A subordinate asked, So, it was a failure? Trenchorn sat slumped in his chair, looking incredibly exhausted. Indeed. The opposing side has someone with the ability to see through things that girl named Trung Jai-ki from that mission. He hurriedly requested, Can you provide me with some information on this girl? I want intel on her relatives. Also, ask the Black Lotus cult if there is any other cute girl with braided pigtails. That girl is a hatred emotion entity. Without her, I would have already neutralized a target. Inside the high-rise building, the chatter continued incessantly. Actually, Kukdui Min cannot fully control the Donghai City Emotional Bureau. So, you don't need to worry too much. Why is that? Because his emotional entity level is not high. Especially for frontline task forces like the pursuit team, no one respects him in their hearts. Chengu asked, Sister Lao Than Ka, which department does the pursuit team of the Emotional Management Bureau belong to? Lothan Cha replied, this is a department under the Donghai City Emotional Management Bureau, specializing in investigating and arresting illegal emotional entities. Thuing Mukmian asked, roughly like the human police force? She gently explained, almost. But in reality, the pursuit team is much stronger than the police. The pursuit team can be considered the strongest military force in Donghai City in a real battle, not to mention an armored unit. Even a fighter squadron from the Air Force couldn't rival them. Trung Jai-ki exclaimed in admiration, they're that powerful? Thuing Makmian was even more confused. Sister Lothain Ka, if I'm not mistaken, can these emotional entities even withstand missiles? The girl slowly explained, indeed, they can. The higher the grade of the emotional entity, the lower the impact of physical damage. At this stage, you could still be shot dead. Later on, let alone missiles, even nuclear bombs won't matter. Hearing this, Thuing Makmian thought to himself, is that so? Are the later stages world-class? Then even a nuclear bomb couldn't kill Dr. Liu, right? Dat Li whispered from the side. Of course. Once you reach world-class, only emotional power can destroy an emotional entity. Lothan Cha looked serious. Furthermore, the pursuit team of the Great Xia Kingdom has another special characteristic. They can work tirelessly, without sleeping, and even without eating, persistently hunting criminals until they are brought to justice. They are also known as the Undying Pursuers. As she spoke, the door creaked open. These are our professional colleagues. Just then, a blinding flash of light engulfed the room. Let's get to know each other. A girl was lying back relaxing with an eye mask. A man was happily playing with a bird beside him. A woman was watching a movie while sobbing, still holding a bag of snacks in her hand. Another man was calmly enjoying his tea. The group slowly walked into the office, observing the strange expressions of each staff member in front of them. All four stood stunned by the work habits of the employees before them. Thuing Mukmian asked, is this what you call professional? Lotine K replied with an awkward smile. Not losing control is already considered very professional. The atmosphere suddenly became strangely quiet. Everyone began to gather in the hall and took turns introducing themselves. Li Zhan, excitement type emotional entity, provincial level, previously served as deputy captain. Looking forward to your guidance. Kor Loi, city level agitated emotional entity. Looking forward to your guidance. Hello Captain Liu. Greetings colleagues. Tovian, provincial level joy type emotional entity. Looking forward to your guidance. Vainyun, city level excitement type emotional entity. Please provide guidance. Thach Kian, city level excitement type emotional entity. Please provide guidance. Pham Thu Chi, city level excitement type emotional entity. Please provide guidance. Thuong Mak quietly observed each of them, recalling what Dat Li had once told him. Emotional entities of hatred 1. That Elder Liu is close to reaching level 4, which is roughly equivalent to a city tier entity nearing the provincial tier. Plus, he's in the exact same league as the academy director. 1 and 2 of them are even at the provincial tier, 1 rank higher than the academy director. Trung Jaiki gasped and blurted out, no way. We're only at the street tier, and Thuong Muk just hit the district tier. 1. Lo Thon Ka and Thuong Muk exchanged glances as if trying to confirm something. Right at that moment, Kor Loi hurried over, one beaming as he welcomed them. Captain Liu, please say a few words and welcome Captain Liu to guide our work. Everyone burst into enthusiastic applause. Lao Than Cha spoke up shyly. Thank you, everyone. 1. Since I'm a new member, there's still a lot I don't know about this place, but I am definitely here on a mission. As you all already know about the attack on Hospital Number 2, right? My visit today is specifically to investigate that incident, and I hope you will all give us your full cooperation to bring the culprits to justice. 1. Korloy clenched his fist, his gaze turning resolute as he shouted, Good grief, this is completely unacceptable. How dare these cult scum attack a government facility? 1. We have to crack down on them hard. Captain Liu, just give the order and we'll start the investigation right away. 1. And we'll definitely drag those bastards out to face justice. That put Lao Thon Ka in a really awkward spot. How should she put this? The situation right now was way too unexpected. 1. If she came right out and said she wanted to investigate Bureau Chief Q, there would definitely be trouble. Besides, there might even be some of Bureau Chief Q's people right here in this room. 1. But no matter what, she needed to gauge their reactions first. And so she decided to announce, Alright, we've actually got a major breakthrough now. 1 Trun Chuan, also known as the top assassin of the Great Xia Nation, has targeted Thung Mok, Trung Jai Ki, and Chen Gu. I suspect this is definitely connected to the incident at Hospital Number 2. 1. Because their actions during the hospital incident messed up the enemy's plans to some extent, it's very likely that Trun Chorn 1 was hired by the Black Lotus cult to assassinate the three of them. We need to catch Trun Chorn, and through him, we'll unmask the Black Lotus cult backing him up. 1. Lao Than Ka fell into quiet contemplation, as the image of that man kept flashing through her mind. He had even exposed Kuk Dui Min and the masterminds behind him. 1. The group stood there in silence, the atmosphere suddenly turning freezing cold. Li Jian's expression soured instantly, and he coldly turned and walked away, not caring at all about the stunned looks on everyone else's faces. 1. Leaving behind the loud slam of a door echoing across the room, Korloi awkwardly stepped in to salvage the situation. 1. Captain Liu, please don't be mad. Deputy Captain Li is just super busy right now. He definitely doesn't have any personal issues with you. He then immediately got swamped with a barrage of phone calls. 1. This guy Trun Chorn? We dealt with him ages ago. His wanted poster's been out for years. Commander, just tell us what to do and we'll do it. 1. Hello? What did you say? He softly said his goodbyes. Captain, I'm really sorry. I've got another call. I'll take my leave first. 1. But right away, a guard pointed straight at him and yelled, What are you even pretending for, Korloi? You're number 1 at sucking up, but the second things get real, you chicken out. 1. Korloi stammered defensively. Who's chickening out? You guys think old Korloi's scared of a fight? The guard loudly retorted. Stop putting on an act. People like you are the exact reason this case became a cold case in the first place. 1. If this keeps up, the entire pursuit team is going to get wiped out. Tachkian quickly stepped in from the side to mediate. Hey, it's nothing that serious. Everyone calm down. 1. Things are getting out of hand. Tovian chuckled softly and said, Watching you guys get all worked up every single day is so entertaining. 1. Nope, can't do this. I can't keep having this much fun. Pham Thu Chi chimed in cheerfully. Captain, please hand this mission over to me. I'm nothing like old Korloi over here. I guarantee I'll get the job done. 1. Korloi snapped back furiously. Huh? What are you rambling about, you slacker? You're clearly just a low-tier street-level emotional entity, 1. Yet you sit there lying and pretending to be a city-tier high-energy emotional entity. The paperwork old Shi asked you for a month ago still isn't done, 1, and in the end, old Shi had to do it all himself. City-tier high-energy emotional entity, my foot. You're just a delayed reaction street tier. His screaming had Pham Thu Chi breaking out in a cold sweat. 1. The other 4 stood frozen in place watching their bickering. Aw, damn it, old goo. Why'd you have to expose me like that? 1. I was just trying to make a good impression on the new captain. I said what I said. The Emotional Management Bureau is totally screwed, and it's all because you guys don't do your jobs. 1. Guard, what are you even doing? Why'd you have to drag me into this? As she hurried off, Tovian couldn't hide the annoyance on her face. 1. No way. This is way too ridiculous. Captain, I'm scared my emotions are gonna run wild anyway, and time's running out, so I'm clocking out early. 1. Thachkeen followed right behind her and said his goodbyes too. Captain, I'm heading back to work as well. Just let me know whenever you guys finish discussing. 1. They just walked out like that, leaving the 4 of them looking completely stunned. Deep into the night, everything sank into silence, until suddenly, the sound of shouting broke out. 1. Are you out of your mind? Is this what human nature looks like to you? Do you even know what human nature means? Stop making excuses. Just because things have always been done this way doesn't mean it's right. 2 men were going at it in a fierce argument. 1. I think you don't know. Jack shit. Well, I think you're the clueless one. Thuing Mok and Trung Jai Ki completely ignored them and went back to their own business. 1. She suddenly panicked and yelled, Wait, why did it stop here? Hurry up, play the next episode. But Thuing Mok's utter calmness only made her even more surprised. 1. Thuing Mok, why aren't you showing any reaction? Don't you even want to know what happens next? He calmly replied, I do. Trung Jai Ki gasped in admiration. Man, you are so chill. 1. At the desk next to them, Pham Thu Chi stretched lazily and sighed. Having a new boss is awesome. We should totally be like this every single day at work. 1. Seeing that, Thachkian spoke up, as if you actually do any real work, fan. The 2 of them continued chatting away happily. Thuong Mok quietly glanced over at them, a hint of calculation in his eyes. 1. Earlier, inside Lothan Cha's office, loud noises kept echoing out. I've totally been played for a fool. 1. East Sea City is one of the most vital metropolises in the Great Xia Nation for dealing with increasingly severe emotional disasters. To handle these criminal emotional entities who dare to provoke the public, 1. We have decided to expand the pursuit team, scaling it up from a single team into 3 separate teams. 1. The original pursuit team will now become Pursuit Team Number 1, Pursuit Team Number 2, and Pursuit Team Number 3. I will be recruiting even more law-abiding citizens to join the pursuit teams and contribute to the stability of Donghai City. And I hope everyone will choose to cooperate to maintain emotional security within the city. Lu Laothansha clutched her head, her face full of helplessness as she sighed softly. This morning, Kook Dui Min split the original pursuit team into 3 groups. All the elites were assigned to the second and third teams, and the most useless ones were left to me. I've said it before. Why isn't there a single national-level emotional entity in the pursuit team? Laothansha speculated gloomily, saying perhaps Kook Dui Min's people were among them, or even worse, maybe they were all his people, trying to sabotage us. Thuong Mok pondered, silently evaluating each name that popped into his head. These people were supposedly just the duds of the pursuit team. It seems the pursuit team's actual strength is far greater than I thought, but are they really all Kook Dui Min's men? It feels like they are even less reliable than the actual enemy. Laothansha leaned back in her chair, quickly coming up with a tactical plan. Given the current situation, it's impossible to capture Trenchuan in the short term. Therefore, until Trenchuan is caught, none of you are allowed to leave the Emotional Management Bureau. Otherwise, your lives will be at risk. Do not go anywhere. Understood? She rubbed her temples gently. Don't worry, the Bureau building has everything you need. Daily life won't be a problem. Many people in the Bureau treat this place as home to save on rent. Thuong Mok hesitated and asked, So, if we don't go outside, we're safe? Captain, you can't be by our sides to protect us forever, right? Laothan Ka explained calmly. The Emotional Management Bureau has other world-class entities stationed here, and this world-class entity definitely isn't on Kook Dui Min's side. The entire Bureau is constantly shrouded by his emotional monster. Even if Trenchuan broke in and launched a surprise attack, he could at most take out one of you before being buried along with you. He won't do something like that. She reminded them. Therefore, your top priority now is to increase your emotional strength. Especially since the 3 of you are undiscovered emotional entities, you can raise your power levels, which will play a crucial role in capturing Trenchuan. Lotenka turned toward the young woman, her voice tinged with pride. Trung Jai Ki, you can see intelligence. Perhaps after increasing your strength, you'll be able to spot exactly where Trenchuan is hiding. She then looked at the young man with expectation. And Chenggu, if your strength increases, who knows? Maybe you'll be able to encounter Trenchuan when you go out. Trung Jai Ki asked naively. So, how do we increase our strength? Lothan Ka suggested. Right now, you and Chenggu are only at level 1, equivalent to the street level. Once you have a basic grasp of your own emotions, you can slowly try to release those corresponding emotions, and your emotional power will naturally increase. She looked at him and cautioned him carefully. But Thuong Mok, it's a bit more troublesome for you. Your level drains daily, so you must absorb corresponding emotional resources every day, otherwise your power risks decreasing. Luthansha brought up the case regarding the second hospital. I've read Lin's report. You can absorb the power within the suppression shackles. Therefore, the suppression shackles are effectively your corresponding emotional resources. She said sternly, but I must warn you, this report has been classified as top secret. Even Kook Dui Min doesn't have the authority to see it. After the senior management and I read the report, we all unanimously agreed that your emotional abilities must be hidden. Therefore, the outside world cannot know that you can absorb the power of the suppression shackles. Otherwise, the outside world could use that to deduce the true nature of your abilities. Laothan Ka suggested. So, I can only use other excuses to request those shackles for you, for example, as a precaution against losing control. She sighed again. But the problem is that suppression shackles are extremely precious. So, for an emotional entity of your level to use them to stabilize your state is an extremely extravagant act. Therefore, Kook Dui Min might not approve my request for the shackles for you. Thuong Mok nodded. Is that so? He pondered it for a moment. Truth be told, he was feeling hungry again, and the rational crystal that the girl detested didn't provide enough to eat. Thuong Mok felt helpless. So what should I do now? Should I also release my emotions like Trung Jai Ki and the others? Datlai, standing behind him, cleared her throat. Hey, what are you trying to do? Let me tell you, why do you keep asking others? He only dared to think to himself. Of course, it's because you're the leader of the cult. I don't trust you. I'm afraid you'll trick me. Lothan Shah continued. Thuong Mok, you've reached level 2, and the risk of losing control is starting to increase. Now that you don't have those emotional energy sources to absorb anymore, can you find your own law? Trung Jai Ki asked curiously. What kind of law? Lo Tain Ka patiently explained. You can think of it as a set of precepts for an emotional entity to stabilize their emotions. She pointed out the details. The higher the level of an emotional entity, the easier it is to lose control of their emotions. Because of that, you must adhere to certain behavioral principles. Or, more accurately, you must constantly repeat certain specific actions in your daily life. Only then can you better stabilize your emotional state. This is what a law is. Lothan-ka continued her analysis. Usually, what a law needs to do is completely contrast with your own emotions. For example, if you are an emotion of joy entity, you would have to find a way to make yourself feel sorrowful. As for the specifics of what to do, what will be effective and suitable for you, you have to explore that gradually on your own, the young woman exclaimed. So that's it. But what should I do now? Trung Jae-ki urged. Quick, next episode. Looking at them, Tuon Mok was surprised. So, watching this kind of suspense show can really increase Trung Jae-ki's emotional strength? Everyone gathered around his desk at this moment. Thuong Mok asked Chen Gu, "Do you think this is enough?" He shook his head. "I don't know. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it." He couldn't help but be puzzled by this unique way of thinking. Does watching this show count as following the law of reason? Dat Lee nodded quickly. Of course, as long as it makes you experience irrational emotions, it can help you control your reason. Thuong Mok thought dejectedly. The problem is how to solve the issue of the rational resource intake now. The crystal that the girl detested gave me earlier can probably only last 2 days at most. He looked at the note in his hand, feeling anxious. Should I call her and tell her to bring more rational crystals here? It had the phone number clearly written on it. Contact me, 241-568-91425. Thuong Mok weighed the pros and cons. It's too dangerous, and I can't go downstairs to pick it up like a delivery. If I expose my connection to the Black Lotus sect, or if Trunchurn attacks, it's a guaranteed death sentence. He turned around to ask for help, wondering if there was any other way to get rational resources. Dat Li looked helpless as well, saying that rationality was fading, and such resources were extremely rare. Besides, think about it, she continued. If I had a way to farm tons of rational resources, would I have ended up in this mess? Thuong Mok nodded slowly, realizing he still had to rely on the doctor. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Observing them, Thuong Mok thought to himself, all my colleagues are emotional entities, and their ranks are higher than mine, so their daily absorption rate is even bigger. They need to consume way more emotional resources. Maybe I can ask them for some advice. He couldn't help sizing them up. Plus, they looked so relaxed, not working at all, which meant they definitely had a steady channel for gathering emotional resources. Who knows, maybe they could give him some inspiration and guidance. Meanwhile, back in the dark room, Ethan had already fallen fast asleep on the bed, and Jia-ki was buried in her pillows dreaming a sweet dream. Back in the office, however, an argument had broken out. Thuong Mok looked curious. Why are these two still fighting? Thu Cheer quickly explained. They're excited, emotional entities, so neither of them is afraid of losing control. She turned and giggled at the person next to her, who was an experienced, excited entity. Thachkian calmly took a sip of tea and said slowly, for an excited emotional entity, the most important thing is to stay calm. That's the only way to work better. Thuong Mak glanced at the clock and asked with concern, It's so late, you two still aren't sleeping? Pham Thu Cheer waved a hand. You don't know this, but excited emotional entities will battle until dawn. She turned to him with a vibrant smile, showing no sign of fatigue at all. As for me, I'm a procrastination emotional entity. Procrastination, you know. I always want to put things off, even my bedtime. He pondered for a moment before working up the courage to speak. I want to ask you two seniors how to find emotional resources to absorb every day. She eagerly leaned in closer. Well, you're asking the right person. I've got plenty of experience dealing with this kind of stuff. Hearing this, Thuong Mok quickly took out a pen and paper. That's great. Thu Cheer quickly started her lesson. If you just don't upgrade to level 2, wouldn't you not even have to worry about daily absorption? Hearing this, he froze. She kept rambling on. Look at this. I can just stay at the street level forever. Every day I just let my emotions run wild and I can live stably without any future disasters. Being lazy is great, just ignore the world. No need to rush anything. If I don't feel like doing it today, I'll leave it for tomorrow. If I don't feel like doing it tomorrow, I'll leave it for the day after. Thu Cheer exclaimed with total satisfaction. Is there any life better than this? Thachkian helplessly explained. She's different. Procrastination, emotional entities are considered a minority. Rare things are valuable. Plus she's a very good assistant on the team, so she's always needed. But for common emotional entities like us, it's not that easy. Thuong Mok finally understood. Since your rank is high, your daily consumption of emotional resources must be huge, right? He asked for confirmation. That's right. Thachkian continued. Actually, the Management Bureau issues emotional resources every month. They're pretty decent and can cover 70% of our daily absorption needs. He put on a serious look, glancing over at Thuong Mak. The rest has to be earned through performance merits. Thuong Mak nodded as seriously as a student, writing down every word of the senior's advice into his notebook, though he couldn't help asking, is trading merits kind of like performance bonuses in a company? Thachkian acted like a true mentor, seriously instructing, do we even have work efficiency? I feel like you guys are pretty chill. Before he could reply, a sudden alarm bell rang, startling all three of them. Hearing the alarm, Thuong Mak looked stunned and confused, asking, what's going on? Thu Cheer suddenly screamed, look over there, guard. Outside, something's all mixed up, staining the whole sky bright red. Thuong Mak panicked, as he instantly realized it was an emotional disaster. She handed him a pair of binoculars, saying, here, take these, you should be able to see. Together, they looked out the glass window to observe the situation. Thuong Mak's eyes contracted in momentary panic as monsters went crazy, running amok across the sky. Right then, the three people behind them immediately stood up. Their emotions seemed to erupt, their eyes glowing brightly as they roared and prepared to strike. Then they charged right out, shattering the glass window. While Thuong Mak was desperately trying to piece his thoughts together to understand the situation, Thu Cheer casually ate a pastry to watch the show. The three of them rushed downward, took momentum, and threw themselves right at the grotesque monsters. Thuong Mak froze in the face of this terrifying scene, his voice trembling. What are they doing? She explained indifferently. Their performance credits are here. Only then did Thuong Mak relax his guard. Pham Thu Cheer told him, these are just locust swarms infected with envy emotions. They're a Class 1 emotional disaster, basically free merits, she analyzed seriously. They might look like they don't care about the captain's missions for a long time, but in reality, everyone here is a sly fox. The captain's missions are just too difficult. Capturing Ethan gives a high reward, but honestly, it's practically impossible to catch him anyway, so nobody's interested. However, these kinds of free credit missions drive everyone crazy enough to risk their lives. Everyone's hustling hard for emotional resources. Thuong Mak nodded as if he finally understood. He turned back to her and asked curiously, what about Miss Tuo? I remember she reached the provincial level, right? Doesn't she need even more resources? I feel like she's also super relaxed and leaves work right on time. Thu Cheer shrugged and replied casually, Miss Tuo is rich. She's just here to experience life and doesn't lack emotional resources at all. The vice captain risked his life to reach this rank. As for Miss Tuo, how does that saying go again? Some people are born in Rome, while the rest of us are born as workhorses. She waved goodbye first. All right, Sung Sung, that's it for me. I'm going to sleep, he politely replied. Then I'm going to sleep too. The next day, the sky had cleared up completely, leaving no trace of the previous brawl. The three of them stretched tiredly, and the guard casually remarked, this month's credits are pretty decent already. Korloi joked, can we have this locust plague happen a few more times? Thachkian wiped the sweat from his collar and suggested, let's go take a shower first before getting back to work. The other two nodded in agreement. Just then, Thuong Mak walked over after a good night's sleep. Seniors, did you guys fight all night without sleeping? Korloi said half-jokingly. Sleep? Why would we sleep? Tovian walked in from outside, radiating high spirits. Good morning, little Thuong Mak. Didn't you know? Excited emotional entities like them can go a whole week without sleeping. Thuong Mak seemed to understand. So these are the hunters who never rest? Pham Thu beside him nodded in confirmation. Exactly. A naturally born, sturdy constitution indeed. Startled to see her standing beside him, he said, Miss Pham, you're up early. Pham Thu nonchalantly told him to clock in first before going back to sleep. The next day, in the high-rise building, whispers constantly echoed, making the atmosphere more bustling than usual. Dr. Lau, supply exchanges are strictly based on merit. Thuong Mak just joined the pursuit team. His contribution points are 0. The source of the commotion seemed to stem from an argument between Hook Dui Min and Lo Than Ka. With the suppressor chain being such a precious resource, how could it be given to him so easily? Before joining the management bureau, Thuong Mak had already earned merit. Than Ke shouted angrily. In the incident at Hospital No. 2, the senior members of the Round Table recognized his achievements and even awarded him a bronze medal. Isn't that enough to exchange for a suppressor chain? He pointed right in her face and retorted loudly. You know very well how he managed to get that bronze medal. Furthermore, with his current rank, is it not absurd for him to use the suppressor chain in a stable state? His words made Lao Than Ka tremble with rage. Captain Lao, I told you that if you encountered any difficulties, you could come to me, but that does not include covering up or wasting resources. The long-suppressed anger finally erupted, and the girl shouted indignantly, What on earth are you babbling about? The sudden shout made Duimin flustered, and he quickly slipped through the door. Captain Lau, even if you are world-class, you cannot disregard the discipline of the pursuit team. Not wanting to continue the confrontation, he immediately made an excuse and hurriedly left. I have matters to attend to. I won't keep you any longer. The loud argument quickly attracted the attention of everyone in the building. Everyone was whispering. Pham Thu just hunched over, looking unbothered. Our new captain is world-class. Do you know how many resources it takes to produce someone like that? To Vian replied in a low voice. The resources a world-class rank needs are terrifying. And this guy Thuing Mok, could he be a boy toy Captain Lau is keeping? He's only city level, using a grade 4 suppressor chain. God, that will kill him, she exclaimed excitedly. A female CEO doting on her puppy? Thach Kien, sitting nearby, quickly warned, stop talking, you guys are being too loud. Right then, Veit Nyun suddenly shouted, I told you, our management bureau is rotten to the core. Thuing Mok stood up abruptly, causing the noisy room to instantly go quiet. He silently turned and left the room. Veit Nyun shouted again with a look of contempt. Running away isn't the solution. If you want to get something, you have to work hard to complete missions and accumulate merit. Relying on women, is he even a man? The person beside him tried to stop him. Hey, don't talk like that. He's going to complain to Captain Lau later. But Veit Nyun became even more arrogant. I'm afraid of him? I'm being upright. I have nothing to fear. Trung Jai Ki quietly watched Thuong Mok's receding figure, and then she turned to ask, Chen Gu, should we go say something to Thuong Mok? People don't understand Thuong Mok. Things aren't as simple as you think. Chen Gu nodded in agreement. Fine, you take me to talk to him. Trung Jai Ki suddenly became flustered. I don't dare, and I don't know what to say. However, her eyes suddenly shifted, and she stood still as if she had just realized something important. She secretly made up her mind. At the very least, she could go comfort Thuong Mok. Without wasting another second, Trung Jai Ki immediately rushed out of the room. She hurriedly called out to Thuong Mok. As her hand rested gently on his shoulder, her eyes widened in shock. Thuong Mok suddenly collapsed to the floor. Trung Jai Ki panicked and rushed over, anxiously asking about his condition. Thuong Mok, what's wrong with you? He replied with a tremor. It's nothing, just hunger. Could you please help me back to my room? Trung Jai Ki helped Thuong Mok back to his room, and after a while, he slowly sat up. Trung Jai Ki asked hesitantly, so it turns out an emotional entity doesn't have enough corresponding emotional resources to replenish itself. Is that it? He smiled faintly and replied, but it's okay. I'll be fine after a little rest. Thank you, Trung Jai Ki. Her face flushed with shyness at his words. As long as you're okay, it's fine. Trung Jai Ki immediately hurried away, as if trying to hide her embarrassment. I'll be going now. Thuong Mok was confused, not understanding why her face was so red. Dat Li smiled and replied, who knows? Thuong Mok's head spun again, and he collapsed to the floor, his breathing becoming heavy. He tremblingly reached into his pocket, his movements hurried yet cautious. Thuong Mok took out a tightly rolled piece of paper, wrapped around a small jade pebble. He slowly broke off a tiny piece of jade, then put it into his mouth and swallowed it with difficulty. At that very moment, he was able to sit back up, exhaling in exhaustion. Dat Li witnessed the scene and marveled, that's incredible. This crystal pebble was supposed to last 2 days at most, yet you've made it last 3 days, and there's still so much left. But Thuong Mok replied cautiously, I have to rely on this little bit left to last for a few more days anyway, but this isn't a sustainable way. Forget about using power. I feel like I can't even stand steadily. His face became serious, his gaze deepened, and he spoke. Following the director's idea, it's mainly because I have no merit points, so I can't exchange for the suppressor chain. The problem isn't the chain. If I don't eat well, how can I unleash my full strength, let alone talk about a circular loop of merit? Dat Li replied cheerfully, if the plan doesn't change, there's nothing I can do. Maybe the two of us will just starve to death like this. But you should always look at the positive side. If we can overcome this, the experience of hunger will help you control your emotions more skillfully. Don't you feel more comfortable being able to control it better? Thuong Mok looked at his hand while speaking. True, although it can't harden, it's very flexible. But why did I waste my strength testing this? He leaned his back against the wall, carefully observing the piece of paper from earlier. There seemed to be contact information written on it. 2, 4, 1, 5, 6, 8, 9, 1, 4, 2, 5. Let's contact them. Thuong Mok recalled her appearance and the words, we have plenty in stock. He sighed softly. The scene shifted to a blue sky with white clouds. Trung Jai Ki sat at her desk, looking thoughtful. Fragments of memories intertwined in her mind. Trung Jai Ki clenched her fists, as if suppressing her emotions. She suddenly stood up and hesitated before saying, Miss Pham, I want to ask you something. If we could find Tran, exactly, If we capture him quickly, just imagine the reward. Think of the credit. Pham Thu Chi's expression was a complex mix of emotions. It's probably a lot, right? A lot, indeed, like a massive amount of zeros, right? Trung Jae-ki asked. Her curiosity piqued. Is it enough to trade for the suppression chains? Her eyes widened in panic. Wait, are you planning to replace Thuing Mok's suppression chains? Do you have feelings for him too? She grew shy. How could that be? Anyway, just tell me, Sister Pham. Pham Thu Chi replied decisively. I'm sure it's enough. Trung Jae-ki's expression turned serious. Sister Pham, could you give me the file on Trun Chorn? I want to study it carefully. The sunset bathed the building in a pale orange glow. To Vian left the office, excited. Everyone, I'm heading out first. Her eyes held a look of admiration. I really admire Sister Sue. Goodbye. Pham Thu Chi approached her, smiling with interest. Trung Jae-ki, what are you reading? Vainyan suddenly declared, his tone full of arrogance. That guy is the #1 assassin of the Great Sia Kingdom. Aside from the very first time he was successfully lured out, there hasn't been a single trace of him for years. It's just a stray kid who just arrived. What could she possibly see? She frowned, clearly dissatisfied. Ignore him. He's always been insufferable. Trung Jae-ki stared intently at the screen, her voice heavy. This Trun Chorn has completed so many impossible room assassinations. Even TV dramas wouldn't dare write it this way. Her mood was in chaos. He was truly a legend. Trung Jae-ki's gaze shifted with complex emotions as Trun Chorn's position was pinpointed on the screen. Her voice grew urgent, her face pale with shock. I think I've found Trun Chorn's location. It looks like an abandoned factory. The office went dead silent. Everyone was still in a daze. He spoke up immediately, his eyes full of skepticism. Is that for real? Korloy laughed, his voice laced with mockery. Look at that. Our rookie is actually talented, totally different from those who just know how to brag. Vainyan lost his composure as he challenged her. Who knows if she's lying? Whether she really saw him or not, only she knows. Her expression was firm as she declared, I really saw him. Than Cha suddenly stepped into the office. What's all this noise? Pham Thu Chi froze. Captain, she announced excitedly. Reporting Captain. Trung Jae-ki just located Trun Chorn's hideout using her emotional ability. Trun Chorn is at an abandoned factory. Her expression was a mix of complex emotions. Vainyan raised an eyebrow, mocking her. So what if you saw him? What good does that do? Donghai City has countless abandoned factories. Can you tell me which one? Trung Jae-ki retorted. We can check them one by one. He looked at her with contempt. By the time you find him, he'll be long gone. She froze, looking stunned, her eyes reflecting deep turmoil. I think I see Trun Chorn's position and movements clearly again. He's outside the factory now. In the distance, there's a high-rise building with a sign that says Lang Chao International. Thach Kian's expression grew serious as he watched the screen. Wait, let me check the map. That's right. There is an abandoned factory nearby. It's highly likely Trun Chorn is hiding there. Korloy remained indifferent, his voice cynical. Even if we know where he's hiding, we might not catch him. World-class teams have tried to hunt him before, only for him to escape every time. Drink your tea. Don't waste your effort. He cut him off immediately and declared, No, we have a chance. Vainyan spoke clearly, his eyes resolute. I read the report on the mission to catch Trun Chorn back then. We didn't know he had an ability similar to teleportation, so we weren't prepared. After that, he didn't fall for it again. He slowly laid out his detailed plan. But now, we can launch a surprise attack. We request to use the suppression blade. If we can stick that blade into him, he won't be able to use his emotional powers. Then we can all move in and capture him. Thuong Mok's face showed complex emotions. Can this suppression blade really suppress his emotional powers? Can it truly make it impossible for him to use his strength? Is this like the suppression chains, an item imbued with rationality? He paused, then hesitated. It sounds like it's worth a try. I remember the bounty on Trun Chorn is a huge number, right? How many zeros are on that check? He also spoke up, skeptical. I don't remember either. I just remember that within our ranks, the merit for capturing him is dozens of times higher than a normal mission. Vainyan's eyes went wide, his face shocked. That means if we catch him, even if we split the reward, it's enough to exchange for emotional resources for the whole year. Their eyes turned red with greed, and they shouted in unison, Captain, let's go! We're going to bring Trun Chorn to justice right now. Thansha remained calm and didn't speak, her lips twitching slightly. No. The office fell into a heavy silence. Thansha's voice dropped, carrying authority. Everyone, take a break. Thuong Mok, Chung Zai-ki, Chen Gu, follow me. Scene changed to Lu Thanka's office. The sunset stretched across the window frame. Her expression was inscrutable. Sister Than, why aren't we going to catch Trun Chorn? She questioned, dissatisfied and stern. Trung Jai Ki, you shouldn't be speaking. Seeing Trenchorn heading out, Trung Jai Ki's expression shifted. Huh? Why not? Tansha explained slowly. Have you forgotten? We already suspect Ku Dui Min. Obviously, we must be wary of his spies in our pursuit team. She paused. I didn't think of that. So, what should we do now? Her face reflected complex emotions. For now, let's just wait and see. Scene changed to nighttime. The moon was high. Trung Jai Ki suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. I can see him again. Trenchorn is still in that abandoned factory. He hasn't left. Than Ka felt uneasy, her face pale. Trenchorn hasn't moved yet? If there were spies for the director in our team, they should have reported to the director so Trenchorn would have left that place by now. She immediately raised her vigilance to the highest level. Does this mean there are no spies for Director Cook among them, or did he not inform anyone? Than Ka fell into deep, calculating thought. Or perhaps I should take the suppression blade and head straight to the abandoned factory myself. Be careful. Maybe I won't have to kill him. If I do that, I might be able to use him to catch the person behind it all. Trenchorn's position made her suspicious. Trung Jai Ki couldn't keep watching Trenchorn forever, even if she headed to the abandoned factory where he was hiding right now. I'm afraid there's no way to know exactly where Trenchorn was in the factory, and if we're not careful, he might escape. The city is shrouded in a silent night. By then, once he learns about the effectiveness of Trung Jai Ki's ability from the director, he will certainly choose to hide in places without any landmark buildings. At that point, I'm afraid it will be truly impossible to find him. Lao Thansha was visibly flustered, not knowing how to handle the situation. This is so annoying. What should I even do? Should I just kill him and be done with it by leveling the whole abandoned factory? Her eyes instantly sharpened with a crazed look. No need to make it that complicated. I'll just go find Kuk Dui Min directly. If he doesn't tell the truth, I'll kill him. It's that simple. Killing intent instantly filled the room, and Thuong Mak Dansen's expression became complex. He silently gathered spiritual energy in his hand, letting his aura slowly drift around Lu Than Ka. He approached her suddenly. Lu Than Sha's eyes shifted instantly. She forced a smile and said in a gentle tone, Sorry, I think I lost control of my emotions a bit. Lu Than Sha was still shaken, seeing everyone else trembling in the corner. The moonlight outside had risen high by now. Trung Jai Ki lowered her voice to reassure her with a calm demeanor. Sister Ching, don't be impatient. Although I can't always see Trenchorn, I have a feeling that if I can get a little closer to him, I might be able to see him more clearly. Perhaps at a certain distance, I can keep track of where he is at all times. She firmly cut her off and declared, No, you cannot leave the Emotional Management Bureau. You're too fragile. If you get ambushed before I can catch him, I'll blame myself. I can't let you take that risk. Thuong Mak listened attentively, but didn't speak. A moment later, he suddenly and calmly offered his perspective. I think we can absolutely have the team members come along. Everyone looked confused and questioned him. Huh? Why? Isn't there a fear of moles? That's right. Why would we? Those things don't really matter, he explained slowly, with a determined look. We are inside the Emotional Management Bureau. If Kuk Dui Min is truly the enemy, then we are certainly under his constant surveillance. Cameras in the building, wiretaps, it's impossible to guard against everything. The girl's eyes darkened. Are you serious? You don't think there are hidden cameras or bugs in this room, right? Thuong Mak replied nonchalantly. Who knows? His expression was a mix of complex emotions. Dat Li has already checked for us. There shouldn't be any issues in the room we're in. Lu Lao Thanka rubbed her chin, sounding a bit doubtful. Even though worrying about the team members leaking information might be meaningless, what if we bring them along and they sabotage the operation, causing it to fail? Thuong Mak sat in the chair next to her and asked her back. Isn't that the perfect way to find out who the mole is? He remembered the group and added, Besides, we don't need to worry about this operation failing. Trenchorn will disappear. Because his target is us, he'll come for us no matter what. Thuong Mak continued to analyze the situation for Lu Lo Tang Ka. During the operation, Sister Ching, you'll be responsible for protecting Trung Jai Ki. With you there, Trenchorn won't dare to kill her. Trung Jai Ki will be in charge of using her emotional powers to track Trenchorn's location. Then, once the 3 city-level excited emotional entities receive Trung Jai Ki's intelligence, they will carry the suppression blades and be responsible for capturing Trenchorn. Being excited emotional entities, they can go without sleep for a week, which is perfect for this. He held up 3 fingers and listed them. Through this operation, we can gain at least 3 things. Thuong Mak enumerated them for her. First, we can pressure Trenchorn to get more intel on his abilities. Second, we can clarify the specific effects and limitations of Trung Jai Ki's clairvoyance. Third, we can see who in the team has issues and who doesn't. He looked at Lu Lao Than Ka and added one more point. Oh, and one more thing. This is a chance for everyone to earn some major merit, which will help unify the team. Both Lu Thansha and Trung Jiaki looked up at him with curiosity and admiration. Thuong Muk asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" "Thuong Muk," Lo Tang-ka replied, "I think you're better suited to be the team leader than I am." Trung Jiaki also praised him. "You're amazing. Even with such a complicated situation, you can explain it so clearly." Lu Lao Than-ka suddenly bowed her head and said sadly, "Just a moment ago, I felt like I was standing in the middle of a maze, with countless paths in front of me, and I didn't know which one was right." She expressed her gratitude to Thuong Muk. "But after hearing you speak, I suddenly feel like the path ahead is much clearer." "Thank you, Thuong Muk. Both of you are truly talented." When he heard her thank him, he hurriedly replied, "That's only because Sister Lu Than Sha gave me the chance to show what I can do." Lu Lao Than Ka praised him again, noting his extremely fast learning ability. Suddenly, Chen Gu raised his hand and said, I actually have a small suggestion." He looked at everyone and slowly voiced his idea. "I suggest that everyone involved in the operation wears a camera, syncing and uploading the footage to a server in real time. That way, we can monitor whether they're acting suspiciously. Don't worry, in the last 2 days at the Bureau, I set up an encrypted server address. The data is absolutely secure." "Oh, right. If anyone is worried about being monitored, I can handle those things." Trung Jai-ki leaned over from the side, looking at him with surprise. "Chen Gu, you know how to do this too?" Chen Gu replied triumphantly. "I might not look like it, but I'm actually a scientist." Trung Jai-ki praised him, saying, "Is that for real? That's incredible." Lu Lao Thansha looked at Chen Gu, feeling a bit puzzled. Chen Gu is a scientist too? What is his background anyway? But if that's the case, then everything else won't be a problem. Pulling herself together, Lu Lao Thansha spoke loudly to everyone. "All right, I'm going to request the use of the suppression blades now. We'll head out in a bit." To capture Trunchorn, night fell, and the sound of fingers tapping on the table echoed repeatedly. Wei Nyun slammed his hand on the table and shouted irritably, "Why hasn't the captain's group returned yet?" Korloi sat nearby, calmly smoking as he said, "Exactly. Why haven't they come back? What did they hide from you to go do?" Wei Nyun lowered his head and gritted his teeth, replying, "Need you ask? They definitely hid it from us to go catch Trunchorn. We aren't her people, so this great credit won't be shared with us. That's why, in my opinion, the Donghai City Emotional Management Bureau is completely rotten." Korloi sat there and tried to advise him. "Calm down a little." Wei Nyun looked at him, neck veins bulging, and argued, "What? Did I say something wrong?" As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body froze. Korloi sat there and advised him, "Tone it down a bit." Wei Nyun glared at him, neck veins bulging, and retorted, "What? You think I'm wrong?" No sooner had he finished speaking than his whole body suddenly froze. He looked behind him and saw Lao Thanka's group standing there, staring straight at them. As Wei Nyun met Lao Thanka's gaze, he trembled and stammered, "See Captain Lu." Lu Thansha didn't answer him. She gestured broadly and announced to everyone, "Listen up, everyone, hand over all your phones. Also, these are surveillance devices. Attach them to your chests or collars immediately." As soon as he heard this, Wei Nyun hurriedly stood up and protested. "Captain Lu, you don't just want to confiscate our phones. You want us to wear tracking devices too? Don't we have any human rights?" Korloi and Thajkian stood up and snapped at the guard who was shouting, "You idiot! Stop talking nonsense and listen to the captain." He yelled at them irritably. Lu Thansha glared at the three of them, her voice stern. "Shut up, all of you." She put her hands on her hips and raised her voice to remind everyone. "Listen closely. We are about to head out to capture Trunchorn. The devices you just put on are body cams for law enforcement. They will record all of your actions." She took out a pen, sketching as she explained it to everyone. "We will now arrange the teams to track down Thachkian, Korloi, and Wei Nyun. You three are in charge of using your blades to suppress and apprehend Trunchorn. Lo Thanka, carefully assign tasks to everyone. Trung Jai-ki, you are responsible for monitoring Trunchorn's location from outside the factory and reporting his position to the three of them in real time. Thuong Mok and I will be responsible for protecting Trung Jai-ki. Chen Gu and Shuji will provide technical support from the Emotion Management Bureau." Chen Gu and Trung Jai-ki exchanged glances without a word. Lu Thansha asked, "Any more questions?" The whole group shouted in unison. "No!" Wei Nyun shouted excitedly. "We're finally going to catch Trunchorn." "That's great!" Korloi, standing nearby, said happily. "I told you to trust Captain Liu." Wei Nyun turned to him and retorted, "When did you ever say that?" Suddenly, Wei Nyun paused. He thought, wait a minute. He pointed at Thuong Mok, looking at him with disdain, and said, "Captain Liu, I have a concern." Protecting Trung Ki only requires you, Captain. An inner-city level like Thuong Mok is completely useless. Vanyan mocked him, adding that if he went along, he'd just be dead weight. Korloi quickly put him in a headlock and scolded him. You idiot. Can you not talk if you don't know how to speak properly? Vanyan strained his neck to argue back. Did I say anything wrong? Tell me. What exactly is he good for? Thuong Mok looked at Lothan Ka and spoke up. Captain Liu, actually, lately I lose control very easily. Maybe I shouldn't go. Trung Ki called out to him with concern from the side. Thuong Mok. Lothan Ka also looked at him and hesitated. But in the distance, Vanyan, still being held by Korloi and Taich Kian, shouted, Look, even he admits it himself. An inner-city level who can't even control himself, won't he just be a burden if he comes along? Taich Kian growled at him irritably. Damn it, will you shut up? Lu Than Cha didn't say another word, and brought out a small iron chain. The group, including Vanyan, who was arguing, looked over curiously. Under everyone's focused gaze, she held the chain out in front of him and said, Thuong Mok, here. Thuong Mok was so surprised he froze. He looked at the chain in Lo Tang K's hand, thinking to himself, this is a restraint shackle. Thuong Mok looked at Lo Tang Ka with suspicion and asked, Captain Liu, this is Lo Tang Ka explained. This is a restraint shackle issued by the Bureau for me, used to stabilize my emotions. You use it for now. Thuong Mok hesitated. But, Lao Than Sha looked at him and comforted him. It's fine. Once you've earned some merit, you can pay me back later. Actually, never mind. No need to pay me back. Thuong Mok still said, feeling a bit worried. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Lothan Ka reached out and patted his shoulder. She leaned in close to Thuong Mok and said seriously, compared to the shackles, you are better at stabilizing my emotions, so you absolutely must stay by my side. The whole crowd looked at them with nosy, intrigued expressions. Lothan Cha looked at everyone staring at her like they were stunned, and suddenly realized that everyone seemed to have misunderstood. Gathering her resolve, she shouted at everyone, Now? Are there any other problems? Everyone replied, No more, Captain. Lothan Cha gave the order. Then let's move out. Thuong Mok looked at Dat Li, who was standing in the back, full of curiosity. Seeing her grumpy expression, he asked, Why do you look so unhappy? Isn't an emotional rationalist supposed to be calm? Dat Li replied with a frown. I'm so starved by you that I can't maintain my rationality. Night had completely fallen. A text message appeared on the phone screen. Target is likely hunting. Kook Dui Min stared at his phone without saying a word. He stood on a high floor, looking down at the city through the glass, and called someone. Hello, Miss Song. At an apartment, the man behind Trun Chuan handed him a phone and asked, What do we do now? Trun Chuan sat uncomfortably in front of the sofa and replied, Do you even have to ask? He tilted his head, his face showing a devious look as he continued. Isn't this perfect? Lao Than Ka's car was moving down the road. Inside, she was listening to Chen Gu report over the phone. Everything is normal. We aren't being followed, she replied. Good. Thach Keen, who was driving up front, tried to comfort everyone. Don't be afraid. Captain Liu is a world-class level. As long as she deploys her emotional monster, you'll be perfectly safe. Trung Ki sat in the back, feeling nervous. Ah, really? Lo Tang Ka explained. My emotional monster is quite unique. If I deploy it at close range, I'm afraid Trung Ki and Thuong Mok would die even faster than Trun Chuan. Trung Ki exclaimed in surprise. Is that so? Kor Loi, from the back, chimed in. Don't worry. Captain Liu is world-class. Even without deploying her emotional monster, she can definitely protect you well. He was the first to smile and speak to Lu Than Ka. Thank you for letting us participate in this operation. Should we find a place to celebrate tomorrow? We can throw a welcome party for Captain Liu's team. She told him to wait until the operation was over. Korloi replied. Understood. Thuong Mok sat in the car, feeling a bit worried. They seemed so relaxed. Could they be letting their guard down too much? Beside him, Korloi was still enthusiastically talking. How about we book a barbecue place? Dat Li joined in. From what I see, you guys are truly quite confident. She glanced to the side and continued. That doctor is very strong. Even in a place like Donghai City, a world-class expert capable of killing him single-handedly probably doesn't exist. I don't think the enemy can mobilize 3 world-class experts to fight you. If they really had that capability, why didn't they use it when they attacked Hospital Number 2? Dat Li explained to everyone. Moreover, this is the center of Donghai City. If a world-class expert attacks here, other world-class experts will know immediately. I already told you, she added. Donghai City is very complicated. 3 world-class experts are powerful, but trying to sweep through the Great Shah's Donghai City might still be a bit of a stretch. She praised her. So, with her protecting you, I really can't figure out how you could possibly be in any danger. Thuong Mok felt a little surprised inwardly, thinking, is he really that dangerous? Taichkian announced to everyone that they would reach the factory area after the turn ahead. The car glided past a man, and the conversation inside was lively. I'm close with the restaurant owner, so I can get us a discount. Stop talking nonsense. He gives everyone a discount. The moment that man and Lao Thon Ka passed each other, she instinctively looked outside. Lao Thon Ka saw the man's face through his hood, and her whole body froze. Zhao Yan's malicious face was exposed from under the hood. Lao Thon Ka's eyes narrowed. She immediately jumped out of the car and lunged toward the man, shouting, Zhao Yan! The car swerved violently and slammed into the guardrail. Everyone in the car screamed in terror at the sight. Outside, the villain appeared with a malevolent expression, while Thon Sha soared through the air, radiating flashes of bright red light. Her sharp voice echoed as she gave chase. Don't even think about running. Thon Sha closed the distance, unleashing her attacks decisively. Everyone in the car was confused. What happened? Li appeared from behind and said, that foolish doctor just saw Zhao Yan. Thuong Mok fell into deep thought. Is it a coincidence? No way. But how did he know we were coming here? The mission to catch Tran Chuan was a last-minute decision, and only a few of us knew about it. Everyone's phones were confiscated before we were notified, so they couldn't have sent a message. Did someone among them use other methods to leak the news? Or did the enemy use some other way to track our movements? No, now is not the time to think about that. He shouted to alert the others. We have an unexpected serious situation. I suggest we abort the mission immediately. Wei Nian was startled. What? No way. The mission continues. Tran Chuan is only a city-level threat. If I see him alone, I can take him out myself. What would a regional-level guy like you know? If you're scared, get lost and go home alone. He looked at everyone else and asked, what do you all think? The others replied in unison, we agree to continue the mission. Thuong Mok felt annoyed. How annoying. These people only have merit and glory on their minds. Just then, helicopters began to descend from above. An image of two people tied up was projected before them. It was a couple, unconscious and bound. He wondered, what is this? Drones with projectors and hostages? Who are these two? They all looked up, each with different emotions. At that moment, Trung Jai-ki looked up and called out weakly, Mom, Dad. Hearing those words, he was startled and turned to look at her. In that moment, Trung Jai-ki seemed to be transported into her own separate space. Thuong Mok looked at her with panic. Just then, someone attacked, but he reacted quickly, grabbing her hand and pulling her away. Thuong Mok pulled Trung Jai-ki's hand, both of them crying out in pain as they dodged an attack from Tran Chuan. Tran Chuan stood there with murderous eyes and a scornful smile. Trung Jai-ki was hit and stumbled as sharp thorns snagged her hand. Immediately, those crimson thorns pierced through her arm and face. Her face showed clear shock and pain. Trung Jai-ki cried out in agony. Thuong Mok, it hurts. He was still gripping her hand tightly. She stared at the strange wound, shocked. Is this the power of resentment? The crimson weapon on Tran Chuan's hand radiated a terrifying, ghostly aura. He revealed that his weapon contained the power of resentment. Suddenly, Wei Nian and Tai Qian lunged at him with incredible speed. Their wild, raging power was coated in deep crimson energy as they put all their strength into a direct confrontation with Tran Chuan. Thach Qian's eyes widened in total shock, and he gasped. He disappeared? Trung Jai-ki, with a panicked and tense expression, warned, He's behind you. Thach Qian's eyes were filled with focus and determination. He and Wei Nian leaped, moving rapidly and leaving sharp marks on the ground. Thach Qian closed in behind Tran Chuan, his face full of fury and resolve. His powerful strike created a violent shockwave that cracked and shattered the ground. Tran Chuan, with a calm and slightly mocking expression, said, Not bad for an excitement type. That's some real speed. His hand pressed a small control device. Trung Jai-ki's parents, tied tightly and gagged, were suddenly shocked as electric currents were activated. Trung Jai-ki was devastated, her face revealing sheer terror as she screamed, Mom, Dad. Her eyes were filled with panic and helplessness. Tran Chuan flashed an evil, arrogant smile and threatened them. Little girl, you really are foolish. Do you understand now? Stay right there. Taichkian was pierced by the thorns, and Tran Chuan laughed maliciously, coldly declaring, Watch me slaughter all your teammates. Taichkian's eyes widened in horror and confusion. His body was impaled by the crimson spikes, making him cry out in pain. Thuong Mok, with a calm expression, focused on searching for the target and said, He disappeared again. Does anyone see where he is? Li appeared in a high state of alert and replied, I'm watching. Her face was frantic as she pointed forward. Warning, to the left! Tran Chuan had already pressed his glowing red sword against him. He stabbed Thuong Mok decisively. Trung Jiaki frantically ran over and screamed, "Thung Muk!" He looked at her with razor-sharp eyes and said, "What are you rushing for?" He watched as Thuing Muk fell, pierced by the spikes. Trung Jiaki rushed over with a worried face. Trun Chuan raised his sword high, filled with murderous intent, and approached Trung Jiaki from behind, saying, "You're next." Thach Kian arrived just in time, using his hands, burning with crimson energy, to block the blade. His face showed clear signs of pain, and his energy of resentment swirled like fire. Tachkian knelt on one knee, using his massive body to shield Trung Jiaki in his arms. He transformed into a giant entity, covered in a bright red aura of resentment. Trinchurn was astonished and exclaimed, "An emotion monster?" He desperately attacked the giant entity with sharp strikes and challenged him, "Does this even work?" The entity of Tachkian's resentment tilted its head back and roared in pain and fury. He was in a state of explosive energy, shielding and protecting Trung Jiaki with determination. "Don't be afraid. We will risk our lives to keep you safe." With tear-filled eyes and panic, she called out, "Thung Muk." Veinyan observed coldly and remarked, "It's fine. Old Thatch is protecting Trung Jiaki now. Even though his sword of hatred has a high emotional level, we are all excitement types. There might still be a chance." Thung Muk lay motionless on the ground. Veinyan continued to think to himself, "But this kid is definitely dead. Oh well, I told him not to come. What a fool." He hid behind a large rock, observing with a tense and highly focused expression, whispering to himself, "Now, only I can break this stalemate." The suppression blade is in his hands, and Trinchuan isn't paying any attention to him. He needs a plan. One strike, one kill. Thung Muk lay there with his arms spread out, his body pierced by multiple red spikes. He lay on the ground with a calm expression, thinking in surprise, "Seriously? My heart has already been pierced, and I'm still not dead?" Although it was a bit uncomfortable at first, Datli smiled, concluding that since the damage wasn't emotional energy, it wouldn't be enough to kill him easily. He would have to stab him at least 2 or 3 more times in a row to do that. She raised her hand to explain further, adding that this was also related to rational emotions, which provided better resistance. Thung Muk remained motionless while thinking, "But the hatred power from his weapon doesn't seem to cause much damage to me either. It doesn't feel as bad as the wounds Elder Lu suffered during the attack on the second hospital." Dat Li floated in the air, continuing her analysis. She admitted that, in reality, this dagger was a level higher than Elder Lu's. But you've leveled up, and you've built up a huge resistance to hatred, which is why the damage doesn't feel that significant to you. How should I put it? Thuing Muk wondered, feeling a strange sensation while being stabbed by this dagger. Thuan Mok took the initiative to suggest an idea. Li, if I use my stone-like power to bind Trenchhorn now, could I stop him from teleporting and turning invisible? With sharp eyes, Li immediately gave a practical and biting response. In theory, yes, but your power is too weak. He would break free in an instant. Even if you absorbed all the power of the chains, it wouldn't be enough. Furthermore, once he realizes you can control his power, he'll be on guard. She also warned that if he tried a trick like that next time, it would be very difficult to succeed. Finally, she drew the conclusion that the key to breaking the deadlock lies in the suppression blade inside that box. He had guessed correctly earlier. Both the suppression blade and the restraint chains were based on rational power. It's just that the suppression blade's power is even stronger. The Guardian, watching from his hiding spot, realized the key to turning the tide was being kept in the box the man was holding. A brilliant blue energy blade appeared. A concrete plan was formed. Grab the suppression blade, absorb its power, and then use the ability he gained after evolving to catch Trenchhorn. The Guardian was still hiding behind the rubble, closely monitoring the fierce situation ahead, while Thuong Mok asked doubtfully, "Will he just give it to me?" "No way." Dat Lai replied, "You'll have to find a way to snatch it." An attack from Thach Kian's vengeful entity slammed into the ground, creating a powerful impact. Trenchurn, his eyes icy, remained highly focused, gripping the blade tightly while dodging the monster behind him. Thach Kian remained in a state of absolute rage, his massive hands enveloping Trung Jai Ki. He immediately lunged to attack Trenchhorn at high speed. Thach Kian's vengeful entity acted with wild ferocity. The Guardian witnessed the scene, his eyes widening in shock and astonishment. Thuong Mok lay calmly and motionless on the ground. His body endured the red spikes, while his hands absorbed the energy flowing and converging. The Guardian seized the opportunity to approach the storage of the suppression blade. He placed his hand on the box's lock and released the safety latch. He looked down with eyes full of surprise and anxiety. The box opened to reveal the powerful suppression blade inside. Thuong Mok suddenly opened his eyes wide, showing clear signs of astonishment and shock. A stream of energy surged away at incredible speed. The Guardian reached out toward the energy flow, his face showing clear surprise and intense focus. This energy stream zoomed toward the Guardian, who was kneeling beside the box containing the suppression blade. His hand reached out slowly toward the blade. Just as his hand approached the blade, the green energy flow suddenly rushed in. The Guardian's hand had grabbed the blade, but suddenly another hand reached out near it. The Guardian stared with wide, shocked eyes. Thuing Mok, with a calm expression and focused gaze, had suddenly closed the distance and placed his hand on the blade the Guardian had just opened. He looked extremely smug and sarcastic. "Did you think I wouldn't notice? Sneaking around, holding a briefcase and hiding on the side. This is the famous suppression blade, isn't it? Used specifically to deal with me?" Suddenly, the Guardian's vengeful entity growled with overwhelming murderous intent. "Damn it!" Trenchhorn launched a slash, making the Guardian cry out in pain. The Guardian's eyes rolled back, his mouth agape in shock. The Guardian launched himself from the air toward Trenchhorn at lightning speed. He immediately executed a lightning-fast counterattack, pushing the Guardian backward. Trenchhorn smiled, maliciously, gripping the suppression blade in his hand as he spoke. Once stabbed, even a city-level entity can't use emotional power. It truly is useful. He flew up under the night sky with a challenge. Then, he delivered the finishing blow, plunging the blade straight into the top of the vengeful entity's head. After the blow, the dark red vengeful energy was torn apart and disintegrated. Thachkian's face showed pain and shock, and Trung Jaiki cried out in panic. "Thach!" Trenchhorn lunged toward Trung Jaiki with a threat. "Die!" The blade loomed over her face. Her eyes widened in panic as something pulled her away. An energy flow latched onto her and pulled her quickly away from the target. Thuing Mok appeared right beside her, his face full of anxiety as he called out. "Thuing Mok." Trenchhorn showed extreme astonishment. His eyes bulged as he shouted in disbelief. "This brat still hasn't died?" Thuing Mok wore a calm but determined and powerful expression. Suddenly, a force appeared with giant hands behind him. Trenchhorn leaped high, looking arrogant as he shouted a challenge. "An emotional monster I've never seen before. Is this your special trick?" He sneered viciously and declared coldly, "Just a dying struggle." He grabbed the blade and plunged it hard into the entity. Thuing Mok looked dazed, his eyes wide with shock and horror. Trenchhorn maintained his attack posture, driving the blade deep into the entity. His eyes widened in terror. He spread his arms amidst a flow of light, taking the full brunt of the attack, while bone-white light covered everything. Thuing Mok gritted his teeth, showing his refusal to give in, and told himself, "No, I can't let him realize my power has increased. I have to let him attack me a few more times." Surrounded, he tried to protect Trung Jaiki, his heart clear in its determination. "I must make my emotional monster disappear." Trenchhorn lunged with a sinister and satisfied smile, shouting arrogantly, "It's over." Trenchhorn's gaunt face showed pure madness. Trying to cut him was useless. It didn't matter. That jagged sea-blue blade plunged straight into the back of Thuing Mok's head. Before he could even react, the blade drove into his back as well. Trenchhorn quickly stabbed into his side, leaving a bleeding wound. Perhaps not satisfied yet, Trenchhorn aimed his next strike straight at Thuing Mok's throat. Blood spurted from the wounds as he stabbed him repeatedly, and Thuing Mok's body stiffened. Trung Jaiki watched in shock as Thuing Mok, who had been protecting her, was cut down until he had no strength left to resist, his body collapsing backward. His eyes rolled back until only the whites were visible, his mouth agape, and even his breathing stopped. In that fleeting moment, Thuing Mok's will refused to give in. Is it really over? The deep wounds Trenchhorn had inflicted reached all the way to the bone. From within his body, blue rays of light began to envelop those wounds. Bit by bit, every injury began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wounds at the back of his head, his neck, around his body, and even his side all recovered. Finally, Thuing Mok's entire body was as intact as if he had never been hurt. That blue light enveloped his body. Satisfied? Trenchhorn turned back with a smug look to admire his handiwork. Now, this little brat should be dead, right? He lunged toward Trung Jaiki with the same blade. Die too. But just then, Thuing Mok grabbed her, using his hand to block the blade for Trung Jaiki. Trenchhorn's eyes widened. He gritted his teeth, growling in disbelief. This guy, he isn't dead? How is that possible? That Li flew over in a panic, shouting at the top of her lungs to wake him up. Thuing Mok, wake up. Your current power is enough to capture Trenchhorn. Thuing Mok's eyes, which had been showing only the whites, slowly began to rotate his pupils back into place. Even so, his eyes still held the grayish hue of a dead man. It was as if Thuing Mok's soul had returned, full of vitality, as if he had never faced a life or death struggle. He tightened his expression, his eyes locked straight onto his opponent. From the blade that Trenchhorn had stabbed into Thuing Mok's hand, it seemed as if his hand was slowly draining the power from that very blade. The suppressive blade was actually feeding him its own strength. From beneath the ground, countless blue wires were connecting to his feet. Careful now, I have to carry out this arrest with absolute secrecy. Each blue wire linked tightly, reflecting Thuong Mok's intense vitality. You aren't getting away. Just then, Vanyun flew in from somewhere. He shouted at both of them, "Don't underestimate me." Trun Chorn frowned, glancing over in surprise as Vanyun, now possessed by the monster, charged past. Right by Thuong Mok, who was still sitting there holding Trung Jai K. He turned his head to glance at them, thinking that guy was just scared and running away. The night cityscape where the fight had just taken place, Thuong Mok was startled as a siren wailed. When it was all over, only ruins remained, with a few people lying motionless on the shattered ground. Off in the distance, someone stood with their arms crossed, staring straight at him. From every direction, a series of cars swarmed toward that spot. People stepped out one by one, walking into the center of the ruins. Blood dripped from his head down his face, and he thought, did the police come for backup? But it was at this moment, stepping out of the car, To Vien stood there with her arms crossed, smiling faintly. "Little Thuong Mok, little Trung Jai Ki, don't worry. Leave the rest to me." Chen Gu poked his head out of a police car and waved. "Brother, sorry we're late. As soon as you all ran into trouble, I was already trying to find reinforcements." Thuong Mok, supporting Trung Jai Ki, stood up with difficulty and replied, "It's all right." Police cars surrounded the area, their lights flashing. To Vien stood across from Chun Chorn. He hunched his back, looking straight at her with a bland smile. "To Vien, the top assassin of the Great Shah, you even know who I am?" Chun Chorn lowered his gaze and said, "Of course. The daughter of the Thien Tengulak school board member, who possesses the joy emotion, how could I not know about the talents in your management bureau?" Hearing this, To Vien let out a bored, intrigued sound. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy erupted, forming a closed circle that engulfed the entire space, trapping Chun Chorn inside before attacking him all at once. Thuong Mok was astonished. The circle was broken, but he remained standing firm, raising his voice. "Don't think you can use joy energy to beat me. It's useless." Chun Chorn tilted his chin, arms crossed, and said arrogantly, "Let's leave it at this for today, To Vien. Don't think that just because you have a good father, I won't dare touch you. I hope you can still sleep soundly tonight." Then he evaporated, leaving a message. "And to the others in the Emotion Management Bureau, we have plenty of time. Let's keep playing." The space fell into silence for a blow. The moment, then To Vien walked over to Thuong Mok and asked, "Little Thuong Mok, are you okay? You're covered in blood." He replied, "I'm fine," then wondered, "How is it going over at the dean's side?" She gave a sheepish smile. "Don't worry. Things at the dean's side just finished, too." The moonlight illuminated the dark sky. A giant, glowing red fireball appeared, with streams of brilliant energy swirling around it. It loomed right in the heart of the city. Suddenly, a source of energy rose from its peak. It transformed into tentacles that writhed in the air, moving forward and lunging at a man flying in midair. Zhao Yan glanced behind him, frowning and gritting his teeth in annoyance. Behind him, Than Ka lunged from the tentacles, swinging her scythe in pursuit. Zhao Yan frantically reached out, flying forward as fast as he could. She gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with bloodlust as she groaned. "Damn it, damn it, damn it. You killed the dean. You actually dared to kill the dean. I have to kill you." Than Cha was startled. Zhao Yan was fleeing ahead, and she quickly calculated. Ahead was the shopping center. "If I don't stop now," Than Cha muttered, flying from afar with her flaming red wings and scythe, "this place will be leveled to the ground. They're nothing but ants. If they die, they die. There are so many people. What does it matter if a couple die? Human lives mean nothing. They fundamentally don't matter. Kill them. Kill anything I don't like. Kill anything that gets in my way. Kill everything that doesn't go my way. Dean, I just need to get revenge for you." Her brows knitted together, her blood-red eyes showing no pupils. Thansha groaned, "Dean." Then she shut her eyes tightly. Dean old memories rushed back. Classes where she fell asleep and Manthu hit her with a cane, or the times she treated patients while Thancha sat nearby, taking notes diligently, or the times she sat knitting while Thanka felt flustered. Thanka was a doctor admired by many nurses. She remembered the image of a child lying on a hospital bed, offering her a sweet smile and a piece of candy. In her hand, she held those colorful candies. Thansha closed her eyes, struggling. "It's not like that. The director taught me that human life is precious, and I can't turn back time. I can't let all of the director's efforts to train me go to waste." She gripped her weapon with both hands, held it diagonally across her chest, and resolved that she had to stop this. Then, she let go, and spread her arms wide, creating a loud noise. Stopping, Lo Thancha landed gently on the ground. Her body seemed to have no strength left as she collapsed. Looking disappointed, Lo Thancha whispered, "Can I still do it?" Suddenly, she looked up. Before her eyes lay nothing but a scene of ruins and desolation. Traces of the destruction were visible everywhere, while the dust and smoke had yet to clear. At a certain estate of the Song family in Donghai City, a news report appeared on the screen, and a voice rang out. An explosion occurred at 2 in the morning yesterday between Don Ket Road and Lam Trong Road. Fortunately, the incident happened late at night in a commercial area, so only a few people were injured. Song Huihui scrolled through his phone and spoke up. They reacted pretty quickly, didn't they? They managed to evacuate the civilians beforehand. Perhaps once they saw you appear, someone on their side started taking action. Zhao Yan replied, "That must be it," she said in a stern voice. "How much damage did that world-class disturbance in Donghai City cause at the time?" He grimaced and said, "Except for the people from the Security Administration and that fake chairman of the Heavenly Gate, everyone I knew is gone. If she had completely lost control back then all these world-class individuals teaming up would surely have been able to kill her." Song Huihui spoke up, full of surprise. "Is she really that powerful? Isn't she just world-class too?" Zhao Yan held his cigarette and said sternly, "World-class emotional types have huge differences in emotional energy replenishment, mental state, and direct combat ability. I'm afraid her emotional power is primarily the type used for slaughter and combat." A cold look appeared in his eyes as he recounted this. He continued, "If you ever meet her in person, you'll know she's incredibly terrifying." Her voice was calm. "Then we should celebrate a little, shouldn't we? Such a troublesome world-class threat has been dealt with for the time being." The sky was clear and blue. On the rooftop of a building, 2 people were standing. Lo Than Cha spoke up. "Thuan Mok, how is Trung Jai Ki doing?" Thuan Mok replied, "She is extremely terrified. Furthermore, her parents being taken hostage was a huge blow to her. She is currently recovering at the medical facility under the administration." Her voice was full of regret. "This is all my responsibility. Thuan Mok, I'm sorry. It was me who ruined everything," he replied. "Sister Lo Than Cha, it was my fault for not being able to stabilize your emotions." The two stood on the rooftop looking up at the sky. Lo Than Ka turned to look at him and said, "Thuan Mok, I have to go." She continued, "The higher-ups have restricted me from contacting other people. They are afraid I will lose control. I had to fight hard just to be able to say this last goodbye to you. What I am about to say is very important. You must tell Trung Jai Ki and Chen Gu, and all 3 of you must follow my instructions." Below, traffic was busy. Lu Thancha instructed, "After I leave, the 3 of you will be in great danger. Ku Wei Ming will certainly use various methods to target you. You are all standing on the edge of a cliff." Wei Ming's eyes were full of murderous intent, but her voice still echoed. "You might suffer injustice, be in great pain, or even get hurt." That voice still echoed, "But you only have one way to survive." Lo Than Ka said anxiously, "Promise me, no matter what happens, you must never ever leave the Donghai City Emotional Bureau." She boarded the plane and flew away. Thuan Mok stood below, watching her go, thinking to himself, "Sister Lo Than Ka, don't worry. I have already seen with my own eyes how terrifying this seemingly normal world outside is. I will absolutely not leave the Emotional Bureau." Inside the building, a voice echoed, "Today we would like to congratulate a new colleague." He remained calm and composed in the face of a crisis, handling the situation skillfully. He not only successfully saved the whole team but also saved the image of the pursuit team. "This excellent newcomer is." Hearing this, he was full of surprise, and the voice continued, "Chen Gu, after the danger occurred, he immediately notified me. That gave us a chance to evacuate the crowd, provide support, and minimize the damage." Wei Ming said sternly, "After careful consideration, we have decided to award him a bronze medal. I hope he will continue to strive for excellence." Chen Gu stood at attention and said, "Thank you for the leadership's guidance. I achieved this result mainly because I always keep the leadership's instructions in mind. I will definitely continue to try my best and live up to your expectations, sir." His eyes suddenly turned cold, and he said, "Furthermore, there is solid evidence that there was a traitor when the first team's operation failed. Each of you was wearing a recorder. I know the entire battle by heart. I am not as easily fooled as the former captain." Thuan Mok stood still without a word, his voice full of questioning. "Thuan Mok, the former captain lost control after giving you her suppression chain. Is this a coincidence? And you, an inner-city rank individual, insisted on participating in the operation. How did you survive the attack from Trun Chuan? Is this also just a coincidence?" Suddenly, he hesitated. "Chief," Wei Ming said in a reproachful tone, "you don't need to explain. I will investigate and find out for myself. Colluding with the enemy to betray intelligence almost caused a global crisis." "That's right. And you also lost the suppression sword. This matter will definitely be investigated to the end. No one will get away with it." He stepped outside, slammed the door shut, and said loudly, In addition, I want to remind everyone, keep your distance from suspicious people, and if there are any new discoveries, report them to me immediately. Dali stood next to him and said, this is clearly an attempt to frame you, and he's even instigating your colleagues to isolate you. What are you going to do? Thuong Mok asked her. Dali, what should I do now to keep getting stronger? She thought for a moment and then said, right now, you don't lack emotional energy. If you want to get stronger, you have to follow the rules, watch movies, play games, and so on. In short, it's about stimulating your emotions. He replied, before Sister Lao Tanka returns. Let's just do this. Outside the building, the sky was clear and sunny. Whispers suddenly broke out. Hey, did you hear? The reason the first team's pursuit caused such a huge incident was because a traitor leaked the plan. Thuong Mok's team was still laughing and talking. What? We have a traitor? That's right. I heard that among the newly joined teams, there might be members of the Black Lotus cult. He sat chatting with Wei Zhen. Damn it, that traitor deserves to die. Tovian comforted him. That's right, that traitor, everyone should condemn him. I heard they even lost a suppression blade this time. It's such a massive loss. You go to visit Trung Jiaiki, who is recovering. It's not just that. I also heard that because of this traitor, the parents of a team member were kidnapped and haven't been found to this day. They might have already been killed by the enemy. Thuong Mok sits on the bed, his emotions bubbling over. He wonders what that traitor is doing, perhaps laughing to himself somewhere. He clenches his fist. Damn it, he mutters, getting angrier as he speaks. I absolutely cannot let that traitor get away with this. His emotions spiral into chaos. The next day, a bureau staffer speaks up. Hey, have you heard? Tovian, a member of the pursuit team, was assassinated by Trun Chuan. The person next to them replies, is the daughter of the general manager really that exposed? Thuong Mok sits at his computer, lost in thought. He heard she was ambushed on her way to work, and nearly died. His eyes turn cold. I've heard some rumors too. Tovian only provoked him because she was protecting that traitor. It really wasn't worth it. After all, they were on the same side. You visit her again. She is sobbing on her bed. We must drag that traitor out. You sit on the bed, reflecting on the rumors. Wait a minute. You said Tovian was targeted for protecting the traitor. If that's the case, they must have already found him. Your hand tightens around the cord. They must be in the middle of gathering final evidence. In the pitch-black night, Thuong Mok sits motionless. Justice will never be absent. You sit at the computer playing a game. I heard they found the traitor. His name is Thuong Mok. He's the one who leaked the information. You focus on the game. He doesn't even know how he seduced the new captain. The new captain even handed him my suppression chain. So why did he lose control of his emotions later? Thuong Mok remains at the computer. Such despicable tactics. You sit on the bed, deep in thought. Don't worry, he won't be able to run. He's currently inside the management bureau. You clench the cord so hard it snaps. Moreover, his supply source has been cut off. Those rumors echo in your head. That traitor. The night is dark, and you are all alone. It's over. The scene shifts to a high-rise building standing silently in the heavy, nighttime rain. Inside a room, Korloy's expression darkens. He sighs softly and speaks up. We can't go on like this. I have to ask my friends. In the next few days, an investigation into Thuong Mok will be issued. Thachkian clears his throat and speaks slowly. That kid is truly a pity. If it weren't for him, we all might have died there that last time. Pham Thu Chi quickly interjects to argue. Hey, are you two so enthusiastic now? You didn't even talk to Thuong Mok before. Korloy turns to her and immediately dismisses her comment. Hey, we need to protect ourselves before we can help him. Besides, that snitch-like kid is always reporting things. We can't be careless. After much deliberation, Korloy decides firmly. In any case, I've made up my mind. No matter what happens, we must testify for him. We'll prove that if it weren't for him, we all would have died long ago. Without a second of hesitation, Taikin replies. I agree. Pham Thu Chi sighs and reluctantly nods. Then I don't have any objections either. The atmosphere becomes very positive. Suddenly, a phone rings, and Korloy's attention is completely drawn to the screen. Upon seeing the content, his face displays disbelief and shock. Korloy speaks in a low voice, breaking the silence. Bureau Chief Cook just announced that Thuong Mok has fled to escape punishment. At a majestic high-rise building, inside a room filled with warm, golden light, Kook Dui Min crosses his legs, a cunning look on his face as he says, this guy finally couldn't handle the pressure anymore. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to touch him. He turns to Chen Gu, who is standing nearby, and asks seriously, Little Tran, has Thuong Mok contacted you? A flicker of excitement appears in his eyes as he quickly replies with a tone full of enthusiasm. Leader, he hasn't contacted me yet, but I can reach him. Please give me this mission. I certainly won't let you down. Hearing this, Kook Dui Min leans his chin on his hand. thinking, his expression unreadable. After a moment of thought, he says, "Forget it. There's no need." In Donghai City, he couldn't escape even if he grew wings. Out Vugov the rain is still pouring, and the crowds on the streets appear indescribably gloomy. The rain gets heavier, and the pedestrians become sparse. The entire city is submerged in the pouring rain. In a small alleyway, Thuing Mok sits alone in the darkness, ignoring the rain soaking his body. A layer of mist covers his glasses, hiding the heavy eyes behind them. From a distance, a pair of feet slowly interrupts the silence. Chunchuan spins the sharp blade in his hand and speaks, his voice filled with admiration but tainted with barely concealed contempt. "I have to say, for an inner-city level, you're quite tough. You survived an attack from someone 2 levels higher, and you didn't die. You even survived the suppression blade attack." Every word he says seems to bore deep into Thuing Mok's thoughts. "You are very special, and your abilities aren't bad, but I bet you can't even stand up anymore, right? A kid with emotional energy who hasn't been recharged, I know that feeling." He holds the crimson blade horizontally in front of his face, his eyes flashing with lethal intent. He chuckles. "Before you die, you aren't even going to say a word?" Exhausted, he lunges toward Thuing Mok in the heavy rain like a predator grabbing its prey. At this moment, Thuing Mok has a slight reaction. He opens his eyes, then suddenly shuts them tightly. His mind drifts, filled with vague voices. "Thuing Mok, have you ever thought that the foolish doctor might have been mistaken? Is it really not safe inside the management bureau? No. She was right. It's all just a ploy by Kuk Duing Yen. These rumors prove that it's still safe inside the bureau, so whatever happens, we must stay there. But isn't it frustrating? Think about our recent situation. We were targeted, and Chen Gu, if it weren't for those idiots getting in the way, we would have caught him a long time ago. And now, we're being slandered by these nobodies. Thuing Mok, you have inherited my power. Are you content to just suffer like this? Do you remember when we were on the Emperor ship at sea? We faced a world-level entity, and the whole ocean shook because of us. Dat Li. Before, I relied on your power, but now that I've lost my power, everything has changed. Thuing Mok, I have to remind you, the energy in these chains has almost completely run dry this month, and we're about to go hungry again. Surviving is still better than dying. No wonder it's an emotional, rational entity so logical, so safe, and yet so incredibly boring. I said, Thuing Mok, do you want to do something crazy one more time? After a moment of mental silence, a crack appeared in his consciousness. The crack shattered, revealing a golden figure full of spirit and pressure, eager to return to reality. At this moment, Chen Chuan was madly charging forward, his killing intent soaring. Waves of power surged toward Thuing Mok, and he roared, Chen Chuan, you're the one being hunted. In midair, Chen Chuan seemed to sense something was wrong. A trap? But he brushed that thought aside. It's useless. Before he could stay smug for long, his pupils suddenly constricted, his face flickering with disbelief. Chen Chuan hurriedly took in the situation, gnashing his teeth in frustration. His ability wouldn't activate. A thought flashed through his mind, leaving Chen Chuan stunned. This can't be, right? Could the effect of his ability be the same as the suppressing blade? By the time he realized the truth, Thuing Mok was already charging at a terrifying speed. The two blades collided, creating countless sparks. Waves of power erupted from all sides, rushing at Chen Chuan like a predator, binding his limbs in midair. He wore a look of intense shock and annoyance at this unexpected turn of events. Every feature on his face betrayed unmistakable fury he couldn't break free. Right before Chen Chuan, Thuing Mok's figure lunged at him like an arrow released from a bow, striking fiercely. On Chen Chuan's face, a mix of anger and fear distorted his expression into something indescribable. While Thuing Mok was attacking, a seemingly harmless mechanical orb was launched toward him. The orb exploded, releasing endless black slime that engulfed Thuing Mok in midair. He was slightly surprised by what was happening. Black water and masses of slime poured over him, and combined with gravity, he fell backward from momentum, making a loud thud. One person was bound high up, the other pressed firmly below a stark contrast. Thuing Mok kept sinking deeper with every movement he made. This is heavy, I'm just keep sinking. High above, Chen Chuan's face twisted into a smug grin as he spoke. Hey, this is city-level sorrowful emotional energy. If no one is there to pull you out, you'll sink forever. As Thuing Mok struggled to find a way out, thinking, what do I do? Dat Lai appeared like a savior. Isn't this simple? She said. Careful. She reached out, grabbed Thuing Mok's hand, and firmly pulled him toward her. Thuing Mok was stunned by Dat Li's sudden appearance. Under Chen Chuan's confused gaze, Thuing Mok launched himself forward without any help. He gritted his teeth, shocked by Thuing Mok's infinite potential. Not letting the surprise last more than 2 seconds, he waved his hand to continue controlling the orb. Both Jat Li and Thuing Mok were momentarily panicked. The orb created an air pressure explosion that blasted Thuing Mok away. After a brief thought, Thuing Mok realized, this is joyful emotional power. How can he use so many types of emotional power? Dat Lai also realized, if I'm not mistaken, this must be an emotional artifact created from the power of other emotional entities. Be careful, this joy energy is city level. If you touch it, you'll really lose your life. He pieced his thoughts together and speculated. So that's it, this is the reason he's called the #1 assassin of Great Shah. On one hand, he possesses an ability that even world-level entities can't detect, and on the other, he exploits emotional artifacts that are far beyond his own level to attack. Forget about normal city-level threats. Even provincial and national levels are likely slaughtered by him. If he were given a world-level artifact, even world-level entities would be in danger. Looking at Chun Chuan now was like looking at a city-level beast, aggressively targeting the succulent prey right in front of him. And the most dangerous thing right now is that I don't know how many more high-level emotional artifacts he has. He thought he would pounce on Thuing Mok in an instant, but suddenly he disappeared, leaving only a streak of light. Seeing this, Dat Lai hurriedly warned, "Careful, he's vanished again. I might not be able to warn you in time." At that very moment, Thuing Mok released all the mana in his body. Streams of power swirled continuously in the space around him. Suddenly, Chun Chuan appeared behind him, swinging his blade toward him in a surprise attack. He shouted with excitement, his movements never stopping. "It's just a pity you're still too weak. These emotional control threads break with just a light touch. I really didn't expect your emotional power to be the same type as the suppressing blade." Chun Chuan leaned in, his face full of mockery as he spoke slowly. "No wonder you're still alive, even though I've stabbed you many times with the suppressing blade. No wonder they pay such a high price for your emotional core. I thought you might have some resistance to other emotional powers, but as long as I don't use the suppressing strike, I don't believe you won't die." As he finished speaking, Thuing Mok's surge of power rushed at him like a storm. He vanished into thin air again, to Thuing Mok's astonishment, then suddenly appeared behind him and vanished once more. His flickering movements repeated, making it impossible for Thuing Mok to predict his next move. Thuing Mok linked every location he appeared in, predicted the next spot, and launched a devastating blow. But no, it was as if he knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, he stabbed his blade straight into Thuing Mok's flank from behind. Countless air bubbles with extreme pressure were created after their mid-air clash. Not letting him rest for long, he controlled the mechanical orb, launching a mass of black slime toward Thuing Mok. Taking advantage of his momentary dodge, he appeared suddenly and struck unexpectedly. Thuing Mok couldn't react in time and hurriedly raised his hand to block. The blade cut through his flesh, sending blood spraying. He twisted the blade deeper into every cell, a stinging pain shooting through his nerves. This process seemed to sever all of Thuing Mok's movements. The suppressing blade completely neutralized his power. A streak of blood sprayed into the air as the space suddenly seemed to solidify. Thuing Mok fell from momentum. In the pouring rain, he lay helplessly in a pool of blood, looking truly wretched. Thuing Mok's eyes reflected a sense of helplessness. He's so strong. Even without using invisibility or teleportation, I can't beat him. With his body covered in wounds, he glanced at Chun Chuan, who was standing in the distance, looking smug. His combat techniques were far superior to his own. And on top of that, emotional items are practically inexhaustible. He is the #1 assassin of the Great Calamity Nation. Li Ye appeared, her tone reassuring as she said, "Don't rush. I've always had a feeling you could win, but I just couldn't figure out how." Lying limp, he spoke in a voice full of resignation and helplessness. "How could I possibly win?" Li Ye continued, dismissing that statement. "I can't figure it out. Why don't you try recalling the strange sensations you experienced during the fight? It might just wake me up." Hearing this, a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes as he thought seriously. If he had to say, he really did have some thoughts. He paused on the scene where he pinned the sword into his chest. It was a very bizarre feeling. Every time his sword of hatred pierced me, I felt my strength being replenished. However, while fighting, I realized my power didn't actually increase, which means this was all in my head. You see, even my rational power is exhausted now. Li Ye emphasized, full of doubt. "That's impossible. He always used that dagger of hatred to attack you. How could you feel like you were being replenished? And you were about to be killed by him, so how could you feel like you were gaining energy?" Thuing Mok said calmly, "I don't know." At this moment, Chun Chuan strode over, looking as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Li Ye kept thinking about the word replenished. Suddenly, her pupils lit up as if she realized something. Chun Chuan's footsteps stopped. He stood before Thuing Mok, his sword shimmering with a ghastly red light in the cold, driving rain. With a triumphant and confident expression, he spoke. "No last words?" Dropping that expression, he screamed maniacally and swung his sword at him. Then be on your way. Li Ye quickly blurted out what she had just discovered. Hatred. The thing you've been absorbing is the power of hatred. You can use the power of hatred. Upon hearing this, Thuong Mok was stunned for a moment, as if he couldn't digest the information just yet. On Trenchhorn's side, his manic look vanished, replaced by a suspicious and confused expression. Countless sharp spikes began to grow from his very own body. He thought to himself, completely stunned, what is this joke? Entering his memories at 5 years old, he was still a minor. I've always lived a life at the bottom of society, but I've always believed I was special. Fragments of painful memories gradually surfaced, even when facing minor obstacles, being trapped in a cold cage, and facing the ignorance and mockery of others. These horrifying images before his eyes felt all too familiar to Trenchhorn. I have always believed it just the same. The rise of someone viewed as a slave fate will eventually stand on my side because I am special. Then he realized his own ambition. But I knew this wasn't enough, so I worked very hard. I finally found a job that suited me. The image showed him covered in blood, slumping to the ground. I trained very well in my work. In my spare time, I never stopped honing my skills. Firearms helped Trenchhorn increase his speed and reflexes in actual combat, and then he took on bloodier missions. I wanted to be stronger. I would stop at nothing to be stronger. It continued on like his daily life. Gradually, I got what I had always dreamed of. Deep within his ambitious heart, the things he cared about were fame, status, and respect. Having achieved the ambitions he set for himself, Trenchhorn gradually sank deep into what is called fame. That's right, I have always believed that. Carrying that conservative mindset, his character gradually twisted over time. In the end, I will become a legend in this world. Yet, now, that very thing he prided himself on had dealt him a devastating blow. Trenchhorn lay motionless on the ground with vacant eyes, letting the rain wash away every breath he had left. Outside, the rain kept falling. In the alley, Trenchhorn lay motionless, showing no reaction at all. Thuong Mok asked Li Ye suspiciously, "So is this the end for him?" Li Ye explained slowly, "You absorb the hatred power of a provincial-level entity. This Trenchhorn's emotional power has absolutely no defensive properties. So even though he was city-level, he died instantly." He thought of a possibility to explain the above and said, "Could I use the power of hatred because I ate a core of hatred before?" Li Ye immediately replied, "That's right. Rationality can suppress other powers and can also control them. Don't you remember? During the battle on the Emperor-class ship, I was still able to control the Black East Sea, wasn't I? Furthermore, I still remember some information regarding related abilities." Countless battles of Thuong Mok flashed through her mind. Because of the previous battle with hatred, he had accumulated a lot of resistance to it, at least around 45%. Simultaneously, Li Ye explained seriously that because he had absorbed a portion of the core of hatred, he could also absorb a portion of the hatred-based attacks aimed at him, roughly 35%. So, facing a provincial-level entity of hatred, that is why he could persevere for so long. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. After being enlightened by Li Ye, he spoke softly, "So, I can resist 45% of hatred attacks, and can also absorb 35% to use for myself. In short, only 20% of hatred-based attacks can actually deal damage to me. This rational power is just too overpowered." The biggest question he raised was, if I can absorb all other sources of emotional energy, then wouldn't I be invincible? For now, it seems that is indeed the case. Don't let your guard down. The enemy still has many people. Keep checking the situation over there. Meanwhile, a pair of eyes had been silently watching him from the very beginning. That eye had 3 pupils, exuding an indescribable gloominess. On this side, inside the eye socket of that person, the scene of Thuong Mok appeared. He panicked and shouted loudly toward the person lounging on a chair, "Miss Anna, it's bad. Trenchhorn has been killed. He was killed by the target, Thuong Mok." Without letting her emotions fluctuate, Anna spoke calmly. "Thuong Mok killed Trenchhorn? How did he do it? Wasn't Trenchhorn just about to finish off Thuong Mok?" That guy opened his eyes wide, unfocused, and shouted. Before his words could even finish, countless sharp spikes suddenly burst out from both of their bodies, just like Trenchhorn's. That guy collapsed in pain and died instantly. With that state, it seemed like Thuong Mok was the one who struck. That scene was observed by another pair of eyes. On this side, a girl panted and spoke. "Good thing I was in time. They actually wanted to expose the young master's secret. Let's see how I deal with you lot." Looking up at the sky, she sighed in relief. "That's good. That was the last one watching. Time to report to the young master." Returning to Anna's place, she was still lazily reacting. She was calm behind her black glasses, her eyes flashing with intrigue. Thuong Mok has an accomplice who is a hatred-based emotional entity. How strange. According to the contract, I only deal with the world-class entity behind Thuong Mok. The result is that the world-class entity behind Thuong Mok didn't strike, but Trunchorn died. Then I suppose I have to take action. Deep in thought, the result was that Thuong Mok hadn't even made a move yet, and Trunchorn was already blaming him, so he had to step in. Deep in thought, but if he just let them go like that, Miss Song definitely wouldn't be happy. After all, the development of the Great Xia Kingdom still relied on her in so many ways. Shaking off those doubts and thoughts, her body gradually turned into liquid. Forget it. The contract was signed. If the world-class power behind Thuong Mok had also appeared, then she could charge double. Anna Chris's body melted completely into liquid, dispersing in all directions and slowly retreating. Miss Song wouldn't break her promise, right? The girl with purple hair reported back. Young master, I've handled everything on my end. I've eliminated all the Black Lotus cult members tailing you. How is the situation on your side? Thuong Mok felt a wave of relief upon hearing that. Her contribution in this operation was the greatest. The emotional crystal she brought me even helped me deal with the Black Lotus cult followers outside. Without you, I definitely wouldn't have won. She laughed happily and said, Thank you, young master, you're too kind. If there's nothing else, I'll head back first. So as not to arouse Zhao Yan's suspicion, Thuong Mok cautiously asked further, Right, while you were clearing out the Black Lotus cult members nearby, did you encounter anyone else? The girl with purple hair recalled for a moment. Suspicious people? There was one guy wearing white, but I already took him down. Thuong Mok's face turned serious upon hearing that. Someone in white? At that moment, Jiao Li called out urgently, Thuong Mok, let's go, hurry. Since when had white liquid started appearing all around him? Thuong Mok looked around. The substance was increasing, engulfing the entire place. The shape above looked like a sharp claw gradually closing in. Thuong Mok looked up, and at that same moment, it shut tight. A giant monster in the sky flicked its tail and flew away. In an instant, the place looked as if nothing had happened. The girl with purple hair was stunned, standing frozen in place. What just happened? That factory, it felt like the factory was where the young master was. Why did it suddenly vanish? She was startled, realizing it was a world-class power. On Thuong Mok's side, he used his light-bestowing power and asked, What's going on? So this factory was an emotion monster? Dat Li said no. This factory was originally a normal place, but a world-class power just turned it into a monster. We are currently inside the belly of this beast. Thuong Mok wondered, what kind of power did the opponent have? Can you think of a way out? Dat Li could guess that getting out was probably impossible. The opponent was world-class. His own city-level power couldn't break out. Both of them fixed their eyes on one spot. Trenchorn's body was emitting power, with an emotional core shaped like hands holding each other. They looked at each other in silence. Dat Li spoke up with some anxiety. Thuong Mok, I have to warn you, your rational power has been almost completely exhausted. Now, you aren't sure if you can suppress the emotional power of this emotional core. Thuong Mok bowed his head and replied, I understand. But Thuong Mok reached out to grab the emotional core, then opened his mouth, intending to swallow it. Didn't you say, if we don't go a little crazy, how can we control our own reason? Thuong Mok put the emotional core into his mouth, swallowed, and his body underwent a transformation. Thuong Mok then erupted with tremendous power. Anna Chris, on this side, felt something and paused. A phone rang at the Song family estate. Song Hui picked up. Miss Anna, sorry to bother you. Don't worry, I'll pay. Fine, let's leave it at that for now. We'll talk about the rest when I get back. Zhao Yan asked, Has the world-class power behind Thuong Mok appeared yet? Song Hui said, No, not yet. Sect leader Zhao, Thuong Mok killed Trunchorn. Miss Anna made a move and captured Thuong Mok, but he still managed to escape. All these things were done by him alone, a mere city-level guy. They saw it all, and now they're all mocking me. On Thuong Mok's side, he was struggling with that power. Of course, I'm laughable, clearly just an ant, yet I actually thought I was a phoenix. Ridiculous, they've seen it, my ugliness. I don't want to be seen. It seemed he had dodged it, it seemed he was hiding. Dat Li cried out in panic. Thuong Mok, wake up, that's not your emotion. Thuong Mok grabbed his own neck and said, I know, but I can't control it. Dat Li looked over, just in time to see a sword, and reassured him. Thuong Mok, hold on a little longer. There's a suppression blade on your left. Hearing this, Thuong Mok turned around, reaching out, trying to grab that sword. He gritted his teeth, straining to reach, and finally caught the sword. As his hand touched it, strange shapes appeared on his arm. The emotions swirled around Thuong Mok, but in a blink, they were blown away. Thuong Mok knelt, then fell backward, let out a breath, and finally succeeded. Thuong Mok looked at the sword and asked, But why is the suppression blade here? He stopped, facing a door. In this vast room, Thuing Mok looked around, bewildered. Where is this place? These things are, he froze, as if sensing something. Thuong Mok's pupils contracted. He felt a connection here with his own will. I understand now. Thuong Mok realized this was the entirety of Trunchorn's ability. His ability wasn't just invisibility and teleportation, he also had an independent space. When he moved, he was likely able to enter and exit this place at any time. The reason we appeared here is because I devoured the core emotional power Trunchorn automatically released, then got transported from the monster's belly into this space. The items piled up here also belonged to Trunchorn, so the suppression blade that was snatched away earlier appeared here. This also explains why, when he was fighting, emotional items suddenly appeared in his hands. They must have been taken from here. Li laughed excitedly. So all these things are ours now. There seems to be a lot of good stuff here. Let's take a look. Thuong Mok picked up Trunchorn's phone. Trunchorn's body had also been transported here, and his cell phone was here too. So perhaps he spoke up. Li, there's one more thing that needs to be handled first. Li frowned, unhappy, and asked, what could be more important than checking our loot? Nearby, a guy in a hat was hurriedly pushing a cargo cart, on which two people were tied up in sacks. They were being jolted by the road, making noises. The guy was a bit bewildered, thinking, how could this be? How could this kid Trunchorn be taken out? How on earth could Thuong Mok have killed Trunchorn? Suddenly, a hand grabbed the guy in the hat from behind. Thuong Mok stared coldly, his voice dripping with menace. Don't move. Answer me, who's your superior? Who ordered Trunchorn to take out Thuong Mok, Trung Jai Ki, and Chen Ju? The masked man's eyes darted around in terror. Is this Thuong Mok? He came so fast, did he not trigger the emotion field? Did he really just take out Trunchorn like that? The masked man forced a weak laugh. I don't know. My contacts are all anonymous. I have no idea who's behind this. I'm just a middleman. Trunchorn did all the dirty work. I've got an elderly mother and young kids at home. Thuong Mok remained silent for a moment. Then he spoke up. Fine. Next question. Do you know who that lord is? The masked man stammered. I've never heard of any lord. Thuong Mok tightened his grip, lifting the man off the ground as he struggled. I really don't know. Killing me is useless. My kid is only in high school. I still want to. Thuong Mok cut him off coldly. Just shut the hell up. You don't have kids, and your parents are long dead. And another thing, when I mentioned the Lord, you turned your back. Did you really think I wouldn't see the terror on your face? The masked man glanced back, sweat pouring down, and gritted his teeth. At the end of his rope, he finally confessed. That Lord is leading a grand revolution. Even if you kill me, I won't. Before he could finish, Thuong Mok struck him down. Instant silence filled the room. Li urged, let's go. Let's head back, tally the loot, and take those three with us. Thuong Mok agreed. 10 minutes later, Li popped out and asked, done? Thuong Mok replied, I found a secret spot outside to stash them. He was surprised this dimension seemed to reject the living. If they hadn't been unconscious, they wouldn't have been able to enter. Once they regained consciousness, they would be forcibly ejected from this space. Li remained calm. She already knew. It wasn't strange at all. I've basically confirmed that Trunchorn is an entity embodying the emotion of shame. This is his personal space, so naturally, it won't accept conscious people. Thuong Mok wondered, then how did you get in? And how are you able to stay here on your own? Li beamed and said, it just proves how close we are. We're not afraid of showing our shameful sides to each other. I've even seen you using the restroom, haven't I? Thuong Mok was left speechless. She laughed playfully. Feeling unfair? Want me to let you watch me use the restroom too? He looked helpless and said, don't you feel like you have absolutely no sense of personal boundaries? Li retorted nonchalantly, well, why didn't you mention boundaries when you were using me? I still haven't recovered from the last time. Thuong Mok looked at her, dumbfounded. Li chuckled. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Let's start sorting the loot. Inside the room, they began dividing the spoils. Hatred-based daggers of provincial, national, and world-class power, one for each of them. There were 10 city-level depression, Blackwater bombs, 5 provincial, and 3 national. As for the ecstasy-based annihilator bombs, they had 7 city-level, 3 provincial, and 1 national. There were even piles of suppression chains, weapons for ordinary people, and a massive stack of bank cards and documents. Li excitedly hugged Thuong Mok. We've really struck it rich this time, Thuong Mok asked. During our fight, Trunchorn didn't use any of this stuff. If he had used a world-class hatred weapon, I'd be dead, wouldn't I? Li guessed he was probably too stingy to use them. World-class hatred weapons could likely only be used a few times. Wasting one on you would be such a loss. Who knew he'd be taken down by your provincial-level hatred power in a single blow? Your vulnerability actually became your shield. It's quite ironic. Plus, you know, I just checked these black water bombs can act as a defensive layer, specifically designed to counter ecstasy-based powers. As long as an ecstasy-based power gets within half a meter, the black water bomb will detonate automatically to neutralize its destructive force. In other words, Chun Chuan had prepared counters for everything that could threaten him. Take a guess, why doesn't he have any emotion-based items to defend against hatred-based attacks? Thung Mok finally realized. So that's how it is. The Black Lotus sect and Chun Chuan are cut from the same cloth. His hatred weapons were probably provided by the sect. More importantly, hatred itself is a tool to control him, because hatred-based abilities can instantly neutralize Chun Chuan. As long as they have a provincial-level hatred weapon, Chun Chuan has to obey. That's why his backers won't let him own any defensive gear against hatred. He was still puzzled. There's one problem, though. Chun Chuan has seen Little Biscuit before. Why didn't Zhao Yan deal with her? Dat Lai answered honestly. I don't know. Thung Mok pulled something out. Forget it. We'll talk about Little Biscuit later. I found something else just now. Dat Li looked and gasped. Is this half a human hand? It's still twitching, that's creepy. She paused. Thung Mok looked up and said, Dat Li, based on my intuition, this thing is no simple matter. I don't know what it is yet, but it's definitely a treasure. I have a feeling all the other loot combined isn't worth as much as this half-hand. Thung Mok was stunned. If that was true, then this had to be at least a world-class item. This Chun Chuan character seems to have even more secrets. He was hugged tightly by Dat Lai and asked helplessly, Can you let go? Dat Lai's eyes widened. What's wrong? Why are you being so polite with me? Thung Mok denied it, but he just wasn't comfortable. She frowned, unhappy with his rational, detached attitude. Thung Mok analyzed the room. About 10 by 10 square meters, with 4 doors, 1 main entrance, and 3 smaller side doors. None of them could be opened. He touched the surfaces. The wall structure was very strange, looking like semi-transparent glass, with an outer layer as blurry as fog, completely impossible to see through. Dat Li flew over and asked, What is it? Thung Mok didn't understand. Didn't she find these locked doors strange? These doors were created by Chun Chuan, right? So why lock them? It's clear only he can enter this place. Dat Lai wondered, could there be some treasure hidden inside? Thung Mok dismissed her theory. It didn't make sense. Only he could get in, so there was no need for locks. Unless whatever is inside causes him some trouble but is also useful to him. That's the only reason to lock it up. Dat Lai grew intrigued and curious. If that's the case, then there's definitely a treasure inside, and it must be even more valuable than that half-hand. Since there are 4 doors, there must be at least 4 treasures. This main door is bigger than the others. Whatever's inside must be the most valuable. Thung Mok, hurry up and give it a try. You're the master of this place now. I'm sure you can find a way to open it. Thung Mok agreed. All right, let me try. He walked over to the door, put his back into it, and pushed with all his might. Thung Mok tried to report back, but it wouldn't open. Dat Li frowned. That makes no sense. Why can't we open this treasure? I want it. She suddenly had an idea. Dat Lai suggested, How about you use your rational power to blast a hole in the wall? Rationality can suppress all kinds of emotional energy. You've absorbed so much of it already, it shouldn't be a problem. Thung Mok looked at her and asked one last time, Are you sure this is okay? What if something dangerous is inside? Dat Lai replied firmly, I'm not afraid. If there's actually something in there, it must have been brought in by Chun Chuan. I mean, look, even a chicken like Chun Chuan could bring something inside. A tough guy like you definitely won't have any issues. Thung Mok, convinced by her, thought it made sense. He channeled his power and struck the wall hard. The wall cracked but didn't collapse. Thung Mok said, It's tougher than I thought. Dat Li laughed and said, Then just do it a few more times. Both of them suddenly froze, their eyes serious. A red hand appeared on the wall, and after a piercing sound, many more red hands emerged, plastered all over the surrounding wall. But then, they slowly faded away, disappearing without a trace. Thung Mok broke into a cold sweat and asked, Dat Li, what was that? It looks terrifying. Dat Li felt a chill down her spine too. She replied, I don't know either. Do you suggest we wait until I'm stronger before exploring what's behind the door? She agreed. That makes sense. Our work here is almost done. Let's head back to the management bureau. The next morning, Thung Mok walked into the lobby. The receptionist looked at him with a disgusted expression. Thung Mok threw the head onto the counter. It was Chun Chuan's. The receptionist froze on the spot, then passed out from the shock. As she collapsed, another staff member ran over to report the incident. Kuk Doi Min heard the news and was stunned. Trung Jae-ki was finally released from the hospital. Seeing her parents, she ran out the door and hugged them tightly. Thung Mok stood to the side, feeling relieved. Thach Kian put a hand on his shoulder and started clapping, and soon, everyone joined in with cheers. At the Emotion Management Bureau's central headquarters, on the 28th underground floor in the containment zone, Lo Thon Ka, former doctor at the No. 2 Mental Hospital in Donghar City, and former captain of the Donghar Emotion Management Pursuit Team, Lee Vi, deputy minister of the Inspection Department at the Central Emotion Management Bureau, held up some documents and said, "A decision has been made regarding your case. I'm afraid you will be permanently sealed here from now on. Do you have anything left to say?" Lo Than Cha was silent for a moment before asking, "How are things in Donghar City? Are Thuong Mok and the others still safe?" Levy asked, bewildered, "You're still in this situation and you're still worried about others? If you lose control, you will certainly turn into an emotional disaster even more terrifying than the Black Donghai. The influence of the Black Donghai doesn't stop at Donghar City. Even normal people all the way in Yernkin will be affected, or even infected. Do you even know what you're doing?" Lu Thancha said. "I'm sorry." Levi pulled out a device, tilted her head and said, "Forget it. There's no point in talking about this now. Goodbye, you stupid woman." She pressed a button, and to her surprise, Lu Tanka was released. She fell hard, quickly covering herself, and asked, "What are you doing? Didn't you say I was being permanently sealed?" Levi held up a camera, teasing her playfully. "You dummy. I was just trying to scare you. Otherwise, you wouldn't understand how serious the situation is. Thuong Mak killed Trun Churn, and the higher-ups are taking him very seriously now. They predict the situation in Donghar City will be very complicated. That is why I am secretly sending you back to Donghar City to protect Thuong Mak. Don't cover up. This is a rare opportunity. Let me take a few more photos." Lo Tain Ka turned, surprised, and asked, "Thuong Mak killed Trun Churn. How is that possible? Is he hurt?" Levi shouted in annoyance. "Why are you still missing the point? Worry about yourself. Or do you have feelings for him? It's always Thuong Mak's this and Thuong Mak's that." Lo Tain Ka blushed slightly and retorted, "What are you talking about? Protecting him was the dean's dying wish. She told me not to worry about it. Dealing with you this time is definitely an exception. If you lose control again, I'm afraid you really will be sealed forever. Furthermore, you will implicate Elder Kwai, who has been protecting you." Lo Than Ka promised. "Don't worry, this time I'll be fine." Levi suddenly hugged Lo Than Ka and said sadly, "I don't want to never see you again." Lo Than Ka froze as she looked at her. "Vi, I promise you." Lo Than Ka said sincerely, "Don't worry, this time I definitely won't lose control." Levi suddenly put a collar on her. Lu Than Cha was startled. "What are you doing? I'm not lying to you." Levi pulled her along and said, "This is a control shackle. It can help you effectively minimize loss of control." She excitedly pulled Lao Than Cha away from the room. "Whether you're lying or not doesn't matter. Either way, you have to listen to me from now on. Let's go. We're heading to Donghai City." Lao Than Cha said helplessly. "Stop messing around. Let me put my clothes on first." 2 weeks later, the plenary meeting was held to welcome a new colleague. Hook Dui Min introduced him. "This is Thuong Mak. Usually quiet, but in critical moments, he unleashes power like a thunderbolt. With extraordinary intelligence and courage, after an intense struggle, he finally brought Tren Chorn to justice." He gestured toward Thuong Mak and added, "Rewards are given for merits. This is our steadfast, unchanging principle." In recognition of Thuong Mak's contributions, according to regulations, the organization has decided to award Thuong Mak 1 million achievement points. The whole hall stood up in an uproar. 1 million? I haven't even made that much in 1 or 2 years. Of course, this is the reward for eliminating Tren Chorn. How on earth did he manage to eliminate Tren Chorn? Trung Jai Ki thought happily. 1 million points? Now Thuong Mak can trade for plenty of iron chains. He won't have to go hungry anymore. Vaitnyan stood up, unconvinced and aggressive. He claims credit for killing Tren Chorn, so why didn't he show that kind of strength the first time he fought him? Who knows what shady business is going on here? Besides, Tren Chorn was already hurt. Now all the credit goes to him. This guy is truly despicable. Hook Dui Min added, "There is one more important matter. Through the decision of the Central Emotion Management Bureau, Thuong Mak has been specially promoted to be the captain of the Donghar City Pursuit Team." The whole hall went dead silent, followed by another wave of agitated discussion. What? Appointing someone at the district level as captain? Isn't that too reckless? Isn't the captain supposed to be at least at the national level? This captain is only district level even if he killed Tren Chorn. This is too much. Vainyan was even more agitated. "Are you kidding me? That despicable Thuong Mak, a district level guy, is going to be the captain of our Team 1? Trung Zai Ki couldn't help but be surprised. "Is this for real? Thuong Mak is a captain now?" She turned to remind Vainyan, "Watch your attitude. She is the captain now, and if you keep talking like that, she's going to dock your pay." Guard Wei retorted defensively, "What are you laughing at? He is your captain too. A district-level punk is stepping all over you guys, and you are all just fine with that? Lejean spoke up first. I'm transferring to Team 2 soon, so this has got nothing to do with me. Korloi figured whoever got the job didn't matter, since it was all the same anyway. Pham Thu Chi had no objections either, saying she was totally fine with it. Thach Keen agreed, saying the higher-ups definitely had their reasons for making this kind of arrangement. The guard gritted his teeth and muttered, "You guys." Seeing that everyone looked unhappy, Ku Dui Min stepped in and said, "This is an order from above. If anyone has any issues, you can bring them up, and I will report them directly to the higher-ups." The guard froze at those sharp words, but he finally snapped and yelled, "I refuse to accept this. On what grounds does Thuong Mok get to be captain? He's just a district-level nobody. I used to operate with him, and back then, he was nothing but dead weight." He spun around to plead his case to the others. "Furthermore, don't you guys find this suspicious? How could a district-level punk like him possibly take down Tren Chorn? There's definitely something shady going on here." The guys in the back started having doubts, muttering that what he said actually made sense. That's right. Trung Jai Ki thought anxiously, "Oh no, it's ruined." Everyone was starting to doubt Thuong Mok. The guard stoked the suspicion, saying that maybe Tren Chorn was just a disposable pawn that the enemy sacrificed him so Thuong Mok could infiltrate our ranks. He emphasized, "The guy is just a despicable traitor." Right then, a sudden punch smashed right into the guard's face. It was none other than Thuong Mok. The whole room erupted into chaos. Holy crap, a fight broke out. Damn, that kid's got guts. A district-level punk actually daring to attack a city-level officer? Beat his ass. Thuong Mok used a rope to lock the guard's neck, leaving him completely stunned as he thought, what the hell is happening? A blue rope, is this Thuong Mok's ability? He pulled me right over with his power. The guard gritted his teeth, then let out a furious roar. "How dare you lay a hand on me? I'll show you just how pathetic you really are. You are completely unqualified to be captain. I, the guard, will never surrender to scum like you." No sooner had he finished speaking than Thuong Mok landed another heavy punch to the guard's gut, followed by grabbing him by the hair and knocking two of his teeth right out. With a rapid-fire combo straight to his face, the guard was beaten to a miserable pulp and begged, "Stop hitting me! I surrender! I give up!" Everyone watching this scene was more hyped than ever. Holy shit. A district-level dude is physically assaulting a city-level officer? That is wild. Korloi stood there with a blank stare. Thuong Mok actually had the guts to hit the guard. Does that mean we can also? Trung Zai Ki praised him. Thuong Mok is so badass. Ku Dui Min stepped in with a warning tone. Thuong Mok, even though today is your award ceremony, you still can't just trample all over discipline like this. Thuong Mok turned to him with an icy expression and said, "Director, I am the captain now. When a team member openly insults his superior, shouldn't I discipline him? Just who is disrespecting discipline here?" Ku Dui Min was left completely speechless. Thuong Mok turned back to face everyone and said earnestly, "Also, I want to say a few words to you all. Taking down Tren Chorn this time wasn't just my achievement alone, it was the victory of the entire pursuit team. I merely stood on the shoulders of all you seniors to complete the very final step." He proposed, "Therefore, I want to take 50% of the reward and split it among every single member of the pursuit team. Thank you all for your hard work and the help you've given me. I look forward to your continued guidance from now on." Dropping those words caught everyone completely off guard. Right then, everybody realized this guy was all right. He really knew how to treat people right. "We fully back you as the captain of Team 1. Ku Dui Min wore a deeply unpleasant expression. Following the appointment of the new city team captain, everyone was buzzing about one major topic. "Hey, did you hear? Tren Chorn got taken down." "Who?" "Some guy named Thuong Mok. Word is, he's only district level. A district-level punk took down the top assassin of Great Xia? Are you fucking kidding me? It gets crazier. Because of this stunt, he was actually appointed captain of the East Sea City Pursuit Team." "No way. Seriously? Isn't the pursuit team reserved for at least national-level personnel? Those are all big shots." Long Tong and his crew caught wind of the rumor, which reportedly came straight from Central Command. This kid's connections run deep. "Yeah, who even is he? Do you know his background?" Someone put a bounty of 100,000 Great Xia dollars on his intel. The whole crowd started getting malicious ideas. Not gonna to lie, his emotional power might actually be something special. Looks like info like this is definitely worth way more than 100,000. That being said, why don't we just try taking him out ourselves? After all, he's just district level. He only beat Tren Chorn because he got lucky. Exactly. Let's track him down, eliminate him, and grab his emotional core. It'll definitely fetch a sky-high price. Besides, the management bureau has always been at odds with us anyway. Let's just go all out. Meanwhile, on Thuong Mok's side, Datli asked about his mood. You're the young captain the management bureau brought in, aren't you? Aren't you feeling super pumped? Thuong Mok stayed silent for a moment before turning the question back on her. Dat Li, exactly what level do you need to be to see that thing in the sky? Dat Li answered him, saying that city-level operatives could catch a slight glimpse of world-level entities, but that thing in the sky was an existence far loftier than even world-level. You had to be at least province-level to barely perceive its presence. Thuong Mok lowered his gaze. So it's not just me. Only a tiny handful of people in the entire pursuit team can sense that thing up in the sky. We're all just ants with no right to truly see this world. Dat Li admitted that wasn't a wrong way to put it. Thuong Mok lifted his head, deep in thought and thoroughly confused. What on earth are the higher-ups trying to pull? Making a tiny ant like me lead a squad of ants right into the epicenter of all the emotional forces in East Sea City? Dat Li speculated. Perhaps they're trying to nurture you all. Thuong Mok said seriously. Dat Li, I just have this feeling things aren't that simple. He furrowed his brow in doubt. Li Zhan, the Emperor of the Ocean, that big shot, the Black Lotus sect, the East Sea City Emotion Management Bureau, even the Heavenly Gate Corporation I used to lead, and now you, I just feel like there's some kind of hidden connection behind all of this. Thuong Mok stood up, sharing his deduction. A massive storm is about to hit, and the ones stirring it up are all world-level entities. Little old us in this tiny squad are probably going to get swept away into absolute dust by that storm. Dat Li suddenly hugged him from behind, whispering softly to comfort Thuong Mok. You're not wrong about being way too weak right now, but don't be afraid. With me here, we can start the next phase of the discipline process. Discipline doesn't just stabilize your state of mind. Your legendary path starts right here, too. Thuong Mok stayed quiet for a moment. When Dat Li didn't get a response, she went and said, You've been acting super weird lately. Dat Li blinked and stayed silent. Thuong Mok pressed on. Look, this time and last time too, every time we talk, you end up acting all clingy. Dat Li's face darkened, and she didn't elaborate. She frowned slightly and muttered to herself, Rational emotions are seriously a pain in the ass. Dat Li asked, Do you remember? That idiot doctor said that discipline can be understood as the principles used to stabilize a person's emotions, but the true role of discipline is, it goes beyond simply stabilizing emotions and preventing loss of control. Dat Li believes that discipline is also a way to cultivate your own emotional strength. Persistently practicing these powerful rules will unlock even greater and more extraordinary abilities. You have to admit, this capability is truly astonishing. Taking down an opponent at a higher level is just another day at the office for him. What's even more absurd are abilities that can create rules and alter causality. Sitting on the ground, Thuong Mok sighed in disbelief. Creating rules and altering causality? Isn't that a bit over the top? Dat Li replied to him. Of course. If you genuinely want to forge rules or even alter causality, you need to reach at least the world-class tier or higher to even barely pull it off. Thuong Mok asked doubtfully. World-class tier can create rules? Isn't this going a bit too far? We know of at least 45 world-class individuals right here in Donghai City. Just imagine how many there must be globally. If every single one of them started making rules, wouldn't the world plunge into total chaos? Dat Li waved her hand to explain. World-class tiers aren't actually as numerous as you think. Donghai City is an exception. As for laws, do you know what kind of law allows a practitioner to forge rules and modify causality? She emphasized, the heavenly law, just as the name implies. A law that can rival the heavens is an extremely precious piece of intelligence. Based on my observations, that idiot doctor, the director of Hospital Number 2, and even Zhao Yan, none of them possess the heavenly law. And the next law I'm going to teach you is precisely the heavenly law. Thuong Mok was surprised and eagerly cried out, Then let's get started right now. Dat Li smiled and said, Don't rush, let's restore your rational energy first. Executing this law consumes a massive amount of rational life force energy. After a moment, Dat Li turned to face Thuong Mok and announced, All right, your rational energy has accumulated enough. We can begin. She instructed, First, release the power of rationality to soften it, and then proceed to carve and shape that rational energy. Try molding the power of rationality into the shape of a hammer. Following Dat Li's instructions, Thuong Mok successfully forged the shape of a hammer. She said, Good. Now, harden the power of rationality to form a rational hammer. Dat Li praised. Not bad at all. All those skipped meals didn't go to waste. And watching those movies and playing games wasn't a total loss either. Your control is quite decent. Thuong Mok asked, What's next? She replied, Use the same method to make a rational anvil. Thuong Mok muttered, All right. Dat Li looked satisfied and said, Very proficient. Hard when you want it to be, soft when you need it. Your control is genuinely top-notch. Impatiently, Thuong Mok cut in. Stop talking. What's the next step? Dat Li answered. Don't rush. Next, focus your rational emotional energy into your left hand, and then use the condensed rational hammer and rational anvil to forge and beat it. Thuong Mok slammed the hammer down hard onto the anvil, and debris scattered everywhere. With the heavy strike, Thuong Mok froze as a stray fragment grazed right across his face, followed by several other cuts appearing all over his body as he collapsed to the ground. Dat Li calmly asked, "Feels pretty rough, doesn't it? Even though you're hitting your hand, it feels like your very soul is getting violently rattled. The mortal flesh and blood of your body are even less equipped to handle this kind of shockwave. It feels like you're standing right on the edge of shattering apart. This kind of self-forging needs to be maintained for at least 2 hours every day, and kept up consistently for at least 3 months before you'll see any initial results." She looked down at Thuong Mok, only to find him completely unresponsive. What? He had completely passed out. I don't know how much time passed before Thuong Mok finally regained consciousness. He muttered in disbelief. "This is way too exaggerated. Hit myself once and it hurts worse than getting slashed by a planet-tier hatred blade." With a matter-of-fact expression, Dat Li said, "Of course. You already have a resistance to hatred. Plus, rebelling against yourself is inherently a hard collision from the inside out." Thuong Mok asked her, "So if I keep persistently pounding on myself like this, will I actually gain the ability to create rules and alter causality?" Dat Li shot him down immediately. "What are you daydreaming about? It's not nearly that simple. The so-called heavenly law is actually composed of a complex chain of behaviors. This kind of self-beating is just the very first step, it's just the foundation. In the future, you'll still have to persistently do many other things before you can finally unlock the corresponding abilities." She smiled and added, "Besides, what specific abilities this heavenly law will ultimately grant, and what else needs to be done afterward, I haven't even figured out yet." Thuong Mok was shaken to his core. Dat Li corrected herself slightly. "However, if you can keep up this self-forged training, even if you don't reach the rule-creating tier, the benefits are still massive. After being forged, your emotional power will flow back into your body and circulate through you once again. Your ability to absorb rationality will speed up from the regional level to the city level. For a normal emotional entity, it might take several years, but you can probably pull it off in just a few months. Your rational emotional energy will become increasingly dense and solid, even if you don't swallow any other emotional cores, and without going through any other emotional trials, you'll still permanently boost your resistance against all types of emotional energy." She emphasized, "Theoretically, if you keep up this forging process, you can ultimately boost your resistance to all kinds of emotions by at least another 15%. Thuong Mok's eyes widened in shock. "At least 15% more? If that's the case, when facing hatred-type emotional energy, I'd have at least a 95% resistance rate. If so, wouldn't I even have the capability to protect myself when facing Zhao Yan? And even more ridiculously, if I swallow a few more other emotional cores, wouldn't I eventually be able to raise all my emotional resistance stats up to 95%? At that point, who on earth could ever take me down?" Thuong Mok stepped closer to the anvil. With a hint of a smile, Dat Li asked, "Decided to try it again already? Don't you want to rest a bit more?" "Still, as long as there are no issues, it's fine, provided you can actually break through your own mental barrier." Thuong Mok condensed the hammer once more and placed his hand over the anvil. Frowning slightly, he thought about how terrifying the soul-shaking impact of self-forging truly was. His entire body seemed to be resisting it, even trembling. Yet, Thuong Mok ultimately made up his mind, raised the hammer high, and brought it down decisively. Pain wrung through Thuong Mok's body with blinding intensity. He staggered as if he was about to collapse, but quickly caught himself and held firm. Straining hard, Thuong Mok thought, "Just doing this once almost killed me, and yet I have to beat myself up for 2 hours every day, continuously for 3 months?" He groaned, but then hoisted the hammer right back up. "I can't back down. I want to become stronger. I want to take control of my own destiny." Thuong Mok slammed the hammer down hard onto his hand once more, sending an even more violent surge of agony through his nerves. Looking back at his life, he had always been the one compromising and playing it too safe, avoiding conflict, trying to please everyone, swallowing grievances and resentment all on his own while continuously backing down. My reason told me this was the best course of action. Thuong Mok raised his hammer again until he met Da Li. Having true power feels so liberating, even if just for once. Without it, everything would just go right back to how it was. With a fierce look in his eyes, he brought his hand down, fiercely determined. "I'm not going back to the past. I can't go back and I need to get stronger." With every strike, Thuong Mok hit harder and harder. No matter the cost, he hammered away like a madman, enduring the agonizing pain that grew with each blow, determined to push past his limits. Dat Li stood watching Thuong Mok, a cryptic smile playing on her lips. Down in the city, at the fast food joint right below the Emotion Management Bureau, the customers were buzzing with chatter. To be honest, do you even know what that building next door is for? No clue. I heard it's some kind of management bureau, but who knows what they actually manage. Man, let me tell you, that place is super mysterious. I've never once seen a single person use the front entrance. Word is, all the staff go through some underground tunnel. Seriously? What kind of department is that anyway? Hearing this, Chish Liang stood up and called out, "Let's go." The restaurant owner rushed over, shouting, "Hey, you haven't paid yet!" Right after that, the restaurant blew up. Chish Ming asked, "Was that really worth it?" Chish Liang casually replied, "Just stepping on a few ants." Behind them was total chaos. What the hell just happened? No idea, it just blew up out of nowhere. Chish Ming urged, "All right, let's get serious. The bureau staff only use the underground tunnels, and there are way too many exits down there. It's not going to be easy to corner him." Chish Liang answered, "Don't sweat it. The Black Lotus sect recently started offering a surveillance service on the black market." He pulled out an eyeball and said, "I've already paid for it. The second Thung Mok shows up, I'll spot him through this eye." In a random alleyway, someone was sitting slumped over. The guy in the blue shirt covered his face and muttered, "Forget it. There's no hope left anyway. I can't do this. I should just give up and die right here." Suddenly, someone held out a bag of steamed buns. An old lady asked kindly, "Young man, are you all right? I've seen you sitting here for days." She suddenly burst into a fit of coughs and collapsed to the ground. What's happening? Sensing things were going south, the blue-shirted guy grabbed his phone. "Hello, is this the emergency hotline? In the alley, right by number 35 Wulu Road, someone's in bad shape. You guys need to get here fast." He hung up the phone and made a decisive run for it. "Thuong Mok, I'm sorry. I don't want to bring disaster upon anyone else. And I sure as hell don't want to die either. So you're the one who has to die." Down in the underground depths, a guy in a purple cloak was cursing up a storm. "Damn it all." He gritted his teeth, glaring at his own reflection. "Thuong Mok, you bastard. You stole everything that belonged to me, and I'm going to take it all back." Meanwhile, looking anxious, Lo Thansha asked, "Li V, are you sure everything's fine? The bounty on Thuong Mok is ridiculously high already. Plus, you know what? Ever since the Second Institute incident, the Black Lotus sect has started operating completely out in the open." She reasoned, "The price for the surveillance service they're offering has skyrocketed lately too. This is clearly targeted right at Thuong Mok. There's no telling how many emotional criminals are going to crawl out of the woodwork in East Sea City." Levi calmly reassured her, "Relax. They aren't the only ones watching all the exits of the management bureau. We can do it too. The moment Thuong Mok steps outside, I'll track him down. The second anyone makes a move on him, we strike." She figured the underground scene in East Sea City needed a thorough cleanup anyway. At this point, everyone was just waiting for Thuong Mok to finally walk out of the bureau. A month later, Levi, Chish Ming, Chish Liang, Purple Cloak, and Blue Shirt were all losing their minds. What on earth is this guy doing? How can he not step outside for a whole month? Over at Levi's end, she roared in fury. "It has been a full 30 days. This guy stays cooped up in his office doing nothing but watching movies and playing video games. He sits around doing squat all day. What's even worse is the second his shift ends, he locks himself in his room. Who knows what he's even up to?" Lao Thanka chuckled and said, "He's just sticking to his principles. Besides, didn't I explicitly tell him before I left not to step even a single foot out of the management bureau?" Levy snapped back in a flurry of complaints. If he actually listened like that, he wouldn't have gone rogue and wiped out Trun Chuan on his own. The higher-ups bending the rules to make him a team leader was largely because of his reckless and aggressive streak. They literally wanted him to charge right into the fray. But look at him now. The second he gets the captain position, he plays dead and completely checks out. Lo Thansha replied, "He's not stupid. He knows damn well he's public enemy number 1 in East Sea City right now. Knowing him, there's no way he's leaving the bureau." Holding her head in frustration, Levi made up her mind. "This brat is totally unreasonable. I've got to go down there and set him straight. If he keeps this up for another month, the higher-ups are going to lose patience and strip him of his rank, and then we're screwed. Don't forget, your mission is to protect him. You don't want them tossing you back into the sealing ward, do you?" Cautiously, Lao Thansha asked, "Are you planning to sneak into the bureau to find him? Won't that blow our cover? We're supposed to be operating covertly, remember?" Levi shot back. "Old Moo couldn't care less about what goes on anyway. As long as nobody catches me, it's fine, right? I'm going to barge straight into his room and see what the hell he's doing in there all day long." Back inside, the steady rhythm of a hammer echoed through the room. Thuong Mok kept striking his arm without a break. Sweat dripping down his brow, he thought, "It's been over a month, and my body's finally getting used to this." Even though every single strike still packs a massive punch, I can actually handle it now. Gritting his teeth, Thuong Mok gripped the hammer tighter. Time to crank up the force a bit. He swung down hard, slamming the heavy blow right into his arm. Thuong Mok's pupils constricted as the object shattered to pieces. He let out a few deep breaths, and Dot Lee praised, "Not bad. You smashed the first rational anvil in no time at all. 4 hours of training every day really paid off. Over the past month, your rational defense has gone up by 5%. Thuong Mok turned to her, asking, "Only 5%? She replied, "A 5% jump in a single month is insanely fast. Besides, this is a 5% resistance boost against all kinds of external emotions. And this is just month 1. Plus, your rational energy is getting richer by the day. At this rate, you'll probably break through to the city level real soon." Thuong Mok still had his concerns. "Well, that's all right for now. But there's a new problem at this rate. My daily absorption needs to double." The rational iron chains Trunchorn had stockpiled were almost running dry. He calculated, "I'll stick to 2 hours a day for now and figure out how to generate more rational energy later. Wonder how much I can get by trading the Bureau's suppression chains." A status window popped up. Suppression chains remaining. 3. Consumption rate. 3 per month. Thuong Mok froze mid-thought. He looked down and saw Levi had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, staring at him in a daze. Catching a glimpse of his ripped abs, her nose suddenly started bleeding as she wobbled backward and passed out cold on the spot. Thuong Mok and Dot Lee stared at her in dead silence. "Who even is this?" Thuong Mok asked. "An undercover spy?" Dot Lee shrugged. "No idea." A moment later, Levi woke up. She crossed her arms and explained, "Look, here's the deal. Lao Than Cha and I came here secretly to protect you. I'm not some suspicious spy, and I'm definitely not a pervert. This is top secret, so don't you dare tell anyone you met me." Thuong Mok sat opposite her and bluntly voiced his doubts. He argued that this was just her side of the story. Everything she just said could be a lie. Levi froze. "What are you talking about?" Thuong Mok listed all the tricks she could be using, adding that she probably didn't even know Lo Than Ka and was just pretending after finding out someone like her existed. The more he spoke, the more convinced he became. That had to be it. How could a pervert like her possibly know Lao Than Ka? It had to be a scam. He told her he was going to call the Bureau of Management to have her arrested. Out of options, Levi pulled out a photo of Lao Than Ka as evidence. "Open your eyes and take a good look. My relationship with her is much deeper than you think." She turned her face away, hinting mischievously, "I've got even racier stuff, but I'm not showing you." Just then, Lao Than Ka called. "Hello, Thuong Mok. Have you met my friend yet?" Thuong Mok looked like a cat that caught a mouse. "I think I have." He turned the screen around and asked if this was the person. Lu Than Ka answered eagerly, "Yes, that's her. Wei, what are you hiding behind your back?" Levi shook her head. "Nothing." Lo Than Ka instructed, "Thuong Mok, you can completely trust her. Wei, don't you go bullying Thuong Mok. I'm hanging up now." She hung up, leaving them in silence. Levi grabbed Thuong Mok's shirt and demanded, "Lo Than Ka told you I was coming to find you, right? And yet, you still doubted me?" Thuong Mok calmly explained, "I didn't check my messages earlier. Besides, how was I supposed to know? If someone hadn't stolen her phone to send me fake texts? Asking questions is just common sense. Plus, I didn't force you to show me those pictures of you and Lao Than Ka." Levi was speechless, then clutched her head in fear. "Oh no, if she finds out I took secret photos and showed them to someone else, she might lose control and kill me." She pointed a finger at Thuong Mok, threatening him not to say a word, or else. Thuong Mok's expression darkened as he pinned Levi to the sofa. In a cold voice, he warned her, "Not telling? Well, that depends on how you behave from now on." At that moment, Levi realized she was truly doomed. After a while, Thuong Mok sat on the chair and said, "All right, let's get back to business." Levi answered obediently, "Yes, go ahead. No need to be so tense." "Sister Wei, have a seat. I'm not a monster or anything." She replied, "Yes." Then, she seriously reported, "You have 2 missions. First, stir up trouble in Donghai City to lure out the criminals hiding there. Lao Than Ka and I will handle them and ensure your safety. The second mission is to use your position at the Emotional Management Bureau to investigate Hook Dui Min. You must be careful. Hook Dui Min isn't the key. The key is the people and forces behind him. We highly suspect there's a giant shadow behind Hook Dui Min, one we can't even imagine." Thuong Mok asked, "What's in it for me if I do all this?" Levi lunged forward, agitated. "You're asking for benefits now? Isn't the credit for taking down Trenchhorn enough for you?" Thuong Mok clarified that most of the credit for Trenchhorn went to his colleagues. Besides, the mission for Trenchhorn and this new task were 2 different things. "I consume a lot of energy daily. and I'd like to get an advance on my reward if possible. Levi went ballistic. An advance? You actually had the nerve to ask that? How are you this shameless when you're only at the city district level? Thuongmak walked away coldly. Sister Wei, I'm very disappointed in your attitude. I think I'll just go talk to Lu Cha about the secret photos instead. Levi, hearing that, had to swallow her pride and lower her head. Wait, an advance is fine. Thuongmak spoke up. I want 4 constraint chain. Chain me up to the bureau. She muttered. Why don't you just rob us? You're saying this is easier than robbery. Levi was displeased. A monster? You really are a monster. Thuongmak fell silent for a moment, then asked, By the way, Sister Wei, do you know that lord? Levi was puzzled. That lord? Who refers to people like that? Thuongmak recounted, Sister Wei, let me tell you what I've encountered recently. Lưu Chat attacked me on the Emperor-class ship, and his backing was that lord. Then, when I went to the second institute, I heard Hook Dui Min immediately went to find the director to request me. After the director refused, attacks from the Black Chain sect followed quickly. So, besides the director, I'm also one of their targets. And then there was the assassination attempt by Trun Chuan. I've confirmed that both Trun Chuan and the Black Chain sect are connected to that lord. Everything points to him. He stated his theory seriously. Also, I can confirm that lord is likely an anger emotion entity, because Lưu Chat was infected 10 years ago in the old town, which made him an emotion entity. Levi said anxiously, Your intel is very valuable. If that lord really is the mastermind, then his strength is at least world-class. And if he was active in the old town 10 years ago, the search range is narrowed down significantly. She didn't linger. I'm going back to investigate. There weren't many hidden world-class entities out there. With these clues, she was bound to find something. All right, I'm off. Thuongmak suddenly remembered. Right, Sister Wei. I have one more request, he suggested seriously. Since you're going to be protecting me while I act as bait, I hope you don't intervene too early. I want to try dealing with the enemies myself. Thuongmak emphasized with murderous intent. Also, if I kill the enemies, the loot belongs to me. Levi felt a chill down her spine and sighed. You really are greedy, aren't you? Do you want money more than your life? Thuongmak replied helplessly. Life is hard. Levi left, and Thuongmak sat in thought. He turned to ask, Dali, what level is Sister Wei? Dali replied, Her? She's quite formidable. A national-level sadness emotion entity. Thuongmak was skeptical. A sadness emotion entity? I can't see it at all, and she's too easy to read. She doesn't seem very reliable. Are people from the Bureau of Management all this unreliable? Dali raised her hand to explain. Isn't that normal? In theory, the stronger an emotion entity is, the easier it is for them to lose control. It's normal for them to be a bit abnormal. Besides, Lu Thonka is probably very important to her, which is why you're able to lead her around by the nose. She asked what he planned to do next. Thuongmak fell silent for a moment before replying, The most important thing right now is to strengthen myself. We are already trying to do that. The more important thing is that we need to find some backing. Having powerful backing is also a part of our strength. Is this what you meant earlier when you told me to join the management bureau? Datli nodded. That's right. Thuongmak fell silent as it slowly dawned on him. Ever since the Second Institute incident, the director told me to join the strike team and kept my ability intel classified. Now they've even made me team leader. I can practically feel the bureau leadership watching my every move. If that's how it is, then I'll just have to put on a good performance. They probably just see me as a pawn right now, but that doesn't matter. The key is that I want to be such a good pawn that they can't bear to throw me away. Thuongmak rested his chin in his hand as he calculated his next move. First, let's investigate Hook Dui Min. This should be pretty easy for me now. Inside a high-rise building, Ku Duming sat in his chair in deep thought before giving his assessment. Thuongmak is not going to be easy to deal with. I never expected him to take down Trun Chuan, pull off such a massive achievement, and even become team leader. Chen Gu looked utterly dazed by the director's question. Junior Chen, how do you think we should handle him? Then, he seemed to realize the hidden meaning behind the man's words. Don't worry, director. I'll figure out a way to get rid of Thuongmak. The room fell into an eerie silence. Ku Duming pointed right at Chen Gu's face and snapped. He has already been cleared of wrongdoing, and he's one of us. How could we possibly get rid of him? Don't ever say things like that again. We need to stay united, and any misunderstandings need to be cleared up. He propped his chin on his hand, thinking for a long moment before coming up with a plan. How about this? You go contact the people at the intelligence center. Thuongmak just took over the team and still lacks experience, so he needs some extra training. Send them as many high-difficulty cases as possible. Ku Duming looked extremely confident in the plan he had just mapped out. These dangerous criminals will definitely help Thuong Mok and his team mature in no time. Chen Gu, however, interpreted things in a completely different way. I understand. Using others to do the dirty work, our director is truly brilliant. Ku Duming was furious because the guy kept second-guessing his intentions. It's training. Training. Understand. If you ever talk like that again, get the hell out of the management office. Ku Duming lowered his voice and barked. Now get to work. Understood. The sky today was a breathtaking, crystal blue. He watched as Chen Gu closed the door and left the room, thinking to himself, to be honest, I used to think he was a smart guy, but it turns out he's full of flaws. In Ku Duming's hand was a pen that had recorded everything the guy had just said. Oh well, having flaws isn't a bad thing. That's the only way to keep him under control. Don't worry, director. I'll go get rid of Thuong Muk. He tilted his head back to look at the ceiling, thinking helplessly. I have so few usable people on my side right now, I might as well make do with what I have for the time being. Thuong Mok appeared like a ghost right beside the old director. Actually, he and Lai had used their invisibility, ability, and eavesdropped on the whole conversation that just took place. She piped up unexpectedly. You really are something else, using your sheer awkwardness ability just to sneak into the director's office. Thuong Mok realized Li was teasing him. What she meant was that he wasn't stupid. She was completely shocked by what she had just witnessed. I can't believe Chen Gu actually betrayed us and surrendered to the director. What do we do now? How are we supposed to win him over? After a brief moment of consideration, Thuong Mok made his decision. We'll deal with Chen Gu later. We need to keep an eye on Hook Dui Min for a few days. Every single phone call he makes and every text message he reads, we can see all of it. By then, we're bound to dig up something useful. The two of them crowded around Ku Duming to peek at his text messages. Look, look. He's taking out his phone. Hurry up and see what he's up to. On the screen right now was a picture of a girl. Ku Duming kept scrolling, and it was still clips of scantily clad women. He kept scrolling further, and the content remained identical. Both of them were left completely speechless by what they had just spied on. The sky outside was draped in a serene blue. An hour later, Ku Duming placed his phone back down on the desk. He stood up, stretched his tired body, and walked over to admire the scenery outside the window. Taking advantage of the moment while still maintaining their invisibility, Thuong Mok and Li tried to sneak a peek at his phone again. Hurry up, check what's on his phone while you still have the chance. His hand was just about to touch the phone. Suddenly, a part of his hand materialized out of thin air. Then, the rest of his body gradually began to reappear. In the blink of an eye, both of them vanished right out of the room. The sky remained clear and blue, and Thuong Mok's body had returned to normal. She was still shaken up by the sheer danger they had just narrowly escaped. Thuong Mok, are you okay? We almost completely materialized right there. We were literally inches away from checking Ku Duming's phone too. Man, this stamina of mine is totally useless. He calmly analyzed the situation. Li, I figured it out. Using Chunchorn's awkwardness, power actually consumes energy too. Earlier, it was because we had just absorbed Chunchorn's emotional core, so my awkwardness energy was still fully maxed out. That's why I didn't pay attention to it. The scene from earlier suddenly flashed back into Thuong Mok's mind. Playing back like a slow-motion film, using invisibility continuously drains awkwardness energy. Just now, we almost materialized because we ran out of it. He suddenly remembered something crucial. Oh right, I almost forgot about that. Thuong Mok said calmly. What's even more annoying is that every single time we enter or leave this space, it also drains a little bit of awkwardness energy. Li responded in utter disbelief. What? You just dropped a total bombshell on me, and now your very last drop of awkwardness energy is completely gone. Does that mean we're never getting out of this awkward dimension ever again? Hearing those words, her face froze, a trace of shock still lingering in her eyes. Then, Li suddenly broke into a smile and stared straight at Thuong Mok. He asked in a panic, a look of complete confusion on his face. What on earth are you smiling about? Thuong Mok raised his head to look at Li, bewilderment filling his eyes. Thuong Mok, you can actually still harvest awkwardness energy right now, you know? Want me to tell you how? As if suddenly catching on to what she was implying, the color drained completely from his face. Li leaned in close toward Thuong Mok with a dangerous smile. Looks like you've already figured it out. A mischievous glint flashed in her eyes. Right now, your energy isn't replenishing on its own, so you just need to do a few things that make you feel totally embarrassed to stack that energy back up. Come here, stop struggling. Thuong Mok stood there frozen, completely at a loss for how to react. If you don't do a few things that make you cringe, there's no way we're ever getting out of this space. After who knows how long, the two of them finally made it back. Li threw herself into Thuong Mok's arms, acting all spoiled to appease his anger. Oh, stop being mad already. You're a rational guy, aren't you? Do you want me to make it up to you or something? But Thuing Mok's attitude remained ice cold. Get lost. Even after being treated like that, Datli stubbornly refused to give up. Why do we need to stand on ceremony between the two of us? Just then, a knock at the door rang out. She urged him, Thuong Mok, go see who it is. He was suddenly being ordered around and felt annoyed. Why couldn't she go? However, Datli's excuse was perfectly valid. I can't open the door. With no other choice, he obediently went to open it. The person outside was Chen Gu. He didn't know what was going on, and was still beaming. Boss, congratulations on becoming a team captain. But Thuong Mok's expression turned as dark as a pot bottom. Chen Gu keenly sensed something was wrong. His face went pale, and sweat broke out on his forehead. Before he could even steady himself, he was dragged inside. A moment later, the door slammed shut with a bang. As soon as he was inside, Thuong Mok grabbed Chen Gu by the collar and growled. How close have you and Cook Dui Min been lately, huh? You actually dare to come looking for me? He hurriedly tried to clear his name. Boss, I didn't betray you. I came to bring you news about Hook Dui Min. Thanks to that, Thuong Mok temporarily let him go. He sat in his chair, coldly waiting for an explanation. Chen Gu didn't dare to hide anything, and decided to tell him everything from start to finish. Boss, after investigating, I've confirmed there were no moles in our capture team during that raid. The issue is likely that they requested to use the suppression blade. Someone in logistics tipped Kook Dui Min off about our request. That's how they figured out we were going to catch the target. Thuong Mok didn't seem surprised. It was what he had suspected. Furthermore, the management bureau is likely under surveillance, probably whenever we have a mission. There was a greed eye watching us from afar, but the distance was so great that no one noticed. So the enemy was fully prepared before we even arrived. Still, his attitude toward Chen Gu remained unchanged. This trivial bit of news isn't enough to prove you didn't betray me. Chen Gu hurriedly added, No, there's more. Chen Gu's next move caught Thuong Mok by surprise. I also hacked into Kook Dui Min's phone. He recounted everything he had done. To be safe, I only infiltrated it for a short time. I managed to recover some deleted messages. Someone called Miss S messaged him the night of the raid, saying the target was probably going bird catching. After that, he made a call to Miss S. So, I suspect Miss S is Kook Dui Min's contact. Chen Gu even produced evidence for Thuong Mok to see. Also, I found a deleted photo on his device. He didn't dare to be certain about his judgment. I suspect this is Miss S. Thuong Mok looked at the photo, silently assessing it. Their relationship seemed intimate. Was Hook Dui Min being bought off by a beauty trap? That's impossible. Besides, this photo feels very strange. However, Thuong Mok remained skeptical. Why should I trust you? If you were on the bureau chief's side, wouldn't you get more benefits? Chen Gu stammered. Boss, relying on you actually wasn't my choice. A moment later, he revealed the unexpected reason. Destiny made me choose you. Thuong Mok was filled with question marks. Chen Gu knew he would react this way, so he directly proved his claim. I know you don't believe me. Look at this coin. If I silently pray, let me help Thuong Mok's in my heart, and the result shows the pattern that betrays you to help Hook Dui Min, then the result will be the numbers side. He followed his own words, flipped the coin, and the result was no surprise. It was just as Chen Gu said. The coin finally rested on his palm, though unbelievable. The truth was right before his eyes. It was the pattern side. Fearing Thuong Mok still wouldn't believe him, Chen Gu emphasized, that's the situation. No matter how many times I flip this coin, the result is always to help you. After hearing Chen Gu's words, Thuong Mok sat in silence for a long time. Dat Li cautiously asked, You actually believe him just like that? Thuong Mok nodded without hesitation. The coin has no issues, and I didn't sense him using any emotional power to influence the flip. Perhaps it really is the power of destiny. My shame energy is limited. She had to stay by his side, so we can't keep Kook Dui Min under surveillance all the time. So, it would be much better to have one of our people by his side. Even so, he wasn't completely at ease. Thuong Mok remained very wary of Chen Gu. This guy is definitely not simple. I must be careful. He put the matter aside for now because they had more important things to handle. Let's return to the capture team first, and find a way to track down that woman. Thuong Mok didn't wait and headed back to the team. As soon as he saw him, Kor Loi beamed with joy. Captain, you're finally here. Look at this. Are they trying to kill us with work? Thuong Mok remained calm. What's the matter? Kor Loi immediately explained the situation. Captain, it's like this. Since the capture team was split up, every case is assigned by the coordination center. But look at the cases assigned to our Team 1. Every single one is a nightmare to solve. Thuong Mok said nothing, quietly reviewing the files. He examined every detail carefully. Case code ESI 025061132. Location: Luke Van Apartment Complex, 23 Quang Van Road. Reported phenomenon: An abnormal spike in residents falling ill. The illnesses are irregular, mostly minor, no fatalities recorded. Routine medical teams have completed environmental disinfection, but it was ineffective. The capture team inspected the scene but could not determine the source of the anomaly. All details recorded in the file. Suspected influence by an unidentified emotional power. Case code ESI 0258164. Location Hongtin Garden Complex, 11 Bak Hai Road. Reported phenomenon. At exactly midnight every day, the entire complex experiences an anomaly. All residents simultaneously hear rhythmic knocking on their doors. This has been going on for 30 days, yet opening the door reveals no one. Police ambushed the building at night and confirmed there were no other individuals inside. No physical impact marks were found on the doors. According to reports, the police have sealed off the area and set up surveillance, but at midnight, no suspicious persons or mechanical devices were detected. The capture team performed a second inspection and discovered traces of an unidentified emotional power, with intensity lower than standard anomaly thresholds. Thuong Mak focused on evaluating the case, reaching a preliminary conclusion. The non-contact knocking phenomenon was likely caused by some kind of emotional power, the source of which remained unknown. He suggested continued monitoring and trying countermeasures. Suddenly, one case file made him freeze. Wait, this latest case at the back. Thuong Mak couldn't help but sigh. Just looking at these cases gave him a headache. Moreover, looking at the dates, they were all cold cases, at least a year old. Case ID location. Apartment 1401, Long Ho Apartment Complex, 23 Hoc Fu Street. Summary of the incident. The victim, named Vuong Ho, a junior at Donghai University, was found on the bed in his private apartment. When he died, the victim was completely naked. The cause of death was multiple trauma from a high-altitude fall. However, the scene had no high-rise structure. The mechanics of the fall were unexplainable. The perpetrator was identified as an emotional entity. Traces of emotional energy at the scene had been intentionally wiped clean, making it impossible to reconstruct the culprit's specific abilities. However, a familiar face caught his eye. It was the girl from the photo Kook Dui Min had. But such a coincidence made Thuong Mak hesitate. A coincidence? I was just about to look into a case involving this woman, and now it's been delivered right to my desk? Is this a trap? Is this Chen Gu guy trying to plot against me? Or is he being used himself? While Thuong Mak was deep in thought, examining the files, Trung Jiai-ki returned to the office with the team. She curiously walked up to him. What are you looking at? But the next second, her expression did a complete 180. She stumbled, unable to keep her footing, and fell to the floor with a thud. Thuong Mak asked with concern, Trung Jiai-ki, what's wrong? Trung Jiai-ki hadn't fully recovered her senses yet. I knew the victim of this case. She honestly revealed to the whole team. Vuong Ho was a classmate of mine. They didn't dare waste any more time and immediately began their discussion. Cor Loi didn't hesitate to voice his frustration. Captain, this case is too hard to investigate. These emotional-type criminals are experts at hiding. Most importantly, if their danger level isn't high enough, even if we catch them, we'd only get a few contribution points. It's really not worth it. Yet, Thuong Mak didn't seem willing to give up. This case is the one with a suspect we're most likely to break. Stop complaining. Let's figure out how to investigate. Tach Kian also gave his input. The police already questioned his neighbors, but they didn't find anything. That suspect was never seen again. It's like he evaporated from this world. This kind of case is clearly meant for the capture squad. The police department just does a sloppy job and dumps it on us. Thuong Mak quickly dove into the details. What about the traffic cameras? Pham Thu Chi, standing nearby, reported, Captain, the cameras around the crime scene happened to be broken and were under repair. Hearing this, he felt even more suspicious. Such a coincidence? Pham Thu Chi explained further, actually, the entire camera system in Donghai City is constantly being sabotaged. We keep repairing them, but the criminals keep destroying them. They're all emotional entities. Quietly disabling a camera is too simple for them. We have no other choice. We just fix them when they break. In fact, about 13% of the cameras in the city are in a state of constant disrepair. Thuong Mak could only nod after hearing that. Is that so? He stared at the case file in his hand, lost in thought. Then the only way left is to find clues from the victim himself. His regular health check reports show he wasn't an emotional entity. He had been infected with anger emotions before, but it wasn't severe. It was nowhere near the mutation stage, and there were no suspicious signs. Why did the killer strike him down? His head didn't explode, so this wasn't an emotional entity's feeding behavior. If it wasn't to feed, why would the killer strike down a normal person? Did the killer not distinguish between them? Was that look of terror on his face because he had seen an emotional monster? Suddenly, Trung Jae-ki asked to speak. I could go back to campus and ask around to see if he had any close friends. I know them pretty well too, but to her surprise, Thuong Mak flatly refused. Trung Jae-ki, it's best you don't leave the management bureau. He gave a very convincing reason. Even though Trun Chorn is dead, while he was alive, you were one of his targets. I suspect it was because of your emotional core. After you die, your emotional power will condense into a core. And because you are an emotional entity that hasn't been discovered yet, your core is extremely valuable. Thuong Mak said this, leaving Trung Jae-ki speechless. I'm worried that someone bad wants to kill you to steal that core. So, for your own safety, don't leave the bureau. Dat Lai couldn't help chime in. You really are stubborn, aren't you? Letting Trung Jae-ki go investigate could kill two birds with one stone. She tried her best to persuade Thuong Mak. Think about it. If she actually manages to find out something from her classmates, our chances of solving the case increase significantly. What if she Dat Li put an arm around her shoulder and whispered, couldn't you just devour her emotional core and gain her powers anyway? The night was pitch black, with stars twinkling and lighting up the sky. Trung Jae-ki lay on her bed, feeling down and filled with thoughts. Her eyes stared blankly, hiding unreadable emotions. Thuong Mak's cold face appeared in her mind. Trung Jae-ki's face flushed red for a moment. She hurriedly covered her face and rolled around on the bed, silently musing. Thuong Mak has been looking so handsome lately. Even though I thought he was handsome before, he looks even better without his glasses. Trung Jae-ki's thoughts became chaotic, wandering far away. Should I sneak a look at him? Maybe I could even see him bathing. Thinking of that, she shyly covered her face and rolled over again, whispering to herself, forget it. Forget it. If he finds out, he'll hate me. The full moon shone its light into the room through the window. Trung Jae-ki was still lost in her longings, missing Thuong Mak so much. He had saved her so many times, and even saved her parents. Suddenly, she sat bolt upright and reached under her pillow, searching for something. Trung Jae-ki pulled out the photo of the woman with pink hair. She stared at it silently, thinking, this woman's position, this woman's position. Suddenly, she let go of the photo and struggled in frustration. I can't see anything. It seems like I'll always be a burden. I really am useless. Trung Jae-ki stopped fidgeting and stared at the ceiling, asking herself silently. Thuong Mak is just sitting there, alone in a silent room. Dat Lai, her face shrouded in a mysterious dark gloom, coldly reminds him. None of you have realized the true potential of Trung Jae-ki yet. Dat Li assesses her abilities, noting they hold great tactical value, along with a series of visions. At this stage, she can only see fragmented, fleeting images, though her vision can somewhat penetrate physical obstacles. But to you, this is a perfectly suited power. She doesn't hesitate to praise the combination of these two abilities. With her power, you can easily track down any target you wish to eliminate. At the same time, because her vision can pierce through obstacles, you can foresee incoming danger. Combined with Trun Chorn's power, you are already invincible. What's more, I dare say that if she reaches the world-class level, her ability might even allow her to see the past and the future. Any information she desires would be within her reach. Trung Jae-ki levitates as a massive surge of energy erupts from the magic circle. The mysterious woman firmly asserts that this is an omnipotent power. As she sits alone, tapping away at her phone, those assessments echo in his mind. But Trung Jae-ki is too weak. With her current mindset, she simply cannot become a world-class player. Instead of letting her hold such a powerful ability without putting it to use, why not just take her place? Thuong Mak holds a globe in his hands, manipulating it at his will. Just imagine, once you possess this power, the world will hold no more secrets from you. Combined with the strength we already have, conquering the world is only a matter of time. The entire world will be in your hands. A thorny, gloomy path lies ahead under a pitch-black, colorless sky. The path to power is no child's play. It is a legendary journey, and without true enlightenment, you cannot walk it. Immense power is right within your grasp, ready for you to take it at any moment. To hesitate now means you lack the resolve to reach the world-class level. Trung Jae-ki scribbles busily on a notepad while on the phone. Besides, her life or death holds no consequence for you. To trade an insignificant person for near omnipotent power for your future, could there be a better deal? Explaining this, Dat Li slowly leans into Thuong Mak's ear and whispers seductively, just let her die at the hands of the enemy. We will obtain her emotional core. Just follow your heart. Her goading strikes his mind, instantly awakening him. How can one become stronger without being ruthless? His phone shows an incoming call. Trung Jae-ki, completely drained, slumps over her desk and sighs in frustration. This is exhausting. Calling classmates this late at night. I haven't called any classmates in hundreds of years, and I couldn't even find out anything. I really am useless. Suddenly, As if remembering something, she lifts her head, her gaze freezing in thought. But Wang Quan and Lu Shengwu, they aren't answering her calls or texts. They are close to Wang Huyi. They might actually know things the police don't. No. I have to go to school and ask them. I have to help Thuong Mok this time. Like grabbing onto a lifebuoy. She perks up, stretches, and makes a silent vow. Yeah, I'll go find Thuong Mok now and get him to let me back into school. That building standing tall in the night, keeping company with the moon and stars. 3 days later, at the same building, but the sky is much clearer now. Trung Jae-ki stands behind Thuong Mok, excited, and firmly asserts, Thuong Mok, don't worry, I will investigate this thoroughly. He only replies coldly, sure, just stay safe. Suddenly, Dat Lai appears right beside him, amused. I didn't expect her to actually do it. He replies with an ambiguous smile. Once it has begun, there is no turning back. The two walk toward the door, one after the other. Thuong Mok thinks to himself, as if sending a signal to the other, let's go. Now, we just wait for the enemy to appear. Dawn rises as city traffic moves incessantly. Thuong Mok is driving, and the atmosphere inside feels so stifling that Trung Jae-ki, sitting next to him, keeps trembling. The car speeds forward when suddenly, Levi urgently warns, Thuong Mok, the road ahead is an abandoned residential complex. No people around. There are many blind spots inside. Hurry and pass through. Thuong Mok glances calmly into the rearview mirror and asks coldly, is that black water behind us your power? Levi doesn't hesitate to answer. That's right. I can see you through the black water, and I can provide reinforcements through it too. He reveals a hint of praise. Turns out you're actually quite useful. At this moment, Trung Jae-ki, sitting nearby, looks on, confused, and wonders, who is Thuong Mok talking to? Levi suddenly feels slighted and lashes out, shouting aggressively, you little brat. Do you have any idea who you're talking to? I'm a national-level agent. Do you even know what that means? A little punk like you wouldn't even have the right to speak to me under normal circumstances. Facing her hostility, Thuong Mok dismisses her. Your attitude is terrible. Maybe we should have Miss Than-ka talk to me instead. It just so happens I want to tell her exactly what kind of mess you've made. Levi is left speechless by his words and curses. Damn it. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts, showering sparks everywhere and shaking the ground, even their car rattles. She is stunned, not expecting things to happen so quickly. Bystanders nearby hear the explosion and run out to see, shouting urgently, there's an explosion up ahead. Don't go there. Call the police. Call the police. Levi presses a finger to her temple, shouting in a panic. Thuong Mok, answer me. Are you okay? Lo Than-ka sees this and anxiously asks, what's wrong? She explains immediately. They've been attacked. That strange colored flame. The remnants of the explosion reveal red fire, surrounded by blue lightning and thick, billowing black smoke, with a voice saying, it's the Shikshtu brothers. Hearing this, Lao Than-ka is filled with worry, unable to maintain her composure. The Shikshtu brothers are provincial-level threats. Thuong Mok is only at the local district level. He can't possibly stand against them. Didn't he? The director told me to protect Thuong Mok well. Levi hurriedly tries to reassure her. Don't panic. Thuong Mok is very special. He'll be fine. Lo Than-ka helplessly throws a bucket of cold water on the situation. No matter how special he is, he cannot block an attack 2 levels higher than his own. That is like a wake-up call for Levi. She stops, gritting her teeth, and thinks, that's right, no matter how special he is, he can't fight an attack 2 levels higher. Are they really just going to let him off like that? Quit stalling and answer me, you bastards. High above, 2 figures look down at the tragic scene where columns of thick, black smoke were billowing upward. Chi Ming, satisfied with the results, said with a grin, nothing left of them now. Qi Liang chuckled wickedly, adding, hurry up and let's go down there to harvest their emotional cores. The two were so full of themselves, thinking they had already won. Amidst the churning black smoke and exploding sparks, everything inside had been nearly pulverized, yet a blue gem remained, glowing brightly within the wreckage. Levi noticed it and shouted in relief, thank goodness, they're still alive. Meanwhile, Qi Ming and Qi Liang were busy summoning massive sky-filling fireballs. Guided by their will, the fireballs rained down relentlessly on the blue gem, creating a chaotic storm of fire and lightning. Inside the energy barrier, Thuong Mok remained completely calm. He pressed a finger to his earpiece and spoke coldly. Old Gu, I'm under attack in the middle of Taoyuan Road. I'm surrounded by an abandoned apartment complex. Please notify the traffic police to keep all civilians away from this area. Korloy replied from the other end, his voice filled with urgency. Understood, Captain. Should we save the energy core? Thuong Mok replied with a chilling coldness. No need. I can handle this myself. That was when he remembered the person beside him and asked with concern, Trung Jae-ki, are you all right? Trung Jiaki looked at him, answering anxiously. I'm fine, thank goodness you're here. Their attacks seem incredibly powerful, what should we do? Thuong Mok just calmly reassured her. Don't panic. Only then did he remember to ask Levi. I heard you guys talking earlier. What kind of people are these Chi brothers? Levi quickly replied. I'll sync their intel to your device right now. She quickly provided the data. Chi Ming and Chi Liang are provincial-level rage emotion entities. These two are extremely dangerous, with brutal temperaments and a long list of serious crimes. Their threat level is so high that even the Donghai City Emotion Management Bureau was forced to strike a deal with them. The Donghai City Bureau provides them with enough rage energy every month in exchange for them not committing any major crimes against ordinary people. Thuong Mok processed the information instantly and gave a sarcastic smirk. The Bureau actually trades with criminals? Isn't that a bit humiliating? Are these provincial-level rage entities really that hard to deal with? Can't a national-level agent like you handle them? Levi, having her ability questioned again, replied irritably. They aren't your typical rage entities. They possess several unique abilities that others don't have. Chi Liang and Chi Ming wore cruel, twisted smiles. One of those abilities is that they cannot be killed. Hearing this, Thuong Mok's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he'd just found a prime target. Levi coldly continued her briefing. After they attack, they always return to vent their rage on the innocent people of the city. Even though they are only provincial level, because they are rage entities, they can cause massive destruction across the entire city. The Dongyuan Road explosion, the Huayang Street explosion, even the Beihang Center blast, they were all caused by them. Each time, hundreds of people lost their lives. It's just a delivery, but it's actually masking a deeper collusion. Using the emotional energy they need as a bribe to keep them from harming civilians, it's a massive expense every year. That's why, within the Bureau, they're nicknamed the Budget Busters. Thuong Mok thought to himself while silently communicating with her, why is it impossible to kill them? Is there some kind of special law protecting them? She materialized and replied, it's highly likely. Seeing he was facing a formidable problem, he muttered, seems like a tough enemy. At that thought, his face darkened. He wondered, if Trung Jai-ki were to die here, would they just call it expected? Thinking of this, he tilted his head back slightly and whispered, Trung Jai-ki, stay hidden here. Don't come out. This crystal will block the damage. Trung Jai-ki obediently followed his lead. Amidst the rain of bombs and gunfire, a figure dashed out from the barrier. Levi was momentarily stunned by his actions, then warned him sternly. Thuong Mok, stay calm. These aren't enemies you can handle. He ignored her, speaking coldly. Sister Lee, don't worry, let me test them. Chi Liang crazily launched thousands of fireballs, attacking him as he moved. Seeing the figure, he gloated. Finally decided to stop playing the coward? Thuong Mok used his agile frame to weave through the barrage of their attacks. Levi was deeply worried and kept warning him, Thuong Mok, be careful. They have another special ability. They can teleport through fire. No sooner had she finished speaking than they took turns throwing punches to assassinate Thuong Mok. He was caught in the middle. The moment their fists met, the force of their combined blow created a massive, deafening explosion. Levi screamed in panic, Thuong Mok. Chi Liang and Chi Ming assumed everything had gone exactly according to plan. But things didn't go as expected. Seeming to realize something was wrong, both he and Chi Ming were stunned for a moment. Thuong Mok looked at their hands still locked together and scoffed mockingly. Did you guys not eat enough today? Only then did they realize the problem. Chi Liang, furious and unwilling to accept this, gritted his teeth. Damn it! Massive explosions rocked the earth one after another, sending dust and debris flying into the sky. Near the police line, curious onlookers began to gather. They asked dozens of questions as the explosions continued. What's happening? Is it a gas line explosion? Well, the police have already blocked the scene, hopefully. It's nothing serious. A white car sat quietly by the road. Levi had a look of utter disbelief, her mouth repeating over and over, no way, this is impossible. Facing the fierce assault of Chi Liang and Chi Ming, Thuong Mok was still able to fight back. Levi blurted out in shock. Thuong Mok is only at the district level. How can he withstand a direct hit? From two provincial-level powerhouses like that? Even if his emotional ability is special, this shouldn't be possible. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something and stammered, no, that's not it. Watching Thuong Mok fight, she realized in astonishment. His emotional power density is increasing. How can his emotional power keep growing the more he fights? Levi suddenly understood the reason and exclaimed, I get it. He has placed suppression chains on his own body. He's taking their attacks while absorbing a massive amount of power from his own suppression chains, using their strikes to condense his own emotional energy. Seeing Thuong Mok still fighting back with a cold expression, She concluded that he was trying to use this opportunity to break through to the city level. Chigliang poured his strength into a strike and roared madly. "You little brat, aren't you supposed to be so tough?" He unleashed his full power with a punch, yelling, "Why aren't you fighting back?" The force of the blow erupted violently, sending shockwaves in all directions that crushed the ground. Suddenly, the massive energy seemed to be blocked by something, leaving a look of pure surprise on Chigliang's face. Levi's pupils constricted as she gasped. He successfully reached the city level. At that moment, Thungmak opened his eyes, which were glowing with a brilliant blue light, his entire body covered in a powerful aura. Seeing the tide turn, Datlai quickly joined the fray with her commentary. "Not bad, not bad. Honestly, after all that training, he was only one step away from a breakthrough. Fighting them while absorbing rational energy, he managed to break through to the city level directly, a month earlier than I predicted. This so-called unkillable state must surely be the effect of emotional power. As long as it's emotional power, it can be suppressed by rational power." Chigliang screamed in anger, "Just let us finish them off." His words were cut short when Thuangmak suddenly plunged a blade into his head. Chigliang was stunned, looking at the blade in disbelief as he wondered, "The suppression blade, since when did he have that?" Thuangmak swung his blade decisively, successfully taking down Chigliang before he could react, then scanned his surroundings with a cold gaze. "You're next," Levi suddenly screamed. Warning of danger, "Thuangmak, look out." Chigliang appeared right behind him, his expression manic. Vivi gave another warning that left him stunned. The suppression blade isn't working on them. Thuangmak turned back in disbelief. He had been pinned by Chigliang, unable to resist. Thuangmak was struck with panic, wondering, the suppression blade has no effect? How is that possible? High above, energy was gathering intensely, signaling a lethal blow about to descend. Chigmin arrogantly compressed a stream of fire energy, preparing to unleash a devastating finishing move. Chigliang gloated, yelling at Thuangmak to provoke him. "Your defense is truly strong, but guess what my brother just did? This wrathful attack, compressed to its limit, will surely blast you into ashes." Immediately after, a massive pillar of fire from Chigmin's flame strike engulfed the area. A thunderous explosion echoed, with thick smoke rising from the sheer force of the impact, leaving behind a massive tremor. A long cut split the building in half. That strike swept away everything in its path, leaving behind a scene of devastating destruction. Inside the car, Lo Thansha anxiously asked, "Vai Vai, how are they doing?" Vai Vai herself was also flustered. She replied, "I don't know, but don't rush." Thansha answered worriedly, "How can I not rush? He's still just a kid. What if something unexpected happens?" Levi stared at the scene, explaining, "Thanka, haven't you realized it yet? You haven't seen it with your own eyes, so you don't fully understand. He's not quite right. He's not someone you can just easily take down." The two brothers, Chigmin and Chigliang, stood before the rubble as if admiring their handiwork, when suddenly, their expressions turned to surprise. From within the ruins, Thuangmak walked out, his clothes in tatters. Levi cheered. "Look, he's really okay." He sang across her, "Sis Vi, is it because the power of the suppression blade is too weak to affect enemies at this level?" She quickly replied, "No, the suppression blade can affect both city and provincial levels. Back then, the Management Bureau used the suppression blade on them, trying to restrain their emotions and power to kill them. But even after being pierced by it, they could still use their abilities." He turned to ask Dot Li, "Dot Li, what's going on?" She shook her head. "I don't know either. There's definitely something I haven't figured out yet." Chigliang wore a cruel smile, gritting his teeth as he said, "So that's how the brat handled the situation? Taking a hit just to use the suppression blade for a sneak attack, trying to keep me from disappearing." The two charged toward Thuangmak again, roaring. "But we are different!" Dot Li shouted at Thuangmak, feeling anxious. "No, keep fighting like this, and while your life won't be in danger, you'll be wasting your rational energy for nothing. This is too wasteful. We have to find out why they aren't being affected by rationality." The battle raged on fiercely with violent tremors and smoke filling the air. Inside the barrier, Trungjai Ki looked anxious and uneasy, wondering how Thuangmak was doing outside. She decided to close her eyes, clenching her fists, focusing all her inner energy to peer through. She suddenly opened her eyes wide when she felt the danger Thuangmak was in. Thuangmak seems to be at a disadvantage. What's happening? Why doesn't Thuangmak's suppression blade have any effect? At this rate, he's going to lose. Why? Why? Trungjai Ki collapsed to her knees, a web of mystical eyes manifesting above her head in a state of terror. Why can they still use their powers after being pierced by the suppression blade? Her gaze froze as if she were trying to connect to Thuangmak. Trungjai Ki transmitted useful information to him. "Thuangmak, I see it now." He was initially surprised to hear her voice echoing, but easily recognized it. Trung Jaiki seriously mentioned a detail. There's something linking the two of them together. All those guys who were constantly using energy to destroy everything were connected by a string of energy. They seemed to be tethered by a thread. Tuong Mak and Datlai were both shocked, their eyes widening in disbelief. A thread? Her hair draped over one eye, while the other remained sharp, calculating. Datlai stood below and shouted, explaining the way to defeat them all. Thuong Mak, I see it. Their power is a unified whole. They can use each other's strength. Your suppression blade only hit one of them, so he can still use the other one's abilities. You have to hit both of them at the same time. Only then can you completely seal their powers. Chigmin and Chigliang were concentrating their energy into a power they created together. Hey, you little brat, if you're so good at taking hits, then try this one on for size. The two of them didn't hesitate to launch a massive beam of burning red energy, aiming straight at Thuong Mak, the dual gravity flame cannon. Dressed in tattered clothes, he startled and looked up when he heard the sound. It was so powerful that it forced him to lean back. Thuong Mak glanced at it, remaining calm as he analyzed the situation. You fool, are you still shouting that name? But the power of this move is immense. It could pierce right through my defenses. Qi Liang gritted his teeth hard, standing there waiting for the results. His golden pupils slowly drifted toward the edge. That brilliant stream of energy, aimed for the blue dome far off in the ruins. It instantly shattered the defensive dome, protecting Trung Jaiki, who was sitting inside, into pieces. Luvi realized the gravity of the situation, her expression turning frantic as if everything were beyond saving. Oh no. In a flash, a dark shadow lunged at her from behind. Qi Liang crudely grabbed Trung Jaiki by her messy hair. He held her so tightly that she winced in pain, all while he wore a smug, satisfied grin. Got the hostage, he gloated. From a high vantage point, Thuong Mak looked down and immediately saw that Trung Jaiki was in danger. Lu Levi, sitting in the cockpit, was panicked and incredibly anxious. This is bad. Long Lo Than Ka, who was piloting the vehicle beside her, was startled. What's wrong? She immediately explained the situation as she understood it. That Trung Jaiki has been captured, and my abilities aren't enough to take the enemy down in an instant. Long Lo Than Ka couldn't just sit still, so she quickly made a suggestion to her. What? Levi, teleport me there so I can finish him. But in the end, she was firmly stopped by Luvi, who analyzed the situation with a stern look. You can't. If you do that, the chance of the hostage dying is extremely high. Besides, if you act so carelessly, everyone will know you've returned. Don't forget what our mission is. Qi Liang, holding Trung Jaiki hostage, spoke in a relaxed, threatening tone. That girl likes you, right? And you told me not to worry about her? If you don't save her, are you even human? Don't worry. Just surrender and don't use your abilities to resist. We'll let her go. Otherwise, watch how I torture her. Luvi tried to persuade the monster Thuong Mak not to act recklessly. Thuong Mak remained calm. Surrendering will just be throwing our lives away for nothing. Let's stall for time and think of a plan. He stood there silently, unmoving, no matter how loudly she called out to him. Dat Li had flown directly over to stand near him, confidently asserting that the enemy was indeed quite cautious. She was patiently reminding him of the two bodies of Qi Liang holding the hostage and Qi Ming standing behind him from above. Even though one was within his rational crystal, the other wasn't. He was standing high up, ready to strike at any moment. Unexpectedly, she leaned into Thuong Mak's ear with such wicked ambition that his eyes widened the moment he heard her. Tell me, isn't this the perfect opportunity for Trung Jaiki to naturally reproach you? Lai stopped at nothing to convince him, with all sorts of reasons. Despite Trung Jaiki still being under Qi Liang's control over there, this is a gift from destiny. Why are you still hesitating? You already saw the potential of her ability earlier, didn't you? Even at a street-level rank, she could see things that even I couldn't. In this world, sight is power. With this kind of power, we can definitely reach heights that everyone else wouldn't even dare to imagine. Zat Li softly urged Thuong Mak, even as the girl's life grew more and more precarious. All you need to do is act a little reckless. Just react a little slower, and all of this will be over. He took in her words, his gaze blank, but unexpectedly, he found himself agreeing with Dat Li. Dat Li was right, there was no risk involved in this. As long as he had value to the management bureau, everything could be traded. Even if they find out I let Trung Jaiki die on purpose, they can't do anything to me. The Qi brothers are the best example of that. He recalled his potential backing and the cards he held that were perfect for this situation. I even have the Black Lotus sect behind me, plus trump cards like the humiliation space. Even if I truly turn against the management bureau, it doesn't matter. There can be absolutely no mistakes. Thuong Mak opened his eyes, looking more determined than ever. Haven't we already decided? Give up everything to become stronger. A bold, piercing gaze shot straight at Qi Liang. The man's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth so hard that wrinkles appeared. Both of their bodies were pierced from behind by a long, sharp object, a decisive moment. At that moment, he slowly realized a truth that hadn't been in the plan. This guy didn't surrender. Isn't this person important to him? Why is he so indifferent to our threats? The sharp object kept digging deeper into both of them, but they couldn't fight back. Damn it. It turns out this guy wasn't using Suppression Blade to attack. Suppression Blade is his ability. Both of us were hit at the same time. We can't use our abilities anymore. Qi Liang suddenly grabbed his left wrist with his right hand and squeezed hard. Damn it! Damn it! He stood up abruptly and let out a roar after snapping his own left wrist. Don't think it's over. Trung Jai-Ki lay there, weak and terrified in front of Qi Liang's severed hand, which was now showing signs of exploding. A firestorm descended from above, swallowing the high-rise buildings until nothing could be seen. Trung Jai-Ki sat beside him, pleading, Thungmak, I really want to go. I won't get in the way, I promise. With everyone protecting me, I'll be fine. Thungmak, you're so powerful, I believe in you. Thungmak, let me go with you, please. I just want to earn some credit so people don't think I'm useless anymore. Seeing Thungmak remain silent, Trung Jai-Ki stopped tugging on his shirt. She grabbed her own thigh. Fine then, I'll be good, and stay at the Emotional Management Bureau. I'll do my best to support you all. Suddenly, he raised the hand holding the string. Take this. Her eyes widened. Wow, what is this? It's so beautiful. Thungmak, are you giving this to me? Thungmak spoke up. I made it myself. I hope you'll always wear it, no matter the circumstances. Never take it off. Trung Jai-Ki quickly nodded obediently. Okay, I'll always wear it. I'll wear it forever. Just then, the severed hand moved toward her, but was suddenly blocked by a force. Afterward, it turned into a giant orb containing a highly toxic gas. The diamond bead that Thungmak had carefully instructed her to keep had now taken effect, and the entire surrounding area was engulfed in hot, fiery gas. Thick smoke billowed, turning the road into a blind spot. All that remained of the blast were the foul smell and the heavy clouds of smoke. That gem had formed a barrier around her, protecting her perfectly. Li Vi stared blankly. Trung Jai-Ki is okay? That guy Thungmak made an emotional artifact for Trung Jai-Ki. This is what saved her. Witnessing everything that had just happened was so terrifying that she was stunned. Thungmak at this moment, Lai crossed her arms and said, making this cost you 3 whole days and 3 suppression chains. 3 whole chains. Enough to feed you for a month. He replied, stop complaining. Besides, wasn't it you who taught me how to make this necklace? So, deep down, you actually hoped I would save her. Dat Li replied indifferently, if you wanted to learn, I taught you. As for me, whatever choice you made didn't matter. Even if your reason had prevailed in the end and prevented the necklace from activating, whether Trung Jai-Ki dies or you finally lose control of your sanity and she survives, I don't care. If Trung Jai-Ki dies and we gain her abilities, that's a good thing. If Trung Jai-Ki doesn't die and you maintain your sanity, that's also good. But personally, I'd prefer she dies. Thungmak pondered, isn't controlling your emotions and reason and preventing yourself from losing control a more sustainable choice? Lai replied, how should I answer that question for you? Let's put it this way. You've confused 2 things. Losing emotional perception and having emotional fluctuations are 2 different things for an emotional entity. Losing emotional control means being possessed by an emotional monster while permanently losing command over your own feelings. That is extremely dangerous. Your willpower will vanish, and that's as good as being dead. That time at the hospital was exactly that situation, while an emotional fluctuation is simply when, after emotions rise, you act according to them. For example, at the beginning when I said let Trung Jai-Ki die, your reason felt it was very logical, even eager, but you reluctantly restrained it. You wanted to protect her, so you spent 3 days crafting that pendant that could keep her safe. But deep down, your reason kept churning. I've done my best. If Trung Jai-Ki still dies, no one can blame me. Your reason wanted her to die. Your emotions wanted her to live. That struggle lasted until the very last second. You didn't stop the pendant from activating. Trung Jai-Ki lived. Your emotions won. That's something to celebrate. You kept your humanity. But what if you hadn't managed to? That was just a single emotional fluctuation. It won't make you lose control of your emotions. This time, emotions prevailed. But next time, reason certainly could. As long as reason prevails most of the time, you'll be fine. In other words, next time, if your reason prevails and you let Trung Jai-Ki die, that's perfectly fine too. At this moment, Trung Jai-Ki was panting from exhaustion. Thungmak, are those 2 dead yet? Thungmak replied, probably not. If they were dead, they would have condensed an emotional core. She was so tired she was short of breath. Still not dead? Where did they run off to? Wait, I think I see something. Are you looking around at the two people who just attacked us? She shook her head. No, it's an empty room with just a table and a candle on it. That's strange, where is this? I was clearly thinking about where those two were, so why is it not that? Suddenly, the flame flared up violently, spreading throughout the room. Trung Jiaki screamed in panic. Thuong Mok asked anxiously, "What's wrong?" She recounted that the flame on the candle had suddenly surged. The table was burning, and if this continued, a fire would break out. Her eyes widened as if she saw something, and her voice gradually deepened. The two brothers emerged from the flames. Thuong Mok became contemplative after hearing those words. In his heart, he thought, so this is the secret behind why they can't be killed. Even if you used a blade to suppress and kill them both at the same time, they could still resurrect from the prepared flames. Dat Lai exclaimed, truly a real resurrection fallback. This law of angry emotions is interesting. He asked Trung Jiaki, do you know where they are? She replied, let me try to see. About 500 meters in that direction? Maybe 800. I'm not sure anymore. I can't see them. Thuong Mok followed the direction she pointed with his gaze and immediately summoned a protective circle. A worried voice rang out. Thuong Mok, what's wrong? He replied, those two aren't dead yet. I have to prioritize protecting Trung Jiaki. Inside, he tore off his shirt with one hand. Trung Jiaki was secretly panicked. He lowered his voice. Trung Jiaki, don't tell anyone about what I'm about to do. She immediately imagined a scenario. It was pitch black, and he was taking off his clothes. What is he planning? Is this it? Why so sudden? But then again, who knows? She was shy. It's okay, I won't say anything. Over there, a child seemed to see something and burst into tears. The child's mother comforted her. Be good, baby. Mommy's here. An elderly woman standing nearby smiled happily. Anne is so well behaved. Another old woman chimed in. Does Anne's mom need to go to the hospital? My husband was like that too. Going to the hospital helped a lot. Elsewhere, the old men playing chess were shouting loudly. Checkmate. Why aren't you dead yet? What are you shouting about? Stay calm. Don't get excited. Another old man said anxiously. Little Wang, why are you still delivering goods? Don't overwork yourself to death. Little Wang replied. I have to make money, sir. Besides, I don't feel tired. You should worry about yourself. From above, two pairs of eyes were watching those moments. Qiming wore sunglasses, his expression unreadable, and he spoke coldly. Blow this place up? Don't you care about the deal with the Bureau of Management anymore? Qi Liang laughed coldly. We've exhausted too much energy this time. The anger energy the Bureau gave us earlier isn't enough anymore. We have to teach them a lesson. That's the only way to raise our price. He wondered, where is Thuong Mok? The Eye of Hatred was just destroyed. We don't know where he is. The other comforted him. Don't worry, Black Lotus has a warranty. I've already received news. He probably realized we aren't dead and is busy using his ability to protect his teammate. That coward won't be able to stop us this time. He hesitated. Maybe we shouldn't overdo it. I'm afraid of causing a major incident. The Bureau of Management is allied with all levels of the world in East Sea. If they deploy emotional monsters, they could cover the entire city. We won't be able to escape then. He laughed coldly, a savage grin. Relax, I know my limits. This time we're just blowing up this building. They're just lowly ants. They won't pay attention. Start it. The two shouted together, intending to trigger an explosion. It seemed like a blast was about to occur, but no. The atmosphere remained silent. There wasn't even a loud noise. The two Chi brothers sensed something was wrong. Why is it like this? Suddenly, as if they felt something, they turned around and were immediately struck by a rush of energy. Thuong Mok appeared with an unfriendly look. He said coldly, you bastards aren't escaping. Qi Ming thought, this guy's emotional power just touching it makes it impossible to use my abilities. How is that possible? You, why are you here? On the other side, Trung Jiaki was still inside the protective circle. She covered her head, feeling embarrassed. I actually thought Thuong Mok was planning to do that. My mind is so twisted, how could Thuong Mok be that kind of person? But man, Thuong Mok is actually incredible. That was teleportation just now, wasn't it? Isn't that Trun Chuan's ability? When did Thuong Mok learn it? I wonder if Thuong Mok can find those two brothers. By now, Thuong Mok has already slammed both of them straight into the wall. Dali exclaimed, the ability coordination was pretty good this time. After entering the awkward space from point A, the next exit can only appear within a 500-meter radius around point A. The range of the Eye of Hatred is 300 meters. By using the shameful spatial teleportation, he can extend the range of the Eye of Hatred to 800 meters. Then, he uses the Eye of Hatred to search, lock onto his target, and utilize the shameful space to quickly carry out an assassination. He had captured both of them without anyone even noticing. Qi Liang was grinding his teeth in rage, screaming wildly, "Don't think you can keep me trapped like this." Tuo Mo immediately lunged forward and delivered a fatal punch. He let out a cold laugh. "You've lost your powers. You're nothing but a regular person now." Qiming spoke up. "Just let us go, and you can name your price." He scoffed. "What could you two possibly offer me?" He replied, "We've collected quite a few valuable items over the years. If you let us go, we'll give them all to you." Tuo Mo laughed coldly. "Hand them over first, and then I'll release you." After a moment of hesitation, he finally decided to speak. "Number 2 Air Yun Residential Area, Building 4, Room 503. We keep all our good stuff there." Dat Li was worried, feeling conflicted. Since these two didn't have anything of value on them, the address he gave was very likely a trap. Tuo Mo remained calm. It was simple. He immediately performed a quick maneuver to separate the two. Qi Liang's arm was already bleeding from a stab wound. Moments later, the two were separated, each on one side. Qiming couldn't help but panic. He couldn't hear his older brother anymore, as he had used his ability to create a soundproof space. Tuo Mo whispered into his ear, "I know you were lying to me just now. Tell me the real address, don't lie. I'm going to go ask your brother in a minute, and I'll also tell him that you saw his current state and spilled all his secrets to me. If your stories don't match up later, pulling out nails, skinning, or slow slicing, I just happen to want to try those out." Dat Li asked, "Did you get it all written down?" Tuo Mo replied, "It's truly unexpected. They have so many places where they stash their loot, more than 10 spots. The locations both brothers gave are completely identical. It definitely doesn't seem like a trap, and we even got the rules out of them. It says here that this power came about entirely by chance. We were born during a massive fire. Later on, even though we were no longer afraid of fire, we would often use regular flames to burn ourselves, that slight, stinging pain, as the skin cracked, and then, regenerated, made us feel like we were being reborn. Gradually, we seemed to gain a new kind of strength from that act.